This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good late Wednesday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now with a tornado warning in play for parts of Henry County in Alabama, but also Clay County in Georgia here. In southwestern Georgia, there's a tornado in progress, we're being told by emergency management officials. It has been observed, and it is headed toward our viewing area. It's just outside of there right now, it would seem, but we just need to go ahead and get folks in the shelter here in toward Clay County in Georgia. Also, if you're watching from just outside of the area, tornado on the ground in Henry County, Alabama right now in that central time zone. But it is headed for the eastern time zone in our viewing area. So we need folks in shelter. I know we're kind of really close at the radar here. So I'm going to go up a little bit in terms of our tilt. You'll be able to see the rotation a little bit better here. And then I'll go ahead and do a track on it. Let's go ahead and kind of do it like this. It's just going to be headed toward Fort Gaines over the next little bit here. Fort Gaines, a tornado that's in progress, headed your way. Hopefully it lifts before it gets there, but we have a tornado that's in progress, we're being told. It looks like I may even have a debris signature on here. It's a little bit muddy because we're just so close here. On the Doppler view, we're at a really close angle here to the Doppler site there, the EOX site. So it's going to make it a little bit tricky sometimes here when we have situations like this arise. We saw this with another cell that I was watching that had some rotation as well. It's not showing as much rotation maybe as it was earlier on there toward Quitman County, but some rogue storms causing problems. And again, to repeat, a tornado is in progress in Alabama, headed into Georgia, and a tornado warning has been issued for areas of Clay County in Georgia, not Clay County, Florida. Don't want to confuse anybody here, but we cover both. Let's go ahead and go on over right now to our coverage map, because I'm going to kind of show this to you guys. This breakdown. So you see Clay County, Clay County, Georgia, just east of Henry County in Alabama. That's on the top left of this screen. And you have Clay County in Florida here. That is toward northeastern parts of the state that we're located in. But we cover both here. In the Weather Center. This is in the Georgia, Clay counties. We're now being told a new tornado warning is coming now for southeastern Quitman County. So they are going to go ahead and issue it for that storm there now that we were looking at. It looked a little bit weaker, but I guess they're kind of concerned because that other one's already producing a tornado. So you see Quitman, that really small label there. We're going to have a tornado warning up and toward that area now for another separate storm, another discrete storm. So let's go ahead and get folks into shelter here. Let's pull up our tornado safety tips. You can see what you need to do here. No tornado watch yet, but that might be coming pretty soon based on the information that we're getting in and just what we're seeing right now in the Doppler. But I just want to go ahead and seek shelter right now in Clay County and Georgia, and then also toward parts of Quitman County. You're going to have to do the same here. You want to seek shelter into that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. We're now being told there's a tornado on the ground here now in areas of Quitman County. Tornado on the ground. We need to get folks in shelter. We're being told there's a tornado in progress with this storm now. That's why they've issued this tornado warning here. This storm is now producing a tornado. Let's see if there's debris with it. Oh, yeah, looks like that's what that is. They're going to call this radar confirmed. We have a tornado on the ground around Morris, Georgia. You need to take shelter immediately, folks. A tornado on the ground around Morris, Georgia. This is in southeastern Quitman County. You need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have a tornado in progress around the community of Morris. This is in progress. It's doing damage here, folks. You can't delay if you're around Morris here. This is a tornado that's on the ground. This is producing quite a bit of debris, it would seem, as we're looking further up here aloft. This debris signature seems to have gotten to about 8,000 feet or so. You don't want to see stuff like that here. So a tornado that's on the ground here around Morris, Georgia. I'm a bad this up, see how long this might have been really on the ground. So we're looking here at this tilt. So let's see if it's starting around there. Yeah, it looks like it was. So it's been on the ground maybe about 10 minutes. And unfortunately, it wasn't really seen by the Weather Service there in Tallahassee until about now. But That's what we're seeing here right now with that tornado warning being issued until about 12:15 for portions of Quitman and Randolph County. So Randolph County, you need to take shelter as well now. A tornado that is on the ground, tornado producing storm 9 miles west of Cuthbert, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. I know as we go ahead and zoom back out, that other tornado producing storm in Alabama, they're saying that Henry County Emergency Management relayed a report from the Forestry Commission of an observed tornado on the ground. So we now have 2 observed tornadoes in progress here. We have 2 tornadoes on the ground. One of them here toward the south. This is headed into our area. So you need to be taking shelter around Fort Gaines. But unfortunately, it seems that a tornado was in progress and still probably is in progress with this cell up toward the north here. So a tornado on the ground here. It seems like it's weakening here now, though, which would be some good news. But unfortunately, the Weather Service nor me really saw that indication of that debris signature there in this other storm because we were focusing on the first tornado warning that was getting issued here. I'm hoping that some of this is just inflow, actually, and the debris signature wasn't really isn't really the catalyst for all of this here, because then otherwise we'd be having a more significant situation in our hands. But again, Morris, though, a tornado on the ground around Morris, Georgia here in Quitman County. You need to take those tornado precautions immediately. Again, this is a tornado in progress here around Morris, northwest of Cuthbert here. Indications are that a tornado has touched down and may still be touching down here in toward this area. So you need to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So these are your tornado safety tips, and I know as we look ahead and in the day here, if you have enough time and you're in a mobile home, it may be the best thing for you to do to try to get to a site-built structure so you're not in that mobile home if a tornado comes through here later on, because those tornadoes really can be just devastating to mobile homes, even lower down in the F scale. But there's a chance some of these tornadoes today could be stronger here in nature. So just got to go ahead and seek shelter to inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet for those of you guys under the tornado warnings right now. So let me go ahead and zoom on out. We'll go ahead and go back on over to the Doppler. I know they're watching a storm now in Alabama as well. Another storm in Alabama. It's a cell entering Coffee County from Covington County. This rogue storm with a hook on it as well could get a tornado warning. It'd be a little while to have gotten toward our area, but again, we have tornado warnings here for tornadoes on the ground. Tornadoes on the ground here. As we are watching things, we have tornadoes in progress. I don't want to mess around here. Again, dangerous scenario on our hand. Excuse me, on our hands here this morning. Again, tornadoes on the ground. We have tornadoes in progress here. I know it gets a little bit hard to see at points. So this right here is pretty clear. A debris signature in southeastern parts of Quitman County. Then you have this storm here, this rogue storm. As we're looking, it's moving toward Fort Gaines. Already a confirmed tornado around Abbeville, Alabama. So again, gotta be taking those tornado precautions here. Just not what you want to see on this Wednesday morning as we're turning into toward Wednesday afternoon. Again, 2 tornado warnings. This seems to be weakening pretty rapidly, which would be good news. But still, I mean, to have what we saw there, that debris signature pop up there around Morris. I mean, at first maybe you think it's just inflow there with a hook, but instead that's actual tornadic debris. So again, hopefully the damage isn't too extensive there, because the velocity colors weren't just overwhelming at this height. So maybe in EF0 you have one type situation, nothing more, but it still is a problem. Still is a problem for folks overall here as we're looking at things. You just don't want to be messing around here in these type of situations. Because an EF0, EF1 still could be problematic for those in mobile homes, those caught without shelter, those there just even in a vehicle driving around. obviously, got to be careful. I know the tornado watch likely to be coming soon. These storms have really matured here quickly. We have more maturing off toward the west. Just rogue storms like you never, ever see outside of maybe a tropical setup here in the month of June toward our viewing circle. So this is some really dangerous stuff here, folks. Again, tornadoes in progress as of just a few moments ago. It seems like it's a little bit harder to tell if this one's in progress either now. I'm hoping this weekend here some as we're going up until the rotation. This is still pretty tight as we get further up, but we're kind of in a bad spot right now. It seems like that hook is still there. The other hook, though, doesn't seem quite as well defined. And let me go up here on some of our different tools. That looks like a debris ball. Maybe, let me look. That could have been a debris ball there. This little area right in here around Abbeville, Alabama, but that seems to have kind of gone away here at this point, but moving toward Fort Gaines. But again, this storm here with a tornado in progress as of a few moments ago here. I'll go ahead and kind of back this one up. You can see that debris really starting to pop up at 44 after the hour. Really, it came into play, and then the warning got into the 47. So again, it seems like right now that'd be more debris that's kind of a little bit more aloft here at this point. So maybe not something that's still producing a tornado, but a situation that's gone from 0 to 60 here very quickly in the Weather Center this morning. Again, 2 tornado warnings for confirmed tornadoes here. As I know, I'm just looking at the chat. We're taking reports in yesterday of this wind damage there in southern Georgia. So many different areas being impacted. But now today we're talking about tornadoes. And this is not something that could be maybe it's a short-term thing. We could be talking about threats here going all the way into the overnight hours tonight. And even tomorrow we're going to be watching different types of threats. Maybe the tornado threat subsides some. There's also a flood watch in play. And then we could have severe threats lasting into Friday and Saturday now, it looks like. This is a very dangerous situation. That logo is red here in the Weather Center because we're so concerned about these different threats. Again, this storm here, we still the tornado warning, the history of producing a tornado, but they are going to go ahead and drop the warning now because that quickly it's kind of faded away here. It really kind of faded away. It kind of dissipated there, which is some good news. But we'll just continue to watch things. That tornado warning is getting dropped up here to canceling it out. The one that was going to 12:15 for portions of Quitman and Randolph. But this one still includes Clay County and Georgia. So an odd situation here indeed as we're going ahead and tracking things in the Weather Center on this late Wednesday morning. Hopefully this area here weekends down too and we'll be able to wrap it up and kind of take a little break. But unfortunately, we're being told there's some structural damage according to law enforcement on Singletary Road in Abbeville. Multiple trees downed in the city limits of Abbeville, Alabama, as well as trees going down out there on Highway 10 east of Abbeville. So, again, a dangerous situation there as this is headed toward Fort Gaines. This is headed toward Fort Gaines there. In Georgia. Again, the other tornado warning going away. They had the confirmed tornado because it fell apart very quickly there. Hoping that some of that that was showing up as debris there that was confirming that tornado warning was just inflow, because otherwise it was probably causing a pretty good bit of damage there in north, southeastern, and southern Quitman County. But again, this storm moving into Clay County in Georgia here in southwestern Georgia. You can kind of see here it's really a muddied picture. You can't really see exactly what's going on, but what I will do is just kind of give you a track that shows this is headed toward Fort Gaines in the next few moments. The tornado will be back here on this back side of the hook, just so you guys know. I know you're getting a heavy rain around Fort Gaines right now, but the tornado, if it's still on the ground, will be back here and be in the Fort Gaines area within 15 minutes. So hopefully it falls apart, but you can't wait around in Fort Gaines to take shelter. I'd go ahead and take shelter here just to be safe, because you don't want to ride around to the last few moments that you can potentially hear, and then it still is on the ground. So, okay, a new tornado warning is coming for Coffee County, Alabama now. This storm back here. Yeah, you can see that rotation. You can see some of those greens and reds coming together now. Back there toward Coffee County in Alabama. And that's the tornado warning down about 11:45 Central Time. AM time frame there, as we're looking at a radar indicated tornado out here with this discrete rogue storm. Now this one will be one to watch here northwest of Daleville as well. That's a little bit more in terms of precipitation sun up with that one, and there's a chance that since that's not folding all the way down, maybe that's not really getting down toward the surface. But as you look here, this is a rogue storm here, another tornado warning there, northwest of Elba. We'll have to watch that for our counties later if we get lucky and get a break here. If this falls apart and we don't have any warnings and we go off. This one here, let's do a track on it. Let me do a storm motion on this one. It'd probably take a while to get in the right area. Hopefully it'd fall probably before it did so, but a couple hours it seemed based on that initial look there. But again, this is what we've had a confirmed tornado warning for here in parts of Alabama moving into Georgia. You see as we go higher up, that rotation sets up a lot better. Now, normally I wouldn't do this, but because we're getting just so contaminated here with the radar view, with the angle here, we want to go up a little bit higher because we're able to see things a little bit clearer here. Generally, we want to be as low as possible. We're just too low out there to be able to get a good look at this. As you can see, higher up, the greens and reds coming together, and this will eventually be crossing into Georgia and then crossing over State Road 39. So, got to take those tornado precautions. Again, just watching things very carefully here this afternoon now as we hit that noon hour. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Let's go ahead and go back to our broad view here, our broad perspective, because we have a situation where we have the one tornado warning in our area. We have another tornado warning further out. You have the tornado watch, which ironically doesn't have a tornado warning within it right now. But we'll probably have tornado watch coming for some of our counties here soon. But a tornado warning means you got to take action, and that's what you got to do right now in Clay County. In Georgia, they're still calling this a confirmed tornado located near Fort Gaines. As I know, here on this Wednesday, we have a moderate risk of 4 out of 5, which is very unusual for this time of year, pretty much unheard of for June here in this part of the country. So, again, the tornado threat is up. Could have strong tornadoes. Could have a situation where we have some hail now. In terms of bigger hail, maybe not really big, maybe not giant hail, but still damaging. Then your wind risk is up there really high as well, and that could be really creating havoc here in terms of destructive type of wind gust at points. So a lot going on, obviously, and they're still calling us a confirmed tornado as we go over our Sierra product. It doesn't look quite maybe as tight as it did a few moments ago, but we're kind of being obstructed here on the radar view a little bit here. The angle's kind of a little bit tricky to keep tabs on. Let me go ahead and look here at what we're dealing with. I'm going to go up here and tilt again, and it kind of shows this rotation a little bit better. So again, a tornado that's been in progress here toward Abbeville, Alabama, moving toward Fort Gaines, Georgia, in our coverage area. So again, a dangerous situation here this early afternoon. As you can see here, that rotation northwest of Shorterville, going between some different angles here to try to give you the best track. This has it tracking a little more easterly in that latest update, so maybe instead of tilting just to the north of town and right into Fort Gaines, so you have to take shelter there around Fort Gaines there. That's maybe headed right in your direction. Let's check it ourselves here. Kind of go back a little bit of this rotation. You can kind of see it. You can kind of see it here. Again, moving toward Fort Gaines in Georgia. We'll see if they extend this tornado warning right now. It's scheduled to expire at 12:30, but they may extend this based on the overall scenario that we're dealing with here. So, based on if that weakens or strengthens. I know we had a storm up here earlier on in this one that it was so in rotation for a while, but they didn't issue the warning, and unfortunately, it seems to have produced a tornado maybe before the warning was ultimately issued. So they're going to have a situation here where they have to be a little more cautious today. It would seem a little more cautious here today. So gotta be really careful out there, folks. Let's go ahead and go back on over to some of our other views. I'll see that on rotation tracker, actually. Let's go do that. You can see how we had that area. I'll put my marker on here up in areas there north of the purple box where we had that rotation, and then they issued the warning, and then right after we started seeing that debris signature a little bit more, they gone ahead and dropped it. But you can see here, looking down toward to south. I know that rotation it fell apart up there. That was good news. But as we look down toward the south here, you can see we have this box. Hopefully this is a good sign, but I know we're being obscured a little on the radar. And actually, let's say that it looks like the rotation's picking back up again a little bit as it moves towards the Fort Gaines area. It may be picking back up, so gotta be in touch around Fort Gaines. I know this storm here doesn't really have a lot. I say that as we're looking toward areas toward the south obstructing it, but it does have that one area there, a little area of moisture south of Abbeville that should be able to kind of cut this off eventually, I would think. But this other storm here, we'll have to watch it. Hopefully, in some ways, if we get so many storms to develop, I'm hoping that we'll be in a spot here. We'll be in a spot where some of these storms kind of get cut off, but you just never know here. You just never know in this type of situation. We're just going to have to keep paying attention here on this Wednesday afternoon. So, again, a tornado warning here in play until about 12:30 for portions of Henry County in Alabama, but in our area, Clay County in Georgia, for what's been a confirmed tornado here in progress. So I'm going between some of our different tilts, again, to try to get you guys an idea of where the tornado may be. It may be more out toward the east here at this point, so let's kind of track it like that. Again, maybe about to come into Fort Gaines here, so can't take any chances around Fort Gaines. A tornado in progress based on the earlier reports. You can't be messing around here around Fort Gaines and toward southwestern Georgia. So again, tornado warning here, folks, until 12:30. The latest update at 12 o'clock from the Weather Service was that a confirmed tornado is located near Fort Gaines. They were using radar to confirm to that point. Over east at 20 miles an hour, so Fort Gaines around 12:10 is what they said, and that looks to be about right. So, got to be in set around Fort Gaines. Don't mess around. This warning also includes Sorterville, Walter F. George, Lock and Dam, over towards Zito there, Jones Crossing, Bethel, Fort Gaines, at Clay Airport there too. So, can't be messing around here in toward this area. Trying to give you guys the latest information here to protect you, your friends, and your family. You can see how we were in the 80s already, and that just gives us so much fuel with all this here around. Not great to see, but we're just looking at all of our different tilts. I'm hoping maybe, and we're being obscured so much because we're so close to with the odd angle on the radar, but I think we could be in a situation where this might be trying to weaken, but you can't take any chances around Fort Gaines. There's a chance that with these storms, it's a really tricky situation. That may not be the case. So let's go to the Maxwell radar real quick. I wanted to see what it says because I was using that earlier for that storm there that we were looking at further up toward the north. When we were getting some of that spin, it was showing a little bit easier view of things here for them. They're trying to come together as it moves toward the Fort Gaines area right now. Again, looking at that spin here on our Doppler. Let me go ahead and go back this up because I think it probably would have weakened it some. Let's see. Bear with it as it tries to load more data in here. Well, didn't really show it all that tight at points there either, so kind of interesting, but we'll just have to continue to watch it here. We have all these storms all by themselves, which is really concerning, obviously. So those can kind of take advantage of their own little environment that they're in and maximize. Now, if we get too many, that can kind of cut things off. I don't see something here that's kind of interesting that you would think you would see with a situation like this, and maybe that's a good sign here. I mean, just so you see more of the tropical situation here, but we're not seeing lightning. We're not seeing lightning stuff right now in this, which is interesting. Very interesting. So hopefully they'll be able to drop this here pretty soon if this falls apart. Right now there's enough in that higher tilt of the radar to just continue this for the time being with this tornado warning in effect until about 12:30 or so, unless they cancel it out early. So again, continue to watch things here. Dangerous situation around Fort Gaines here in southwestern Georgia. Gotta be inside, gotta be away from windows here around Fort Gaines. Again, getting new tornado warnings to pop up here further west in Alabama. We'll go over that one here, the one that just popped in just a moment. But here's what you need to do around Fort Gaines. Seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So Again, some important precautions to take here. Some very important precautions to take. Let's go ahead and go back on over toward our other views now. I know we had that other tornado warning just issued in Alabama. So let me go ahead and go back over here. You see that spin there. This is a tornado warning for Dale, Henry, and Houston until noon Central Time there, including areas closer to Dothan even. A possible tornado out that way. So that rogue storm could be producing a tornado there. I know our significant tornado parameters are going up. They're increasing. They're about to issue a tornado watch here now, which does continue to indicate really that threat of tornadoes being favorable across portions of the area. Looking here though at this storm rotation tracker, sort of moving toward Fort Gaines. Let's go ahead and go back on over here. Let's go back on over toward our other view. Bear with me here. Our other view. You can't see the rotation all that tight there, but again, I'm going up in tilt a little bit, and you see it a lot more definitive. So, could this be in a situation where it's being blocked here? So, that spin from our view when we're at lower tilt on the radar. But again, I'm just continuing to watch this tornado warning here, and then we have others toward the west we'll have to pay attention to. And this is that storm I was saying. Maybe it wouldn't get a warning because it was kind of not as well defined, but it's looking like it's trying to become a little more defined now there toward areas there of Dale, Henry, and Houston counties in Alabama. Again, we have 3 tornado warnings, but only one of those includes our area at this point. That's for Clay County here in Georgia. And then you see another storm bow back in Alabama. And we have, many of them that are trying to rotate on us. Just got to be careful here. Got to be careful. Got to be taking heed, folks. As we're looking here, can't be messing around Fort Gaines in Georgia. Again, that spin here showing up on the Doppler radar, going between some of our different modes here right now. I know it doesn't look like much on reflectivity at points, but our rotation tracker telling us with that tornado right. It's going to be a minute or two behind just because it has to do an analysis on things. So it's been right over Fort Gaines, probably maybe on the north side there of Fort Gaines right now. So gotta be in shelter there on Fort Gaines. Gotta be in shelter around Fort Gaines right now, just in case this is on the ground, because it's had a history of being on the ground here over the last little bit. So again, a nasty situation here. Nasty situation as we're looking around Fort Gaines in Georgia. You can see the greens and reds here coming together. I have it up just a little bit in the tilt now, trying to give you the closest to most accurate time view. And we're seeing that spin here. We're seeing that spin on the Doppler around Fort Gaines. Again, a tornado warning continuing until about 12:30. Got to be in shelter. Now, this tornado warning goes to 12 o'clock Central Time for areas of Dale, Henry, and Houston in Alabama. And this one further back goes until 11:45 Central Time for Coffee County in Alabama. So, again, a nasty situation here. We're trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. Trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Busy situation for sure. I'm just checking all of our latest details. Again, we have these tornado warnings on the board right now. The one within our coverage area here. We're going to have a tornado watch soon, but already tornado warnings. We had that tornado warning up toward Quitman and Randolph. We seem to have had a tornado touch down there pretty quickly on us. That storm's falling apart, which is good, it would seem. These storms are so tricky today, but it doesn't have that structure like it did earlier on. But we're just going to still watch things. Look like a storm back behind toward Abbeville again. It's trying to rotate a little, but again, around Fort Gaines, we have that spin there. We have that spin right around Fort Gaines. You got to still remain in that tornado safe spot in case there's some radar displacement going on here. You don't want to be messing around. Don't want to be messing around here around Fort Gaines. As we're looking at things, we're trying to go up and try to give you guys the latest. Checking some of the latest details right now. In fact, again, this tornado warning in play about 12:30. I'm going to check some power outage numbers right now. I'm going to go ahead and go over to our power outage.us map here. Bear with me. Checking our Georgia numbers, we have 5,329 customers in the dark. It looks like some of the outages still haven't been restored from last night's storms around like Waycross and Ware County, 1,586 still in the dark there. Not seeing any equipment right now in the dark. Clay County 1, Randolph 1. Now in Alabama, let's go back to Henry County to see what type of issues may have arose there. And we do have 101 customers in the dark, so just kind of giving you guys that information as we're looking further on off toward the west here. So again, trying to give you guys the very latest, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here this afternoon. Again, a tornado warning in play around Fort Gaines here until about 12:30 or so. Gotta be still in shelter there. See a lot of inflow into this, which is kind of interesting. That's not necessarily debris here around Fort Gaines. That's the inflow, it would look like to me here. Most of that anyway. There's always a chance some of this could be a debris that's mixing in, but the majority of that would be inflow here in toward this hook on the storm. So again, I'm just gonna have to continue to be careful here in toward this area, taking those tornado precautions around Fort Gaines, Georgia. If this warning were to get extended, let's see where the threat might go. So you can see it would move off into toward southern Randolph County here, maybe, or even clip areas there, still further to east in Clay. But that's just kind of the storyline right now. Clay County, Georgia here, as the tornado watch just got issued. We were expecting that here. Let's go ahead and go to our broad perspective then and watch that come on up. See that pop up here in just a second. It's going to go, it looks like, until 23:00 till 7 o'clock here tonight. A tornado watch in play for some of our areas in the viewing circle. So, again, a nasty situation here. Let me see. It should be, again, coming on the screen soon, but sometimes if they issue this right here at like 12:15, maybe they don't set it until 12. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, sometimes they don't set it to like 12:20, but they actually set it for 12:15 to 7. So you can see where our tornado threat is, and they're saying a couple strong tornadoes could be possible, folks, in this yellow area. As you can see, it does include Albany, Blakely here, Donaldsonville, Bainbridge, Camilla, Moultrie, Thomasville, Valdosta. You gotta remain weather aware here. Again, a tornado watch now in play until 7 o'clock. So again, that means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and close to that watch area. We already have had tornadic activity as we've been highlighting for you over the last little bit. So again, a tornado watch now issued here for the southwest, south central Georgia until 7 o'clock here. Again, a couple intense tornadoes will be possible here too. So got to keep that in mind. Got to keep that in mind here for sure. Again, I'm trying to give you guys the very latest right now. Just trying to pop in some of our latest informational details here at this present point. We'll go ahead and look back at the current tornado warning here around Fort Gaines. I'm going to go up and tilt a little bit here, and it still shows some of that rotation aloft there. So it may be getting down to the surface, and we're just getting kind of blocked here with the beam. But again, going to keep looking at things here this afternoon. Again, a dangerous situation here on our hands. Tornado warning in play for parts of Clay County in Georgia till 12:30. Again, we have other storms left to watch. Looks like that area there north of Cuthbert, we got to keep monitoring at least. It looked like it's trying to come back together. It's that one that we were having a confirmed tornado warning in southeastern Quitman County. And then we have more storms here. You can just see all them by themselves, which is problematic, obviously. Problematic stuff on this Wednesday. So again, gotta be taking heed here, folks. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking. I know this storm here, this warning goes until noon central. And giving us an update here on some stuff. So bear with me. Trying to make sure we have everything set right here. Again, that's an hour track, and it's still not quite into Early County, but that one could go into Early County if it holds together. Then this one here, back to the west. Let's go ahead and do a track on it real quick. I'm going to go ahead and kind of zoom on in a little bit here. And you can kind of see some of these communities that we're dealing with. And then we're going to zoom back out. And you see the track is still be in Alabama in an hour. So that's kind of the storyline there. We just got an update on this storm here in Georgia. They've cleared out Henry in Alabama, but keeping Clay County in Georgia. They're calling it a radar indicated tornado right now over the Fort Gaines area at about 12:17, moving east at 25 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and give you an update then on some of this once this new polygon comes into our system, and there you go. Again, trying to let you guys know what's going on here. You can see that spin could track toward areas and more toward Randolph County based on this toward Coleman. Over the next little bit, we just have to be on guard here around Coleman, Georgia here. You may get a tornado warning issued for your area there in Randolph County. We'll just have to wait and see. As you can see, all this upscale growth here within one of our products. That was our ZDR product there. Again, a dangerous situation here with a possible tornado here as we're just moving away from Fort Gaines proper, it would seem. At this point, maybe the northeast side of Fort Gaines is where this would be at this point at 12:19. Again, continuing to give you guys the latest here this afternoon, trying to protect you, your friends, and your family. The big news that just came out here for the region is a tornado watch was just issued here until 7 o'clock, folks. 7 o'clock for the southeast Alabama and then west central and southwestern Georgia and south central Georgia. As a few tornadoes are likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Scattered damage and wind gusts and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles an hour likely. And scattered large hail likely with isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter. That's possible as well. So, and even flash flooding, even flooding here in general. You got all sorts of hazards coming together here on this Wednesday, and it's going to be a longer term event. So, got to be careful here, folks. You can see that hook on this storm here in Clay County, Georgia. We're continuing to monitor things. If I had to guess here, and again, we're kind of getting blocked, I'm thinking that this circulation is weakening off some. We go up pretty high and we still see it, but it seems like here that maybe this spin's weakening and maybe we'll get lucky and they'll drop this warning here over the next little bit, and we'll wrap things up for our local coverage for a little bit. I see this storm in Alabama piques my attention here. It kind of gets my attention, but we'll just continue to watch things here as we look in toward Georgia. Again, still some green and red coming together here. I know it doesn't look all that impressive, but we've had a history of this producing a tornado toward Abbeville, Alabama. I go further up into tilt, and you can see how for a point there we have some pretty good spin. So that's why they don't want to take any chances here. Again, you're seeing some also that moisture from the south is hitting that. So let's cut that off. Hopefully that means if we drop this at 12:30 then. Because that moisture from the south, that light rain that you're seeing, that light rain feature on the Doppler, that means that it'll probably be able to cut this spin off here and kind of diminish that threat here for the short term, hopefully with this one. That'd be some good news. We'll have to watch other storms out toward the west here. They have some rotation in them. Again, tornado warnings in play. Coffee County, Alabama to 11:45 Central Time until noon Central Time. There's a Dale, Henry, and Houston. So again, this storm here, though, you see the spin. You see the spin there. It's not very impressive on this tilt, but again, got to be taking shelter there in Clay County and Georgia. Just remind you of your tornado safety tips here on your Wednesday afternoon. Again, when there's a tornado watch issue, that's what we're seeing towards some of our counties. You need to make sure you stay tuned for the latest updates and have multiple ways to receive alerts. But whenever a tornado warnings issue, that means you got to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet, and make sure you have shoes on in the aftermath of a tornado. So I say even if you're maybe just in a mobile home, I mean, and a tornado watch is the only thing in play for your area at this point, you may want to go ahead and consider getting, if you have it available, to a safer structure here, because some of these tornadoes today have the potential to be intense here. I don't think we've necessarily had that yet, but we could have a potential here for some of these to become a little bit more on the stronger side, and those mobile homes might not be able to withstand these type of winds here. So that's something to bear in mind during that tornado watch in southwest and south central Georgia. Right toward north central Florida right now, not too high at this point in time. We'll be watching things as the hours and days go along, though. But The biggest tornado threat is definitely towards southwest, south central Georgia. But here's our enhanced Vegeta scale. Our enhanced Vegeta scale does show that more considerable damage does occur when you have winds over about 111 miles an hour at or above 111 miles an hour, which gives you an EO2 tornado. So something to kind of keep in mind here. Just so you know, I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out here. They've just dropped that tornado warning for Coffee County in Alabama, which is some good news. That circulation's weakened some. So they've gone ahead and they've been able to cancel that. I know we have some other spins off toward the west. We're going to have to keep watching. This one here, though, is kind of a tricky spot here within the radar, but I know they're asking here, a media member is, are there any plans for a new tornado warning in Randolph and Calhoun from the Clay County storm? We'll get an answer here and pass it along in just a moment, but again, watching things, there's still some spin on that, and that's a little bit concerning because of the way we're looking at things here on the tilt. We still have some greens and reds trying to sell up here, so they may still extend this, but that's kind of, let me take the time frame here, maybe a little bit displaced, but it's hard to say for sure. I know they're continuing the Dale and Henry warning, but canceling Houston and Alabama, but this area here of moisture, I'm hoping will just kind of cut this off. I mean, it's been taking its time to try to get there, but you can see how it's further apart a few moments ago. Once that kind of meets up with this spin, that should be able to disrupt it enough where hopefully, even if we get a new tornado warning in the east, it wouldn't last too long, but you just never know here. You just never know in these type of situations. So the thunderstorm warning just issued in Alabama now for a storm in central Barber County. That's moving east at 35 miles an hour. So something to kind of keep in mind here. We're just going to go ahead and we're just going to have to go ahead and monitor things there with that one then. Eventually moving off toward Quitman County then with that severe thunderstorm threat. You can see this is west of Clayton there in Barber County right now though. Let's go ahead and see what else we might have. Again, there's your tornado warning in Clay County in Georgia. Let me get it right back under storm motion that we should have it on in this type of situation. It says a little bit tighter there, to be quite honest. So that could be a cause for concern. But at this point, they're probably just trying to let this ride out and see what it looks like as we get here right about 12:30 to see if they need to issue a new one, extend this on out. Or not. But again, continuing to watch this here. Greens and reds coming together on the Doppler radar view. 30 one way, 15 the other way. Those aren't the most impressive numbers, but as we get further aloft here, you see the rotation a little bit tighter here. So that's something to keep in mind as we go ahead. We'll go ahead and go back to the broad perspective now. You see that tornado watch in play. That's in play here until about 7. See a storm in Madison County that's kind of by itself. It looks like it's trying to rotate a little bit. We'll have to watch it. That's in northern Florida. Some other storms that are by themselves that could be a little bit of an issue, but they're not in the STP values, significant tornado parameter values that are as high. There is quite a bit of instability down here though, but there's instability up here and significant tornado parameter values mixing together. That's always a cause for concern here. So we just have to be kind of mindful of that potential here. Over the next little bit, you can see on rotation tracker, it just doesn't seem to want to go away. This spin here in southwestern Georgia. Again, we're monitoring this very carefully. Again, the greens and reds coming together here in Clay County in Georgia. We'll see what they decide to do with the service in Tallahassee over the next few moments. That probably kind of take us into the decision how we want to go with the coverage. If we have that warning go away, we wouldn't have any local warnings to be able to catch our breath here for a little bit. But again, nasty situation here. Trying to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Tornado watch here and play in that yellow until about 7 o'clock here toward the east, 7 o'clock Eastern time. Again, a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes. That means EF2 plus possible. That means winds about 111 or plus there. And then we're talking about scattered damaging winds and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles an hour likely. Scattered large hail likely with isolated very large hail events 2.5 inches in diameter possible. As we're just at the beginning of this event here, Roy. Multiple rounds of severe weather expected. Severe weather rounds, multiple anticipated here at this point in time. Let's go back to our other mode here, our analyst computer. You can still see that green and red trying to come together as we get further away from that radar site. It seems like it's trying to hold off that area toward the south that would try to disrupt the circulation. So not really what we want to see, but gotta keep watching things here. Trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here this afternoon. Trying to check some different metrics here. Make sure you guys know what's going on. And then a moderate risk, the latest update again, a 4 and a 5, which we rarely see around here. Still being reinforced here, that thinking is by the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. You see Blakely, you see Albany there. Under that, 3 out of 5 risk though for Donaldsonville, Bainbridge, Camilla, Moultrie, Thomasville, Valdosta, Moody Air Force Base, Homerville, even over toward Brunswick. And then you see a tornado threat there, 3 out of 5, and then a wind threat there, 4 out of 5. The hail, 3 out of 5 there, maybe not extending as far east as Albany for that 3 out of 5 hail, but still a nasty setup. Let's go to infrared satellite. You can see some of the cloud tops here. And we'll keep our eyes on just what's happening here overall. I know do have some spotters out there looking at things. We'll just continue to watch to see what they're seeing there. A tornado warning went away for a moment, but don't want to wrap coverage yet because they may extend it. Let's just keep it here for a little bit longer. Here. Bear with me. I know we have other storms, by the way, in Mississippi, northern Alabama. We have North Texas stuff. And another thing I want to touch on while we're at it is we didn't really get much this morning here in our area. We thought we might based on the modeling last night. We got some stuff up there toward central Georgia with some warnings, even a tornado warning up there, but toward our area, we didn't end up getting into that stuff, which means we could end up getting some of the worst weather at peak heating, and that means that the highest level in terms of the overall setups availability per se, which means we could get the absolute worst that we could get out of this event here because things for many of us have held off. So got to be really cognizant of that here as we look ahead. These instability values are really, really impressive and not in a good way. I mean, when you have a tornado watch I'm point, you have 4,500 joules of kilograms. Let me try that again. 4,500 joules of kilogram. Okay, you know what I mean. Joules per kilogram of instability here. Then you just have to be really cognizant of what's going on here in this type of situation, in this type of setup, because that means we have a lot of fuel here. There's STP values up there. Those instability values up there, and those can be causes for concern. That rotation tracker still showing some pretty good rotation there northeast of Fort Gaines, so something to keep our eyes on here as it moves up toward Coleman. It seems like it's tightening up, so they may have to issue a new tornado warning then. Unfortunately, this just doesn't want to fall apart here. On this Wednesday afternoon. You can see as it moves up toward the Coleman area over the next little bit. We're going to have to keep watching things, keep tracking them. Let's see, maybe trying to get a tornado to touch back down again in toward this area as this storm moves into Randolph County. So can't let our guard down. Not going to wrap it up yet then, because I feel like this may be a sign that we could get a new tornado warning here at any point. So you can see some greens, 30 one way, 20 the other way. Maybe trying to come back together here. Maybe produce another tornado as this moves from Clay County into Randolph County there in Georgia. So got to be mindful of that. Got to be careful there. I know we have this storm in Alabama that'll be moving into Georgia here in a little bit toward Eufaula. We're going to have some really nasty conditions moving there as we look ahead and toward the timeline. So just giving you a heads up, that's about 45 minutes away from Eufaula. And let's just go ahead and keep our eyes on things down here. Again, we have this tornado warning in Alabama here at about 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 o'clock Central. That'll eventually be moving into Georgia and Early County. Yeah, this spin here again is pretty tight. It's by itself, but we'll have to see if they issue a new tornado warning on it. For the moment, we don't have any warnings in our area, but that could change here pretty quickly. Don't want to let your guard down here in this type of setup. Again, you don't see any boxes in terms of warnings in our area at this very moment, but again, that could change, so stay weather aware. Stay tuned for the very latest here in this type of setup, in this type of situation. What I think I'm going to do right now, we're going to keep the stream going for a little longer because I just don't feel comfortable wrapping it up with that spin showing up on radar here right now. after we already had a history of producing some tornadoes here with these storms in our area today. So we're gonna keep the stream going, and I'll go ahead and take a quick break here. I'll be back here, let's see, at about 12:40, unless we need to jump back in sooner. So again, we're still watching here things across our area. I'll keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date unless we need to jump back in sooner. We'll be back about 12:40 on this live stream.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here in the center at 12:40 on this Wednesday afternoon, tracking that tornado watch and play for areas of southwest, south central Georgia until about 7 o'clock tonight. Got to stay weather aware, and we could even have rounds of severe weather after that. But had those tornado warnings in play for our counties. For the moment, we don't have any warnings for our area, but I've been staying on a little bit longer in case we get a new warning to come up real quick on us so we don't have to just jump off and jump back on. It's a tricky situation here this afternoon as things could get even more volatile. But right now, again, we don't have any local warnings. I want to see that area around Coleman there in southwestern Georgia. We had that spin earlier on that was a little bit tighter that prompted that tornado warning back toward the south and the west. So let me go ahead and continue to watch this view here on our Doppler radar technology, but also now let's go to our analysis computer. You can see here this spin right around Coleman there. We'll just have to keep watching that and then just keep looking at the situation at large. You can see it has kind of weakened a little in some of these more recent scans. We had some more green and red showing up a minute ago, so that's a good sign. Doesn't mean we couldn't have it re-strengthen just a little bit more and then get a tornado warning now here in Randolph County because these storms are really tricky so far today. They've been very tricky. We have a little bit of weak rotation in Stewart County, but that's outside of our area. And as we look here, we have this area moving toward Eufaula. Could get a warning for Quitman County here over the next little bit. Let me put it in our right mode here to track this on off. Could be an issue for Eufaula in about 30 to 45 minutes. If there's no tornado warning on that, we may not jump back on for that here right immediately. Okay, we're going to have to stay on. It looks like we just got a new tornado warning for Randolph County now. So that spin I was talking about, it didn't look as impressive. They're going to want to issue a new tornado warning on and have this done so. So we're going to have to stick with you then. So you can see here this area of spin north of Dothan. Not maybe as impressive, but it's hard to see because we're kind of being blocked by the radar beam. Again, they have this, excuse me, you've seen a new tornado warning up here now for this storm. That's what that beep was until about 1:30. So at 12:42, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 9 miles southwest of Cuthbert, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So this is a possible tornado situation here toward the Coleman area in southwestern Georgia. There's your box. There's your red boxes popping up. Let's get the latest storm motion on this. It doesn't look like the most impressive thing, but there's just enough spin there that's kind of lingering, and they're kind of concerned at the Weather Service in Tallahassee. So again, a new tornado warning now at about 1:30 for parts of the viewing area of Randolph County here. So again, watching this thread very carefully, just not getting cut off. We were hoping some of that circulation would get cut off here from the south, but just not quite really coming together like we would like it to in terms of that happening. So again, a new tornado warning now to 1:30. Backing this up a little to see the overall progress here of things. You can kind of see here with this spin around Coleman, we're only seeing gate to gate of about 40 miles an hour worth of wind, which in theory, it would mean only a tornado here of winds that would be under about 60 or 70 miles an hour. But the other thing about that is we're not getting maybe the best view of this, so maybe it's a little bit stronger than we think. As we go up and tilt, you can see a little bit of brighter colors here coming into play as we look around Coleman. I'm again a little surprised they issued this, to be quite honest, but I guess they just want to err on the side of caution here. They're asking Weather Service in Tallahassee. There's enough rotation that we have to pay attention to. This will be near Cuthbert around 105. That's have other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm that include Fountain Ridge, Goffs Mill, over toward it looks like Carnegie, Coleman, Coles, Martin's Crossroads, Randolph County Airport as well. So a new tornado warning now in play at about 1:30. Got to get in that interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. So again, a new tornado warning popping on up now. Seek shelter immediately from this dangerous thunderstorm, or well, it's not even really a thunderstorm right now. There's no lightning showing up with it. Dangerous tornadic shower maybe. So we'll just have to continue to watch things here. Continue to monitor them. Let's go back toward the west here on this view. around Newville. Around Newville, we still have some rotation in Alabama. Tornado warning continues for Henry in Alabama, but not anymore for Dale. Or we also had another one of the counties, Houston, involved there. They dropped it for them too in Alabama. Some rotation there around Clayton, Alabama. Looks like we went toward you fall over next little bit. We'll have to see if that gets something a little bit more once it gets into word Alabama's line with Georgia there. I know that's in the Birmingham jurisdiction right now, but it'll ultimately be taken over by Tallahassee once it gets into Quitman County. Let's go ahead and go on over here right now. That's spin. Let's see. We need to put in storm motion for this from this morning. Again, this is not the most impressive data. This is a thunderstorm situation here with the same type of velocity. I wouldn't stay on for, but we're required to stay on for tornado situations here right now. And since we already have had a history of tornadoes being produced by spins here that have come up really quickly here to get those circulations to the ground, we're going to have to stick with this here for areas around Coleman and southwestern Georgia. So again, a tornado warning here in play until about 1:30. Again, you don't see much here right now. I mean, gate to gate, only about 30 miles an hour. But you just never know, I suppose, here as we're looking toward this area in southwestern Georgia. But let's just go ahead and, as we stick with this, let's talk about other storms that could develop here into bigger threats. So we have your tornado warning safety tips there. Let's go to the full screen graphic. Let's go ahead and go to the full screen graphic here. And I want to just go over when you have a tornado watch in play, you just want to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts here. And whenever a tornado warning is issued, that means a tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. You got to seek shelter inside a sturdy building there. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So a football helmet also works there. And then putting those shoes on also helpful to make sure you don't cut your feet up in the aftermath of a tornado. So again, let's go ahead and go back on over here to the Doppler. Right now we have this weak spin here, not any lightning showing up, so really a sour that could be capable of producing a tornado. Not that that can't happen. We have had it happen before. It's just that the spin doesn't look all that impressive right now, maybe to really require this tornado warning. But we'll just keep looking at it, keep monitoring the situation. I know off toward the western we have some strong weather for sure that we have to keep paying attention to. This storm here looks like it's standing out a little bit. There east of Clayton in Alabama. Could be an issue later on. But as we look here, this is going in toward areas in Georgia, Randolph County. Some very weak spin here. Maybe trying to produce a tornado possibly around Coleman here. You just never know. As we look toward Coleman, Georgia right now. I know this has been a tricky situation, but this storm here just doesn't really look like it's capable of producing a tornado here at this moment to me, but might be a weaker type landspout situation, not out of the question here. So, you just never know. Let me see if there's other vantage points in the radar, because there's got to be a little bit more justification than what I'm seeing. I do see a TVS up in, that's definitely some strong spin in Russell County, Alabama there, and also in Macon County, Alabama. Let's go to that radar. I'll look at those. I'll look at this down to the south here as well. Those are definitely a lot stronger than what we're seeing in our area right now. But we're just going to have to keep looking at things here. Keep monitoring the situation. Those don't look as strong once you get down closer toward the surface, though. This one here, again, you can't see a lot further up. This one here looks like it could be trying to develop, though, into something on State Road 30 in Barber County, Alabama. And then let's go ahead and go back to our other radar here. Our other radar vantage point here at this point in time. We'll try to catch it on up a little bit as we continue to look at things. We've already kind of get the best vantage points on what's going on. Again, we have this this area of spin here. East of Coleman, only when it's about 30 miles an hour showing up right now. Even on base velocity, I mean, the wind only up to about 30, so not really impressive, but we have a tornado warning in place, so we're required to be on the air right now. I know we'll be watching stuff that could be a lot more dangerous later on, could have stronger tornadoes later on, but this, if it is producing a tornado, it's definitely not a strong tornado. This one right here, it'd be a low-end tornado here for sure on an enhanced Vegeta scale on the F0, maybe an EF1, but right now I'm only getting gate to gate. It adds up to 28 miles an hour worth of wind. This crosses on over US 27 over the next little bit, south of Cuthbert here. We're just going to have to keep watching things, keep tracking them here in the weather center. Again, a nasty situation in terms of all these warnings, but that one right there, we'll just keep our eyes on as we look at stuff in Alabama again. Some more of this stuff will be coming on into the state of Georgia next little bit, and it seems to have a little more wind energy associated with it. You see the storm here east of the radar site. We have some rotation with it. It's a little harder to see because it's right in that blockage area here in the Doppler. It's right on that blockage area that it makes it tough to tell. So don't want to write how it off completely because it may just be in a spot that's being obscured here. As we look back on over toward the east now, again, greens and reds coming together here. East of Coleman, we're talking about winds here that don't look too strong, but again, with the service issues a tornado warning, so we have to be on for it. Let's go ahead and remind you where we're at. In terms of the viewing circle, you can see Randolph County there, within our 62 counties, that there into the top left. Again, got to take shelter here as you're looking with this tornado warning in play. The warning officially goes until 1:30, so you just never know what could happen here. Oh yeah, this is trying to get cut off again. I know it's really tricky here at points in this setup, but it seems like it's trying to get cut off again from the south and west. I mean, there's just spin right there, what's left of it, and then yeah, they should be dropping this here pretty soon. That's getting cut off. I mean, I know it's been trying to for a while, and then it hasn't. We have other storms that got to really watch. I mean, as weak as this one looks here, we could have tornadoes that are stronger later today. I don't mean to just downplay it. And then you think that we're downplaying the whole event because that is not the case here. It's just this individual warning here seems to not be too significant to me, this tornado warning here right now. But we have these other spins here that could become more impressive. Maybe that one somehow kind of gets away from that other area again, or another spin develops in that spot, and we could have stronger tornadoes later today. That is not out of the question, but this one here just is not a strong tornado producing storm here. So that's kind of the storyline with that. Again, we have a little bit of spin there, nothing that's impressive, but we're gonna have to keep looking, keep tracking here. Again, we're just trying to let you guys know what's happening. Let me see if there's any power outages here. Any up-to-date details? I know Georgia 4,352 customers in the dark. Looking towards some of these counties around here, though, Randolph County, we have one customer in the dark right now. I know some of these tornadoes here, unlike what we might see later on, or what we've already seen, these tornadoes here that we're looking at, this one in particular right now, yeah, maybe one where it'd actually be weaker than a severe thunderstorm situation where the winds just aren't very strong enough to get a little spin to the surface. That's possible here. So that's kind of storyline with that. But continuing to watch these off toward the west here. You can see some of our different areas of spin and winds out toward the west. They look a little more impressive to some extent. This area here doesn't look very impressive at all, but we just have to keep watching it, keep tracking it, since we've already had a history of producing tornadoes out of some of these showers and thunderstorms here today. So again, you see this red box still continuing here on the screen. Tornado warning technically remaining in effect till 1:30 here for parts of Randolph County. We're just going to keep looking at things here on the Doppler and see what's happening here. Let's go over to some other metrics here that we have. Let's go to other view. I want to remind you of where the tornado watch is again here. So if we're off for a little bit here, we get a break. At least you know where the threat area is going to be here as we're looking for a little bit. Whenever a tornado watch is issued, that means tornadoes are possible and close to the watch area. As we go back off toward the west, I also want to show you some of this action with thunderstorm watches, and we even have a destructive severe thunderstorm in northeast Texas right now. Some winds to 80 and golf ball size hail possible there. Very impressive storm in toward that part of the country, so something to kind of be mindful of in that regard as we continue to watch things here. You see your STP values or significant tornado parameter values up there. Supercell composites up there as well. Just have to keep looking at things, keep monitoring the situation here for sure. as the timeline does get a little bit later on. So again, on here you don't see rotation set up too much. It still says a little bit of wind shear on our shear rate product per se, but again, nothing that's overwhelming here at this point. Okay, our latest scan's trying to come back a little bit stronger now, so this is just making it a little bit tricky out there today. It's trying to, at least for this one frame, a little stronger. I mean, still not really strong, but more like 50 miles an hour of rotation, which is an increase here. So let's go ahead and go back on over here toward the other view. Again, this will be crossing over US 27 here pretty soon. Areas there in South Georgia. Let's try to tighten back up real quick there. Again, hopefully it'll kind of fall back down in its strength here. We have still that rain accent trying right on the southern side here. Maybe it's somehow able to kind of intensify this a little bit. But again, overall, an odd situation here on this Wednesday, on this June 14th, 2023. Again, you see some greens and reds coming together here on the Doppler radar. This is someone closer to 48 miles an hour still. Maybe not typically what you would get with a tornado warning, but a little bit more impressive than what we were seeing a few moments ago, which was really almost non-existent here in terms of any type of significant rotation. But again, continuing to watch things here in the weather center. Our logo's red because of our threats here that we do have. We're just going to have to keep looking at things here. You can see the greens and reds in play. So make sure you're inside that interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, just trying to let you guys know what's happening here this afternoon. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here as we have this tornado warning in play. You can see these greens and reds trying to come together here on the Doppler algorithm, the greens and the reds there, as this goes ahead and tries to cross over US 27 here in the next few moments. So it'd be best not to be driving there right now. I mean, you already have the heavier downpour accent anyway, but there could be a brief tornado touchdown here in this area as well. So gotta be taking heed of that for sure as we're looking there. And then just continuing to watch things here across the area. I know we have, that's the only warning that's on the board right now, but in the local viewing market. But again, we're just going to keep looking at things here, keep watching the situation at large. You can see here this red box. Again, we have the circulation around Coleman right now, tightening up a little bit, it would seem, based on our latest examination of the greens and reds. Hopefully the next scan will come back down again, though. And I think it did. Yeah, it just came back down again on the latest scan. So let's go ahead and go back over here. You can see how it kind of fell back apart. So one scan tries to get a little bit more organized there, have a little more organization, but now not the case anymore. So that's good news. Got to keep watching it though. It looks like this area spins outside of the tornado warning at this point, so they'll be dropping that one for Henry County here over the next few moments. So that'll be some good news here. You can see west of Eufaula here. Have some stronger weather moving that way. Have some stronger weather moving into ward areas there. Clay and Quitman counties here. Again, it would seem some gusty winds, maybe some spins that try to come together again. So we just have to keep our eyes on the situation. Again, you can see here this area where we read the tornado warning officially. It tried to intensify for about one scan there, maybe two, but really not that much on it. It's coming back apart again. That's good news, obviously, as we continue to watch it, continue to monitor it. Let's go ahead and look back here toward Henry County. You can kind of see some greens and reds here. Nothing overwhelming, but we'll keep watching it. A little bit of greens and reds here as we get toward this area as well, toward Barber County in Alabama. We have a strong little area of spin here off Fort Rucker, at least, further up to the north, but it could be being obscured a little because we're a little bit further away. Let's go to the other radar to see if that's actually trying to come into play there, more toward west central Georgia, outside of our area. We'll kind of see that. So yeah, there's some areas of spin, but they don't look quite as tight out. But this vantage point, again, we still have this red box. We've got to get rid of the other red box here in Alabama, which is some good news here. We'll continue to watch things here in the weather center, but that other red box here did go away. That was in play there, at least for the moment. near the radar site. So we're left with one tornado warning in the country right now. It's for parts of our area. That's what we're staying on. Not seeing the most impressive spin, but we're required to really stay on. We've been on for all these tornado warning storms to move through our area over the last few years. So that's what we're doing right now. We've been on for all tornado warning storms to move through our area here since late 2019. I know it's not the most impressive thing in the world, but we're continuing to watch this here with this storm cell here in parts of Randolph County and Georgia. Again, could have a possible tornado here in toward this area. Unless there's anything new from the Weather Service, bear with me. I know we don't have anything in chat. I just want to see if there's anything that maybe we're missing here that kind of talks about anything that's happening in toward this area. Don't really see anything, but continuing to check here for the latest. I do see there's a new tornado warning outside of our area towards some of that action we're watching toward Chattahoochee and Stewart counties. So we'll go ahead and go up there. I know that's an area here. I know Stewart is technically covered there by some of the Albany TV stations, but we don't cover Stewart County, just so you guys know. We've shown that to you on a covered map before, but nothing new on that tornado warning though for Randolph. But let's see that one while we're on at least up toward the north, because we had that TBS showing from Fort Rucker. Under the other radar wasn't showing it as well, but you can definitely see the spin off of the other radar there at Fort Rucker. It seems like the office in Birmingham decided not to even issue a warning there, which is interesting. But then the office in Peachtree City, Atlanta area issued a tornado warning. So definitely some different types of thoughts here on these storms today. I know Fort Rucker technically would be the closest one, so that's why they're issuing that tornado warning, it would seem. I know, again, we don't cover Stewart County here, just so you guys know. This cell here moving through southern parts of Chattahoochee County over the next little bit more than Stewart anyway, but if we had this situation arise and Stewart was part of our area, we'd have to be on for that anyway, because it's close enough. But this right here is the one we're on for. Let's get back to the storm motion on it. Again, you don't see a lot of greens and reds with it, but occasionally we get a scan and it pops up a little bit more of those. So I guess the Weather Service trying to be extra careful. It seems like more of this rain's building into it. So eventually, I keep saying that, but said eventually cut this off enough where we don't have to worry about it here, and they'll be able to drop the warning. So that'd be some good news. Again, some strong winds are on your follow. That could be a severe thunderstorm warning situation, or I guess a tornado warning situation for Quitman County here over the next little bit. Again, that's different than the community of Quitman there further down in Georgia, but Quitman County, we are right there with them on the edge of our area covering that county. So just so you guys know, but I know that storm here off toward the west doesn't have a tornado possible tag in it or anything, but we'll have to just see what the Weather Service in Tallahassee decides to do with it, whether they issue a thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, or just go with a significant weather advisory like what's in play right now. This storm here is a lot more impressive moving into Georgia, moving from Alabama into Georgia. Again, it's interesting that still right now didn't have a tornado warning on it in Alabama. Birmingham didn't think it was producing here, but it may be trying to produce a debris signature right now, though, in eastern Alabama, maybe on the ground then, in East Alabama, and then moves in toward West Central Georgia here. So, again, nasty situation there. Again, that's not an area assistant. It's a more impressive cell for areas of Chattahoochee and Stewart until about 1:45 at 1 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the Fort Mitchell Activity Center, 12 miles west there. Cassetta there, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So just going to have to continue to monitor things. I know going to keep looking here at all of our different scans. You can see the nasty weather there. Let's see, this Henry County storm now starting to strengthen. So, yeah, you might get a tornado warning for that one now. That moves into toward Georgia and toward our viewing area, so that'd be unfortunate here. Might get a tornado warning as we move in toward Georgia with that one. You see around Haleburg, we're starting to get a little bit of spin there. It's being mentioned in the chat here by a meteorologist. So, again, you can see here it's going up. Yeah, new tornado warning now for that one. They're going to go with a tornado warning on that one until 1:30, it looks like. So a possible tornado here at about 104 is located 9 miles southeast of Abbeville, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So we're talking about areas there, mainly southeastern Henry County, Alabama, south central Clay in Georgia, northwestern Early in Georgia, but it does include the following locations: Sorterville, Haleburg, Barnes, Tumbleton, Hardwickburg, over toward Zito, Hayes, Miller, and Farrell Crossroads. So again, that's a new tornado warning now for parts of the area until 1:30 as well. Again, you see some greens and reds trying to come together here. As you go further up in the tilt, you can kind of see that rotating a little bit better there. So, got to take stock. It just moves in from Alabama to Georgia. Again, watching some different scans here. Watching some different scans. Getting some different updates. Bear with me here. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on this Wednesday afternoons. Again, trying to check all of our different spins here. Go to the between the storm motions that do vary some. Again, this one here seems to have really fallen apart around Randolph. They'll be dropping that soon, I gotta believe. But this one here is starting to become a little more mature now around Haleburg and Henry County. That's why there's a tornado warning in play now until about 1:30 for areas in Alabama of Henry, and then in Georgia of Clay and Early. And that really got a little bit stronger there now. That really got stronger. That may be a developing tornado there. That may be a developing tornado there northwest of Haleburg in Henry County. That'll be moving in toward Georgia here within the next 15 minutes. So this will be crossing over State Road 95 and then getting into toward Georgia here as the timeline continues along here. Again, a nasty situation. You can see these winds on our scans. Gotta take heed, gotta take shelter there. I know other view does kind of show this morning. Technically does include Blakely here, but the worst will probably pass toward the north of them based on our rotation tracker. So we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 in our area. The one that's the most impressive is the cell that's coming out of Alabama right now, moving into Georgia and moving into toward Clay and Early counties in southwestern Georgia. So again, a nasty setup here. Looking at some of our parameters, our STP values here, you can see about 1 there, which is pretty high when you couple that with the instability values that are really high. So now we want to see here on this Wednesday afternoon. So again, seeing these tornado warnings in play, possible tornadoes and the Doppler algorithms being detected here. Again, trying to give you guys the latest. Let's go ahead and show you this view again. Let me go ahead and show you this view. Northwest of Haleburg there. You can see some of those greens and reds coming together. That'll be moving into water area here soon. So again, take shelter if you're there from about Blakely, but really to the north of Blakely seems to be where the biggest threat will be over the next little bit based on this current trajectory that we're tracking. Again, this could be a developing tornado here in southeastern Alabama. Just don't want to mess around here. Again, continuing to watch things. We're at 109 right now, and we have these active tornado warnings in play. The one not too impressive in Georgia, the other about to move out of Alabama and into Georgia. But while it's still in Alabama, we just got a new warning here. Let's catch our breath after I go over this new warning. Quickly catch our breath here. But as we look up toward areas there, Clay County in Georgia, now there's just a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag until 1:45 for areas of Dale, Henry, and then that's in southern Alabama, but in Clay and Georgia. So that'll be an issue there that we'll have to watch. So again, that'll be popping up here shortly. That's for that area right now in Alabama coming into Georgia. As we're looking, that's coming into the picture here over the next little bit. Some gusty winds with that a possibility. Just don't want to be messing around there. In fact, they're talking about severe thunderstorm located 10 miles northwest of Headland, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's kind of the storyline there right now. I know. Let me go ahead and go back on over to other view here. You can see we have these different warnings in play. There's really a bunch going on. Looks like seeing some different areas of spin here that are really concerning here at points, and this one south of your follow. You have to monitor that as well. So, got several areas of concern here this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and go back on over to our other view. You can see the greens and reds coming together here in eastern Alabama. So, again, some of this stuff's still in Alabama that are moving in soon. So, let's catch a breath real quick. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes at 1:15. 4 minutes now, about 1:15 with more information to protect you, your friends, and your family here as we're monitoring this tornado event here on this Wednesday afternoon, June 14th, 2023.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here with us in our 115. That beep right when I just came on there. New tornado warning for Quitman and Randolph now to 2. It's that area in Alabama moving into Georgia around Eufaula. So let's go ahead and go back on over here to our other mode. We're going to see that red box here on this in just a sec. It was just starting to pop up on the other screen, but I want to analyze this for you guys a little bit more. To hear a little bit of rain accident in North Central Florida phone where I'm at around Stark, but this right here is a really tight circulation here, it would seem, in eastern Alabama, moving in towards South Georgia here right now. So you got to take shelter. It looks like about 1:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Eufaula pretty much. Moving east at 35 miles an hour. So a new tornado warning now until 2 o'clock. Got to get as many bullets between you and the outside as possible here. This is a little bit tighter than what we've been seeing over the last little bit in our area. Again, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Eufaula, moving east at 35 miles an hour. That's tornado warning for northwestern Randolph as well as Quitman counties until about 2. So Georgetown around 1:20. That's when you guys could be impacted there. We also have Wire Bridge, Hatcher, White House, Crossroads, Benevolence, and Wade's here in this warning as well. So just got to be taking those tornado precautions here at this point in time. Looking at a storm motion, tracking the tornado warning, you see it. It's going to be close to Georgetown here in a moment. And we're now being told this is a tornado on the ground. Okay, yep. There's your debris signature, folks. And there's not even a tornado warning. Okay, they just issued it in Alabama as well. But it's a confirmed tornado actually over there. In eastern Alabama, you see our debris signature that's right there along US 431. It's about to cross here from Alabama into Georgia. You can see it's about to cross over the water here, and then it'll be a water spout for a bit, but then it'll be back over land as a tornado if it's still continuing here. But again, this is a tornado in progress here in Barber County, Alabama, moving in toward Quitman and Randolph in Georgia here. So again, a tornado warning, folks. A tornado in progress here in eastern Alabama, moving in toward our covered area, Quitman and Randolph. Another tornado warning just coming down now. So let's go ahead and zoom back out. This is going to be a tornado warning for looks like Dale, Henry, and Northern Alabama, but early in Georgia. It's for this spin. You saw that TVS pop up. Tornado vortex signatures. So now we have just several tornado warnings, at least in toward our western areas. Let me count. It looks like we have 5 tornado warnings here, including portions of our area now, which is really, really unusual and pretty much unprecedented outside of a tropical system that I can ever remember for the month of June. So again, 5 tornado warnings now across our area. Gotta be taken steps. Actually, let me continue to check this here again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, make that 4 because that 1 toward the north there is just outside of our area. I know it gets a little bit confusing at times, but nonetheless here 1, 2, 3, 4 because this 5th one is outside of the market. But so 4 tornado warnings in our area all at one time. Still a big deal though. Still a big deal here. You can see this one possible tornado on Headland moving out of Alabama into Georgia. This one right near the state line. It looks like it's tightening up a little bit here. This is right there northeast of Haleburg. So a tornado warning including Clay and Early counties in Georgia at 1:30. You see this spin here southeast of Cuthbert. We've been watching for a while. And then this one right here is a confirmed tornado moving into toward Georgia here. Into Georgia, damaging tornado in progress here in Eufaula's vicinity. Let's check here the geography. Yeah, it's hitting some buildings here, folks, in Alabama, and it's about to cross over. You see, this is what it's hitting. This area right in there, that blue is right over some buildings, maybe some businesses here, maybe some homes. So not what you want to see here. This crosses toward Georgetown. In the next few moments, a tornado on the ground. Necessarily not going to be crossing over a roadway for a few moments, so maybe we'll get lucky and diminish here over this body of water. But if it doesn't diminish over this as we go from the central to the eastern time zone, then we're going to have potentially some problems here. in Quitman County. So again, a confirmed tornado here. You see the debris being brought on up here. The debris being brought on up here on our debris tracker. Let me go ahead and go back on out a little bit. Again, a dangerous situation this afternoon with several tornado warnings in play. We're going to go ahead and go back on over here. You can see all these different boxes. Again, the purple boxes indicate a confirmed tornado, though, and that's what we're dealing with as we're moving out of Barber County, Alabama, and into Quitman and Randolph in Georgia. So again, a tornado in progress here. Gotta get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in toward this area. Again, a dangerous situation here as we're looking right now. You can just kind of see what we're talking about here with this threat of this tornado that's moving on in. Again, take those tornado precautions. Let's go ahead and go over those here real quick. We'll go ahead and go over what you need to do in a tornado situation as we're getting some new radar scans in. But a tornado warning means you need to seek shelter into that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So again, a nasty situation here right now. The latest scan, a little bit weaker in the circulation, it would seem, but looks like the debris is still being lofted to some degree, and maybe more of this what we just had picked up. Maybe it's already gone back up in the clouds for now. That'd be good news, but you can't take any chances here. As we're getting now, this spin just moves over into toward Georgia now, in the Quitman and Randolph's vicinity. Right now, it's in Quitman, eventually be in Randolph, though. As we look later on in toward the timeline, I know there's several warnings, all kind of put together here, intermingled here, I guess you could say. So again, just have to continue to watch things, trying to get you guys the latest updates here in the Weather Center. We're trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening here. We're trying to give you the latest details on what's going on. Let's go ahead and go to our C-rate product here. Again, you'll be able to see what's happening. We'll go ahead and kind of go over some of these. I know this might kind of underdo it in some cases because we're being blocked here by the radar beam to some extent. But northwest of Blakely, we have a spin here. We have that spin. Looks like it might be tightening up southeast of Cuthbert. I'll have to look at it. And then we have this area south of Eufaula moving on in toward Georgia here as well. So again, we have 4 tornado warnings in our area. That 5th one there is outside, and we have a 6th one there outside of the area as well. So it's kind of storyline right now, but you can kind of see here. This one outside of the area is pretty impressive. We'll show it to you real quick in southern Chattahoochee County, but then you have this area here coming on in toward Georgia. You have this area spin southeast of Cuthbert. It's tightened up a little. It's nothing overwhelming in nature that's showing on the radar scans, but still got to be careful here. Then we have areas here northwest of Blakely. We have that spin there, it seems. Got to take shelter. We have another spin down here, closer to Headland, it would look like. So again, that's in Alabama, but still some of these moving into water covered area right along this boundary of the region here today. Definitely interesting here. Let me go ahead and just continue to watch things, continue to effort the latest information here in the Weather Center. So we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here this afternoon. And it could be a busy, busy day here, not just the afternoon hours, but evening, and in the overnight, and in tomorrow, and into Friday we could have more storms. Saturday, more storms. The tornado threat will ultimately drop off as we get into word tomorrow and Friday, but we'll have still severe weather potential around. But right now, the tornado threat is really top of mind here, the task at hand. And you can see our instability. You can see our tornado parameters. So again, just trying to give you guys the latest here, trying to give you guys updates. We're hearing more beeps, and that's for another tornado warning now. This is going to be for areas there of Calhoun, Clay, and Early until 2:15 at 1:24. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located even northwest of Blakely, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So again, a new tornado warning now until about 2:15 here. And there's your new box. You can see us for this area down here. Ooh, that's really tightening up. Let's get over there. Let's get over to other vantage point that's northwest of Blakely again, as we were indicating. Let me do a storm track on that, and we'll try to help you guys out a little bit. We'll try to help you guys out. There's your green and red coming together there. It's about to cross over State Road 39 pretty soon. And toward this area. And toward this area of Early County. So again, a nasty situation here right now. With all these storms trying to come together on us. Dangerous afternoon for sure. Started off here late morning, and this dangerous period just continues. You can see all of our alerts that are in play right now. And let me see here. So that looks like it would make now. It would make 5 and 6 tornado warnings in play across the region here, covering portions of our area. So that does get us that 5 number now of tornado warnings that are currently in play across some portion of our area. So very impressive here. Let's go ahead and go back on over. You can see northwest of Blakely. There we have that spin. Again, these are just all coming together at once. Some of them, I mean, crossing over each other here at this point, but a bunch of different spins that we're seeing. So a nasty situation here for sure. A nasty situation for sure. We're just trying to update you guys here. And I'm just going to go ahead and check some more information here in the Weather Center right now. I'm getting more beeps. So we're going to go ahead and now have a continuation, another beep here. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. So let me see what we got. So continuing the tornado warning there for Henry and early until 2 at 1:25. It's severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Headland, going east at 45 miles an hour. And then a severe thunderstorm warning continues for areas of Henry and Clay until 1:45. And they canceled out Dale in Alabama. So that's the latest on that area as we're looking further on off here a bit. Hopefully, I mean, this is a hope here. It may not happen, but it does a lot of times when you have these storms get so close together like this. Eventually, they're gonna, and we have more stability than we generally ever have during like a wintertime event when you have a high shear, low cape type events here. I mean, here we're having a bunch of shear, and then you have just excessive energy. So it may not happen. We might have enough energy to keep these storms kind of going. But with these in such close proximity, you would think they would try to disrupt each other, and eventually, maybe it turns more into a squall line then, or maybe we just get these storm cells to kind of weaken on down to some extent. Probably more like a squall line would seem possible this time of year here. They would still maintain their strength, so maybe just not be able to spin like they are, because this is not good, folks. Having this many storms spinning, this is very unusual. I mean, we don't even get this that often here in your wintertime events or your springtime events here at this point, having this many warnings here just all jumbled up. All these different areas of possible tornadic activity that we're having to keep tabs on here right now. So, and being so close to the radar, actually we have beam blockage, which sometimes when you're real close to the radar, it's helpful, but we're not in the greatest spot here. I can go up into tilt a little, and you see that rotation around Headland now. And then you have this rotation here northwest of Blakely. And then you have areas there in Georgia. This is that one east of Cuthbert. It's moving away. Hopefully they don't issue a new warning for that, but we'll see. And in this area here, let me see how it looks on the storm motion. It looks like it's kind of falling apart here once it's gotten into Georgia here for now. So maybe we'll get lucky with some of these, and if these keep coming together like they are, that should help to disrupt some of these spins, but could end up becoming more of a straight line wind situation. We'll see. That would kind of make sense, but we'll just have to wait and see here in this type of setup. I know that looks like some pretty strong wind there as we're looking north of Blakely right now. Going to be crossing over US 27 here pretty soon. Bluffton to Bancroft there. You want to take your tornado precautions. Again, interior room away from windows here. We'll go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit, and we just got a little bit of a reset here at 1:30. So I've added this up. You can see some of the alerts here kind of sifting around on us here, and even more so now as those are kind of changing around here at that 130 benchmark in our system, and we're getting new updates. So they're going to continue the one for Quitman and Randolph at 130. Super thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Georgetown, wind east at 50 miles an hour. So again, a nasty situation there. I'm gonna just want to go ahead and get you guys into shelter there as we're looking toward Quitman and Randolph here. Again, this was a tornado producer earlier. Excuse me here as we continue along. This was a tornado producer earlier. Rotation's weakened some, but still strong enough to keep the tornado warning. That area there that was getting close to Cuthbert right now didn't have a tornado warning. It was not the most impressive thing we've been tracking. It's kind of right now messy here and there, so I wouldn't think that would produce a tornado. This one here, though, kind of out by itself a little bit. You can see all that spin here north of Blakely. And then we have here east of Headland. You can see some greens and reds trying to come together as well. This is that severe thunderstorm warning here. Let's see what we have as I go higher up maybe. You can kind of see we have some stronger winds higher up there. That may be trying to get down toward the surface. It's just being blocked a little by the beam. That's we're not seeing on the lower tilt. But again, going to go ahead and zoom back on out now. So we currently have, as I count this here, we have 3 tornado warnings for parts of our area, plus a super thunderstorm warning. And then as we break down the times, so the 2 red ones at the bottom, the radar indicated ones, they haven't been confirmed at any point here. 2 o'clock for areas of Early and Georgia, Henry, and Alabama. 2:15 for Clay, Calhoun, and Early in Georgia. And then the tornado warning that had the confirmation at point until 2 for parts of Randolph and Quitman. And then this yellow box here goes until about 1:45. Henry and Alabama, but Clay and Georgia. So, again, still pretty busy picture. In toward our area, that one does clip Stewart, not in our area, that was Stewart or Chattahoochee in my area. That goes to 1:45. Possible tornado up there, a little bit more intense. Some of that action up there earlier on, it seemed, but things can kind of intensify on us, and then really kind of weaken back down. But here's our area. Stuff's really more confined towards southwest Georgia in our viewing circle right now, with this action here that's more potent in nature. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on this Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, and you can see here just some of the different platforms we have in terms of our live coverage methods here. You have Facebook, Casey Cloud Everyday Action, Cloud Weather, Twitter at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And then you also have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, and an auto alert. That's a good informational source there. Cloud_WX on Twitter, and you have the website where you can go to Interactive Radar on the Radar tab. So, again, just continuing to watch things here. You can see this spin here east of Headland. You have this spin here on our Doppler technology. You have this spin here north of Blakely. We're just going to have to keep looking at it. You can see all this wind energy showing up right near State 39 now until about 50 in that area here. Now, some of this stuff you might think is debris, but this mostly, if not all of this, is really just going to be a pattern here, a situation where you have inflow into this. So, again, interesting situation here. Just making notes about some different things here in the Weather Center this afternoon. So bear with me here. Again, currently we have 4 local warnings, 3 tornado warnings here, and a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like 2 of the cells of the action here are still back in Alabama, but then this one and this one are in Georgia in our area right now. So let's go ahead and see what we got. Let's go ahead and see what we got. The storm motion on this, it doesn't look all that tight here. We're going to keep on watching this area, though. It's going to be a issue here maybe as we get toward benevolence over the next little bit. And then ultimately, though, that could, if it kind of takes a track our system's saying it will, then maybe that'll get out of our covered area, because Stewart and Webster are not in our area. They're still kind of covered by Albany, though. Some of the TV stations over there, but we don't cover Stewart and Webster, just so you guys know here at home. We cover Quitman. We cover, obviously, areas of Randolph County there as well. But this warning goes to 2, but it seems like it may be headed on a trajectory that takes it out of our area before 2 o'clock. Getting back down toward the south here now. You can see some spin on our view here. Doesn't look like a lot of really tight rotation, but it looks like quite a bit of strong wind in here. As we're looking closer toward areas there that are neighboring US 27 there. As you see Bancroft and Bluffton on the map. We have that little hook though, which is cause for concern. We continue to shift things around here. I'm going to go back up in our tilt a little. Kind of help me out a little bit more here. I'm shifting around here, so bear with me. So again, just trying to get an idea of what's going on. You can see again the threats here that we're dealing with. And let me zoom back out a little bit. I know we have just a scatter in here, these isolated cells, which is really something you never ever see here outside. Maybe a tropical setup, you can kind of get this, but it's a little bit different in this. This is something you get here maybe in January or March or April, but you don't ever see this. This is June. It's almost unthinkable here, folks, to see something like this in June, but it's happening, and that's what we're dealing with right now. So again, let's go ahead and get back on in here. Okay, it looks like a meteorologist thinks there may be some debris on the northern Early County storm west of US 27. Let me see here. Let's see. I mean, oh, maybe you're right because beforehand it was showing up more as just inflow, but now I think it may be actually debris. I think he's onto something here, Matthew Wine. And just like that, I think it actually went away. But I'll show it to you guys here. This last scan here. Showing a little bit of something. It's not that tight of rotation, but it looks like that probably would have been some type of debris. I mean, it's an interesting spot. I don't know if you can guarantee it was, but that's in a good spot. That's in a decent spot there. So, I mean, it had the inflow. A lot of this is just inflow here. Back this up one more scan, you can kind of see it start to come. Maybe a couple scans. Let's see. That's interesting. I mean, I didn't see it. Weather Service didn't really see it either. It didn't seem like. So that's interesting, but this is a lot of inflow in that one area there, and they're asking about it. Looks like it could have been something there with a debris signature. So a tricky storm here as we're looking in southwestern Georgia as we're getting this storm cell to track closer toward US 27 over the next little bit here. So you just got to be kind of mindful of that here this afternoon. Again, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. They're saying not for certain. It doesn't fully match up with the velocity reflectivity signature. So, I mean, I think you could argue either way there. It was really a tricky situation. I mean, I didn't really see it initially. And, I mean, looking at it again, I kind of would lean toward it being something. But I agree with them not going radar confirmed because you really would want to be pretty certain it's something there. If that was a debris signature, it was pretty interesting. But I gotta keep watching things. So you see west and south of Haleburg right now. You have some spin there, some spin here north of Blakely. Again, continuing to watch things there. Some of these straight line winds up a little stronger in this mode at this moment anyway. North of Blakely, seeing winds maybe closer to 60 miles an hour. Again, this warning here for parts of Quitman and Randolph doesn't look quite as impressive here. We'll keep watching. These definitely look like they have more wind with them than there a few moments ago, though. That could be what we're transitioning to here at points. Maybe more of a wind threat than a tornado threat at points. Not the whole time. Not with every storm, but just with these becoming a little closer together here in nature and becoming a little more linear, maybe. That could be trying to take place. I mean, they're still pretty discreet looking, but just in general here. So, again, gonna continue to watch things here in the Weather Center, trying to give you guys the latest updates. Trying to give you the latest updates here to protect you, your friends, and your family on this Wednesday afternoon, on this June 14th here, 2023. We're just trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening here and relay it to you guys, the viewer at home. So we're gonna be on for a couple of hours pretty much now. So been on for a while. Okay, they're going to go ahead and drop one of these warnings now. They're canceling out equipment in Randolph, so that's that area to the north. That they're canceling that area toward the north there. And now I see a storm near Cuthbert, though. That's the south, further down in Randolph. Let's see what it's doing. It looks like it's trying to get a little bit more organized now. Some things may be trying to squeeze together here. We'll see. They're saying they're seeing a surge in the outbound velocity in Southern Henry, which could lead to a spin up shortly. Okay, so Southern Henry. So we're looking down here. Maybe a quick spin up here soon. We'll see. This area here, though, in Georgia, looks like it's trying to intensify as we're getting over here. Let me see. Let me put it on right storm motion. That could change things a little, but no, it looks like it's still moving toward US 27. There might be about to produce a tornado. Got to take shelter here on US 27. This is a little more impressive than we've seen here with most of the storms today. So this is about to cross US 27, and it could be producing a tornado when it does so here, folks. So again, a nasty situation here right now. That's why we have this tornado warning for areas there of Calhoun, Clay, and Early counties here until about 2:15 this afternoon. Again, looking back toward the south and west here. I know we're getting some different updates, and they're continuing the tornado warning for Henry and Early, canceling out, as we mentioned a moment ago, the other warning equipment in Randolph. But Clay County, we have a tornado warning, but then let's have the tornado warning for Henry and Early, which is this one right here. This is an area right here we're watching. This almost looks like it's wanting to become more of a linear event here eventually, but it may produce a tornado before it does so. It makes it transition here. So it seems like it's wanting to go a little bit more from north to south, though, but definitely could still produce a tornado. And this looks like the hail side may be coming up a little bit here, too, with this as this moves on in. As this moves on in toward Georgia, you can see the storms here. This one looks like it's trying to almost feed off the other one, for at least for a few moments, before maybe it tries to dive back down and weaken down some in its overall intensity on the rotation. But again, I continue to watch things. This is a one-man band here, but I'm doing the best I can to keep you guys safe and informed here on this Wednesday afternoon, on this June 14th, 2023 here in the Weather Center. So again, we have these different alerts here that are in play. We have the tornado watch until 7. We haven't had time to separately post that or anything because we've just been on with this special coverage here for about 2 hours now with the tornado warnings really not stopping except for a few moments there within these last couple of hours. But I know you can get some of the auto alerts there, Cloud_WX on Twitter if you want to see some of this stuff in a little bit different form. That's Cloud_WX on Twitter, giving us those automated alerts there so you can kind of read the statements. Trying to do the best I can, keeping up, but occasionally there could be something here that we kind of brush on over a bit. But you see some weak rotations, some of these little discrete storms in southeast Georgia. I mean, maybe later on they mature a little bit here as we get some more heating in the day, but the parameters for the rotation are not near as high down here. I mean, you go to supercell composite, you see some northeast of Fargo, but what I'm looking at is significant tornado parameter. I'm not saying this one here north of Fargo couldn't get one, or these parameters kind of spread on in later to some of the stuff toward the east, but overall, it seems like the bigger throw would definitely be back here where we have these numbers instead of 0.22 or 0.28 or something for your tornado parameters. Instead, we're closer to about 1 or even 2 in some of these red zones here, which and 2.5 I'm seeing as we get back in Alabama some, which is more favorable for producing tornadic weather. So again, I'm just continuing to watch things here. I know 2-inch size hail here showing up now in Alabama, moving into Georgia. So not this may be a tornado threat now, but a hail threat is becoming a little more prominent. So these storms in general are kind of strengthening, which is intriguing here. And when I mean strengthening, it doesn't mean maybe the tornado potential here in terms of just something overwhelming is strengthening here at the moment. Now, if we keep getting these winds to go up and then we get a spin to come back together, then that could happen. I mean, we do have a chance of some strong tornadoes today, believe it or not, in June. But Right now, it seems like these winds are a little more diffuse as we just got that update at 1:44 and that tornado warning for areas of Clay County in Georgia, Calhoun in Georgia, and Early in Georgia. At 1:44, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles west of Arlington or 8 miles northeast of Blakely, moving east at 35 miles an hour. We're talking about this dangerous storm here, the one to the east. Will be near Edison at around 1:55 and Arlington around 2 o'clock. Other locations included in this warning include Commissary Hill, Terman, Parksville, Farrell Crossroads, Bluffton, and just kind of those surrounding regions there. But I know that somewhere around Cuthbert probably needs some type of warning. Maybe a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, or maybe just a straight up tornado warning. We'll see, but it'll probably need something here pretty soon. That updraft there seems to be a little bit more pronounced in some of our different modes. Seeing some GDR values indicate some upscale growth of that. So, got to be mindful here. Got to be taking those precautions. So, let's go ahead and go back to our other source. Bouncing back and forth. Look at all that wind on that storm here to the east. I mean, even if there's not a tornado here, that's some really strong wind there. As we're looking just east of US 27 now, or maybe, I mean, with the spin, it could still be closer, but I mean, again, this stuff doesn't look like it's as organized for tornadoes in some ways, but more organized for hail and wind here at this point. So, interesting, but that can happen in this setup for sure. And we'll just have to keep watching this one here. Doesn't mean it couldn't, and these couldn't drop tornadoes. We just got a new warning now for areas of Lee, Randolph, and Terrell until 2:30. It's a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust here based on radar indications, and hail at about 1.25 inches in diameter. So let me go ahead and see, guys, that it may pop up on here. But okay, here we go. You can see that new warning there. It's that area there southeast of Cuthbert. We're talking about a severe thunderstorm located over Selman or 8 miles east of Cuthbert, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Dawson, Leesburg, Albany, Selman, Smithville, Sasser, over toward Brownwood, Forester, Palmyra, Clark's Mill, Dawson, Municipal Airport, Oliver's Mill, Martin's Crossroads, Bridges Crossroad, Century, Herald, and Jordan Place. So again, a new severe thunderstorm warning now until about 2:30 for areas of Randolph, Lee, and Terrell counties. We have these tornado warnings toward the south and west, though. These spins up pretty tight, even if maybe those aren't necessarily getting down to the surface in the form of tornadoes. But again, so latest updates here are continuing to stream on in. Trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family this afternoon. Again, I'm trying to let you guys know exactly what is happening here on our Doppler radar scans. I want to go ahead and go up here again. You can see that wind around Selman. Definitely some stronger wind here. Moving towards some of those different areas. That's something we could be watching for a while possibly here. That storm and its tracks. Just trying to see what we're getting in right now. Again, thanks so much for tuning in, trusting me here on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, trying to let you guys know exactly what's happening on this very dangerous weather situation. We're trying just to give you guys all the important details that you need here. There's a lot happening, so just a one-man band, but trying to make sure everything is going good right now with our streams. Just want to make sure they're all coming through here since we don't have much time to really check things otherwise. So just want to make sure that you guys are getting the very latest here. And you're really able to take heed of what's going on here. It's live right now on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. It's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, and all about protecting your family. So again, let's just see what we have here right now. Again, you see around Haleburg, we have some really nasty weather moving into Georgia here. And that would consist of Early County in Georgia. This here, a threat toward Calhoun, Clay, and Early counties here in Georgia. This here is a thunderstorm warning for areas of Lee, Randolph, and Terrell. So those are the three warnings in our area right now. We have more discrete storms back out west that could rotate and or produce some gusty winds or maybe larger hail later on. So just got to be aware of that. Let's look down here. I know we have some different spins we'll have to keep our eyes on here. we'll have to keep our eyes on. We're just going to keep monitoring things here in the Weather Center, giving you guys the very latest. Nothing right now too impressive. The parameters aren't as high down there. As we look back toward the north and west out, we're just trying to let you guys know what's happening. I know, trying to give you guys the very latest details here on our weather situation. I'm going to go ahead and kind of zoom around here a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and see the infrared satellite here. That's the cloud tops. Of course, our policy to stay on for these tornado warning storms when they're in our area. That's why we're sticking with these, even though some of them are in more rural areas. We're staying on. We're taking quick breaks occasionally, but in general, keeping the stream going here. That's what we've done for all tornado warning storms since like 2019 in terms of them moving through our covered area, the circulations. As we're being told of a tornado warning now way out of our area, but something that is confirmed on the ground now. Let's get over here south of Texarkana. This is a confirmed tornado there, located near Queen City or 7 miles north of Atlanta there in the Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas region, the Arklatex region there. Possible tornado really now touching down toward the surface based on radar as the radar confirmed tornado then, so no longer just possible, but it seems like it actually is in progress. So, again, that's the storyline there. Let's get back. You see how this accent here to the north tornado watch is in play as we're looking, but not getting the warnings like we are down toward the south here. So that's kind of intriguing to see. But we'll just have to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. I'm just trying to for the latest details on what's happening here. We're going to go ahead and go on over here right now towards some other modes. Again, you can see here our tornado warnings on the board right now. The one here west of Blakely. And so moving toward Blakely here over the next little bit. So they might have to issue a new warning. Blakely operating under a warning right now, but they'll probably at least be under a thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning here in short order. So just giving you guys a heads up there. This area here is going to be moving close to Arlington, but eventually maybe closer toward Leary here. So got to keep watching things as we're tracking it and tracking the situation at large. So again, you see that spin there, those greens and reds there coming together on the Doppler radar. Again, don't see any debris with that. Let's go back to this area here. Let me go ahead and get back down here now and see what's going on. So let's go ahead and do this and check for any type of debris. It's really hard to discern there. I kind of doubt it, but especially that structure that's a little bit more north to south. But we'll just have to keep watching and keep tracking here in the Weather Center. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now impacting parts of the area. One for areas of Henry outside of it, but early inside. And then the other tornado warning for parts of Clay, Calhoun, and early. The one to the west goes until 2. The east one goes to 2:15 Eastern. The severe thunderstorm warning goes until about 2:30 there for areas of Lee, Randolph, and Terrell. So again, that area there is including areas around Dawson, also Leesburg, Albany, Selman, Smithville, Sasser. Kind of get the idea. I mean, the worst may go north of Albany proper, but still stronger weather there could get upgraded to a tornado warning if it intensifies. We'll just have to wait and see. We're continuing to give you guys the latest information this afternoon. Again, these spins here on the Doppler radar pretty tight, but nothing confirmed at the moment, which is some good news. So we're just going to keep watching things, keep tracking things here in the Weather Center. We're 154 right now. Let me go ahead and go to the broad perspective real quick again. We're just continuing to watch things. It's a one-man band. So I'm just going to take a quick break here. If we get something we need to jump back in for before 2 o'clock, we will. But otherwise, I'll be back here at 2 o'clock to continue our tornado warning coverage. We're not going anywhere. Just taking a quick break to catch my breath here. It's just one on for this long, and these are not in the most populated areas here. We could have a situation later where we're in the most populated areas with tornado warnings that are even more dangerous looking. So don't want to be completely out of breath here by the time we get to situations like that here, maybe later on in the afternoon or evening. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, but if we get something like a tornado on the ground or something like that, that's really more pertinent here. I will jump back in immediately. So back in 5 minutes. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in Northern Center at the top of the hour. A new tornado warning being issued now for the Blakely area. Need to get folks into shelter around Blakely here. This could be a tornadic situation for you guys there in toward that area in Early County. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back in. Just wanting to let you guys know we don't have any warnings in Florida right now or any watches, though. That's kind of why we're sticking with that broad view just for a moment as we're getting even more beeps here in the Weather Center right now. That's a cancellation of one of the tornado warning areas, but a continuation of another part of it, which we'll go over in a moment. But we're zoomed right into Blakely right now because of a possible tornado moving into toward town here in the next few moments. If not a tornado, at least some stronger wind here moving in toward Blakely right now. So a nasty situation for you guys around Blakely. You need to be in that interior room away from windows right now here in Blakely. Even if there's not a tornado, we have some strong wind moving on into town here. Moving on into town. Nothing's confirmed on the ground, but again, a tornado warning for the Blakely area here this afternoon. Again, you're looking at all of our different tools that we have at our disposal here in the Weather Center. Now, this circulation looks a little tighter now to the north here, north of Arlington, Georgia. They just canceled out a tornado warning area that was covered by this polygon of Clay and Early, but they're continuing it for Calhoun. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here in the Weather Center. I'm efforting some of the latest details here. We're trying to give you guys the latest updates. You can see here that hook on this storm. I feel like this could be an imminent tornado producer, maybe producing right now. That looks like it's on the ground. That looks like it is in progress now, folks. That looks like a tornado that's in progress here. They'll probably call this radar confirmed in just a moment. This is in parts here of Calhoun County, Georgia, and it's moving there eventually. This could be a threat now toward Albany, it looks like. So this could be a threat toward Albany proper here over the next little bit. So this looks like about the tightest circulation we've seen all day. I think that's a debris signature beginning. It looks like a debris signature beginning here, folks. Need to be in shelter immediately in this area. I mean, that looks like a boundary weak echo region to some degree anyway, but even if that's not, I mean, that is green and red coming together. That's about 40, and that's about 50. That's winds to 90 miles an hour, folks. This is a tornado in progress. I think north of Arlington, Georgia, and Calhoun County. Get in that interior room. Get away from windows. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. It's about the most impressive one we've seen all day here within our area because I think this debris signature is going to really pop out at us in the next scan. That's what I'm anticipating here. The next scan here coming in this moment. And we could start to see some blues indicative of more dense here debris, more debris in general. So again, a dangerous situation in Calhoun County, Georgia right now. This could be and probably is a tornado in progress. A tornado likely in progress here in Calhoun County. Let's go ahead and go over those tornado safety tips once again. We'll go ahead and put them on the screen here. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet or football helmet here. Make sure those shoes are on in the aftermath of a tornado here as well because you don't want to cut your feet up if you're leaving your tornado safe spot with the broken glass that could be around. So again, a tornado likely in progress here in Calhoun County, Georgia. Gotta take those tornado precautions. Again, we're looking right now here at the debris tracker, our tornado debris detection tracker. And now we're going to go ahead and just remind you of where Calhoun County is, west of Doherty County. And then just continuing to look at things. I want to see you guys the mapping. Looks like here it's a little more rural than it is in terms of any type of major population, but that could change. It would change if this got into Albany later on. Okay, that latest scan coming in is not quite as definitive as I thought it would be, which is some good news, but it still does seem to show a little bit of debris possibly here. It looks like there could still be a little bit of debris. That still looks really impressive, that hook on this storm. It looks like we could still be seeing a tornado producer out of this. Gotta be really careful here. Gotta be really careful. I know around Blakely that hook is seemingly tightening up a little bit. on that back side. They're moving right into Blakely now. There's that wind out ahead pretty strong, but this looks like it could be where we could have a tornado here, folks. Could have a tornado here moving in toward Blakely proper now. So you gotta get in that tornado safe spot. You see that little backward C shape there, moving in toward Blakely. So we don't have a confirmed tornado with this. It doesn't seem at this point. A lot of inflow though, but that's what that blue is, by the way. This is not tornado debris. It's not co-located or anything with the circulation, but a lot of inflow here in toward this area. So we'll just have to keep looking at it, keep monitoring things. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings in our area, 1 severe thunderstorm warning, a severe thunderstorm warning including areas there toward Terrell County as well as Randolph and Lee until about 2:30. A severe thunderstorm there located over Selman at 146 about 8 miles east of Cuthbert, moving east at 40. This one right here has a hook though. This storm, again, in Calhoun County, I know those kids maybe out of school here for the summer, you're at home watching me or finding out about this tornado warning. You really want to make sure you're taking heed of this right now, getting that safe spot. We don't generally have tornadoes like this here during summer vacation months in our area, or at least that potential for a tornado like this. So you gotta get in and steer them away from windows. This is not a tropical setup like we generally have here. This is a very unusual situation. You got to take heed of it here right now in toward Calhoun County. You just don't want to mess around. I mean, sometimes you get stuff like this during winter vacation, but not really summer vacation for those children out there that might be watching. But again, you can see 37 miles an hour worth of wind one way, 22 the other way. You can kind of see here that spin, that C safe. Again, around Blakely, we're seeing the same thing here. The spin's not quite as tight, but it's right over town. Okay, new tornado warning now coming, and this has been issued for areas of Baker in Georgia, Calhoun in Georgia, and Dougherty County. So, again, a new tornado warning now including Dougherty County. Does not include Albany yet, though. We'll have to keep watching things. I know it's a crazy pattern that we're in. Really tight spin sewing up on our serrate product here. Our serrate product, you can see southwest of Morgan there. We have some tight spin there on our Doppler radar technology. So again, a new tornado warning now, including parts of Dougherty, Baker, and Calhoun until 2:45. At 2:07, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Morgan, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This storm will be near Morgan around 2:15 and Leary around 2:25. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Commissary Hill, Terman, Red Store Crossroads, Walker, Bermuda, Holt, and Ducker. So again, you see that spin here on the Doppler radar, southwest of Morgan, south of Dickey, northeast of Arlington. Gotta get an interior room away from windows if you're in the path of this. Around Blakely, we have a spin right over town here. Gotta be inside around Blakely in case the tornado drops out of this there over Blakely. So again, nasty situation here. Gotta be taken shelter from this threat here. Definitely looks like a debris signature on our mode now in the other storm there that we were tracking. It's moving ultimately toward Dougherty County later on. Let's go back over here. That looks like some debris. Looks like there's some debris here. That blue is indicative of some stronger wind here for sure. And then you can just see here, it looks like it's some type of debris. I know it's not completely aligned, but may actually be a tornado more like right over here. And then that debris would be better aligned. So, gotta kind of keep our eyes on this situation here in toward this area. Again, a possible and not likely tornado here in Calhoun County, Georgia right now. And that's the county west of Dougherty County, where the city of Albany lies. And you can see Baker County, Georgia here under this threat as well. So, a nasty situation here. Gotta be taking shelter. Getting an interior room away from windows. 58 mile an hour winds, at least showing up wind to base velocity, but storm relative velocities here showing winds that could be even a little bit stronger than that, with the opposing directions here showing that. Again, getting the interior room away from windows. We'll go ahead and zoom back out. Again, a tornado warning here in play. You can see that spin, that backward C shape here on the Doppler. See that backward C shape there in the Doppler around Blakely as well. You just got to be taking shelter here in toward this area. I mean, really, I guess you could just say more of a C shape than backward C, but you get what I mean here, a hook shape on this. So, again, gonna keep watching things here, keep tracking them for you guys this afternoon. Again, you want to be in the interior room away from windows here. I know this storm here looks like it keeps wanting to produce something here if it's not producing already. So gotta take heed of that. Gotta continue to monitor that here around Blakely here too. Some pretty tight rotation around Blakely. Just continuing to watch things here on the Doppler. Trying to give you guys the very latest here. Here's your latest scan. Checking for any debris. That might be a little bit of a debris signature there. That looks like it's trying to develop a debris signature possibly. Really want to find hook on this. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Again, multiple tornado warnings in effect here at this hour. I'm just trying to check some things here on our Doppler technology right now. We're trying to give you guys the very latest here. That's a one-man band. I'm trying to effort all the latest details for you guys there at home on this tornadic situation. Again, we're just trying to give you guys all the important details here that you need to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, continuing to watch things. Okay, so they're continuing tornado warning for Early County. A possible tornado still near Blakely there as of 2:11. Moving east at 30 miles an hour. So, moving east at 30 miles an hour. A possible tornado around Blakely. Gotta get inside your interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here in toward this area. So, nasty situation. Let's go ahead and go back on over here toward our other mode. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed here this afternoon. And we have stuff even off toward the north and west and just all over the place here, folks. And I know we have a destructive storm even in East Mississippi. We're talking about maybe baseball-sized hail towards South Starkville, Mississippi right now. It's 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But around here, it's about tornadoes in our market area. We have 3 red boxes for 2 spins, and that spin south of Dawson may need a tornado warning here pretty soon. So something to keep our eyes on here for sure. We'll just have to watch. That would be headed toward Leesburg here over the next little bit. So got to be watching here around Leesburg there in towards South Georgia. Dangerous situation here as we're looking toward parts of Lee County over the next little bit. So something to kind of be mindful of as you're watching things there. I know the spin around Blakely. Let's get back to our other storm motion off of this specific polygon, and you'll be able to see it. Looks like a debris signature may be trying to develop here. May get a radar confirmed tornado on this one here pretty soon. We'll just have to watch it. And this has a tornado vortex signature up here. That's showing some real strong spin. Maybe a debris signature there as well. Just having to continue to watch things here. A lot of spin within these different cells here. These 3 different cells. These 2 tornado warning storms, but we have 3 tornado warnings on the board, but 4 warnings here at this present time. Again, trying to let you guys know what's going on here. Trying to let you guys get the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, this threat here will be more toward Leesburg here, potentially over the next little bit in Lee County. So, again, not what you want to see up there around Leesburg over the next little bit as I'm efforting some things. If you hear my voice trail off, it's me trying to get the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here this afternoon. So, just trying to make sure we have the very latest on what's going on here because you don't want to be caught off guard in this type of situation. We don't want you guys caught without shelter, without warning here. We have tornadic storms around like this. So all these different red boxes we're dealing with here across parts of our area. zooming back out a little bit to give you guys the very latest here. Again, you can see that we have this nasty situation, this tornado warning down here going to about 245 for northeastern Early County. This tornado warning up here going until about 245 for parts of Dougherty, Baker, and Calhoun counties. And then this severe thunderstorm warning around Dawson, where we could have a tornado possible tag. I do believe here this goes until about 2:30. So the latest time updates on these, I don't think at this point these have become pretty well defined. These are not as weak looking as earlier on, so we could have a situation here where these kind of hold together a little bit further on over even, which is not great. I mean, you could also have something where stuff from the south cuts off, maybe the stuff to the north a bit, which could be some good news, but there's a lot of lightning with this around Dawson, Harold, and Sasser. Stuff acts a little different when you have tornadoes like this in the summertime, something we're really kind of unfamiliar with here, set up like this. You may still have these storms to be able to maintain their strength with a little bit less space, but just a lot of energy around. I mean, you just could have problems here anyway. But I know we had some storms earlier with no lightning really that were having tornado threats associated with them, which is pretty interesting here in nature. But again, just continuing to look at things here on our radar scans. You can see some weaker rotation there on this latest scan south of Morgan. So that one dropping a little in strength. This one picking up in strength around Dawson, it would seem. Let's go up here. You can see we'll have to watch that. And this one really picking up in strength there in Early County. And that's one. That's really, really getting tight, folks. That's serious. That's probably on the ground. That looks like it's on the ground. It's like the color table is having trouble keeping up now. That's really concerning here southeast of Blakely here right now. We're seeing winds, folks, over 100 miles an hour, gate to gate south of Bancroft. This is the strongest spin we've seen all day. We need you in shelter right now in Early County. This is getting serious. This is the first storm I think I've seen all day where I really think we could have a strong tornado that's on the ground now or imminent here in Early County. That means EF2 or stronger. That means winds here that could be reaching over 100 miles an hour, to be specific, at least 111 miles an hour. That could be what we're seeing develop here if it's not already trying to take place toward the surface here east of Blakely now. Kind of got lucky, I think, in Blakely that this didn't happen earlier on, because now it looks like it's really maturing here, folks, and really becoming a problem. I mean, that could be even a debris ball trying to develop, I feel like. Not going to guarantee that. Let me back this up. Yeah, I think that could be a debris ball trying to emerge on. It's not a guarantee. I'm going to check with the Weather Service real quick to see what they're saying. I know Weather Service chat session meteorologist in Dothan asking about a possible debris signature there with that storm in Early County as well. Haven't had an answer yet, but there was hail about 1.75 inches in Blakely, which honestly would maybe be a little bit more than you would expect here. So what that tells me is this storm is really firing up. We really got to take this seriously. This is by far the most serious storm we've had all day. We got to get you guys in shelter here in this area. Again, Milford, you could have a tornado headed your way the next little bit. This is one of those situations, if you're in Milford, you may just have barely enough time. If you're in a mobile home, I want you to go ahead and get to a safer structure if you're in Milford, because this could hold together. If you have time, you think closer in, then go ahead and do it as well. But this is really dangerous. They're now calling this a confirmed tornado here. The Weather Service in Tallahassee, they're now calling this radar confirmed. They think it's debris, so they're going to call this a confirmed tornado in progress. And based on my assessment here, folks, I would think it's about the strongest cell we've had all day here in our area. Strongest cell we've had in our area in a while. This is looking really serious here, folks. We're getting winds well over 100 miles an hour. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, folks. That is a debris ball. They're probably going to go large and extremely dangerous here soon. This is very, very serious, folks. You gotta let people know if they're in Early County right now that this could become a situation, and maybe already becoming a situation that could be a matter of life and death here in Early County. You've got to be in shelter here. This is deadly serious, folks. This may be one of the strongest tornadoes we've ever had in our area in the month of June, evolving on us right now in Early County. You must take this seriously here in Early County. This is scary stuff, folks. northwest of Damascus. They were hit by a very significant tornado going back in the timeline here. But this right now could be rivaling that. This is very serious, folks. This is very serious. This is bad news. This is a terrible debris signature. I know we're only up a couple thousand feet, but there's no. I know they were thinking it was a debris signature a moment ago, and it was still a question then, but it's not a question now. This is probably a large tornado in progress here. We got to get everybody in the whole country watching this storm and telling their relatives about it here, south of Bancroft, south of Arlington. I know it's a pretty rural area, but there probably are some homes out here. This is very serious stuff. It looks like there are at least some areas here with some roads. I don't see a lot of homes, thankfully, but this is really serious stuff. It looks like. I think that's the debris ball here on our Doppler. I mean, that's matching up perfectly. We really got to get folks into shelter. This is some serious stuff here in Early County, Georgia, headed toward Milford next little bit. Within 30 minutes, they're calling this a huge debris signature now in Early County. They're going large and extremely dangerous. This is really bad news here in Early County, folks. This is really, really, really serious. I mean, this is almost, if this was over an area that was getting close toward Albany, they might even go tornado emergency. Right now, I don't think the debris and the population density go together enough to do that, but we're getting closer than we've gotten in a long time around here. This may be an EF2, EF3 type tornado, like what we saw there. I mean, honestly, toward areas like Adel there in the overnight hours back in 2017, and toward Albany, I know back there that same day in 2017. That's what we're talking about. It's over a more rural area. That's why maybe not a tornado emergency right now, but it's the same type of warning as what we got there back in the overnight toward Adel, where we lost all those folks in those mobile homes. You cannot survive this possibly if you're in a mobile home right now. This may be unsurvivable for you guys. Again, this is one of the strongest circulations we've ever had since we've been doing this here in the Weather Center, folks. The last few years in our area, this is deadly serious stuff. They're saying debris over 10,000 feet now. We gotta get you guys in shelter here north of Damascus, south of Bancroft. This is really serious, folks. I mean, you can hear it in my voice, I hope, here at this point, that we're talking about winds 78, 81 way and 70 the other way. We could be talking about rotation, and they're not completely together, but we could be talking about rotation here, folks. That's closer to about winds about 150 miles an hour. That's what we had in Albany on that deadly day in 2017, from that tornado I'm talking about later January. This is really serious. We need you in shelter here in Early County. This is about as serious as it ever gets here in our area. We really need you in shelter right now. This is really bad stuff. One of the strongest spins we've ever had here in the month of June in our area. This may be, I mean, I was looking back, I didn't see any EF3s, and this could be an EF3 here in the month of June, folks. This is not good stuff, folks. You've got to be in shelter. Let's go ahead and go back on over to our rotation tracker now. I know we had some really weak tornado signatures earlier on. This is as strong as you'll ever see here in our area. We had that spin. I know it's so strong up there for a little bit, but this right now is something that is really getting off the charts in other mode. I'm confident that this is a very significant tornado. We just gotta hope it's not hitting any homes or too many homes here at this point. I mean, or if it's hitting mobile homes, they're going to be in really bad shape probably in the aftermath if it's at this strength when it's hitting them. I mean, that's debris there. You can go up in the tilts, and it's not good because we're still seeing this way up there at, I mean, even 16,000 feet maybe, but definitely at 12,000 feet, which is a really, really bad tornado that we're talking about here, folks. And this is the first time we've probably had this in several years where, in my mind, I'm thinking about how they might have to issue a tornado emergency for parts of our area. We haven't thought about that since 2017 very much, I don't think. And we're starting to get to that right now. This is just so terrible looking, folks. You gotta remain calm, but you gotta take shelter here if you're in this area. This is serious stuff here, southeast of Bancroft, northwest of Damascus, folks. You gotta be in the interior room. You gotta be away from windows. But if you're in a mobile home, you really would rather not be in that. You gotta have that football helmet on. You gotta have that bicycle helmet on, one or the other, to be able to survive this potentially with that debris flying around you. Again, this storm just does not want to let up. It does not want to let up here, folks. We got a big problem here on our hands right now in parts of our area in Early County. The latest scan here now showing gate to gate 61 way, 70 the other way. So that's when it's about 130 miles an hour here. We're thankful it's not over a really densely populated area, but we keep everybody in our thoughts and prayers out toward Early County right now because this is a heck of a tornadic producer and it is very serious type of indications that we're getting here on our Doppler scans. They are very serious ones right now. So again, this could be, and probably is based on some of our indications, a higher end tornado here, folks. That hooked us so well to find here on our Doppler technology. Again, this is really serious stuff, folks. Really serious stuff. Winds about 130 miles an hour here. That debris is just very dense, and we just hope it's not hitting homes. It looks like there could be. Yeah, I think we do have some stuff out here. I mean, a lot of rural lands here, which that's better news than like just a bunch of homes down here. But still, if this were to stay together here to the more populated areas, we're gonna have problems. And just if you're in Milford, we're gonna go ahead and give you just a pre-tornado warning pretty much right now around Milford. And this will be in your area within 30 minutes. So you need to go ahead and Milford. I would go ahead. It may weaken. A lot of the times we don't have stuff hold together this long around here to this level, but we want to go ahead and just give you a heads up that I would go ahead and just take shelter now in Milford as well because this has a heck of a signature with it, and you want to make sure you're in the best type of structure possible here to be able to withstand this tornado that could still be significant as it heads your way to a little more population density. So let's look at some of the topography here along this path. You got to go north and south a little because there's going to be some margin for error. I mean, it looks like we started to get into a little bit of stuff here, but luckily until about Milford, we don't have a lot of homes out here. But I'm sure we have a few homes and some people here and there, which they need to be warned. They need to be warned, but that's just, I'm thankful it's not over like Albany, something like this, but it's still really serious stuff that we're talking about. One of the strongest winds we've had in our area in a long time here. 61 way, 70 the other way. We want to make sure you guys are in shelter here. Again, that's very tight rotation on our rotation tracker as we kind of bat it up and go forward a little bit. Again, there's your path track. You're going to go ahead and see that it could be headed closer toward Milford here within the next about 20 minutes or so around Milford at this point. Again, it's a little bit deceiving because you have all the heavy rain on the front end and you're thinking, oh, it's slacking off, I'm okay, but you're not okay. The tornado is on the back side of this. It is really that whole big area is your tornado here. I mean, that pretty much all that's almost debris, which is something that's more reminiscent of what you see in Kansas than what you see in Southwest Georgia in June. I mean, this is extraordinary and not in a good way here, folks. You've got to be in shelter here in toward this area. Again, 71 way, about 60 the other way. Again, winds about 130 miles an hour here in toward this area in South Georgia. You've got to be in shelter here. This could, again, still be, if you're out there in this area, that's pretty rural. It could be a matter of life and death here. So we're talking about a really serious spin within the Doppler algorithms here. Again, this is north of Damascus. That got hit by a tornado, by the way. As we go back in the timeline a couple of years, we got hit by a pretty significant one. Arlington to the north of it. Bancroft is toward the north and west. So, again, that debris signature, I mean, it reminds me a little bit of what we had there toward Hosford back in the Panhandle there. As we go back too, but that was just on the edge of our area there in the Florida Big Bend region. But again, just continuing to watch things here. We're talking about winds to about 130 miles an hour here. Again, this is southwest Albany. I know there's a tornado warning for Albany's areas that lead up to it at least. And there is some spin there. Let's go ahead and look at it since this would be headed into Albany proper here over the next little bit. This is not as tight as what we're seeing in the south, but you've seen that storm to the south, and don't want to mess around here because if this really tightens up on us, it would be headed right toward Albany and be a problem. But This one right here is the one that's really problematic, it would seem, right now. So let me go ahead and get back down here. Get us set on the right storm motion around Milford. You can see winds about 130 miles an hour. So as we look toward areas here west of there right now, we're heading in the direction of Milford over the next little bit. I know we came on with this stream a couple of hours ago, almost 3 hours ago now, with that one rogue area that we were watching from Alabama to Georgia. And then we just saw a confluence here of different storms coming together in different areas. So it's not just about that description that we started the stream with, but about some different areas that have come together that are even more serious, a lot more serious than what we started out with here earlier on. So again, this is south of Arlington here, and we're still efforting the latest scans and the Doppler. Should get a new one here pretty soon. Again, that seems to be a debris ball, which you do not get around here very much. Again, that radar scan mainly picking up on the debris here in this spot versus rain or hail or something like that. So again, just a serious situation. The latest scan here staying pretty similar to the previous one, maybe a little weaker, but we're seeing winds about 60 one way now and about 50, so that's about 110 miles an hour worth of wind, and the debris signature not quite as well defined, but still, it definitely could be a tornado in progress here that we're tracking right now in Early County. So, again, a dangerous situation here in South Georgia. You can see where we're at with this in Early County. Again, the greens and reds, the blues and reds coming together here on our Doppler scan. Again, looking at these winds, I mean, I'm seeing 90 miles an hour worth of wind still in here on one of these modes. I mean, it was 95 a few minutes ago on this straight line mode. But again, unlike yesterday, we had all the winds going in one direction. Today, we're getting the winds going in opposing directions here and causing problems. Let's go ahead and zoom back out here. We're getting some different questions here in the chat about will they extend this PDS warning toward the east. I'm sure they'll at least extend a tornado warning to the east now. Okay, they're saying they're going to go ahead and do that here shortly, extend this PDS warning to the east. That makes sense because this could definitely get a little bit stronger back to what it was again. So don't want to let your guard down. I mean, still, with gate to gate, closer to about 110, you're still getting that strong tornado range there on that lower end of the EF2. So again, a nasty situation here for sure. Again, zooming back out, seeing what else we have right now. I know we've really been focused on that one PDS warning. We're looking around here. You don't see much else that's just really standing out. But we have to keep looking at things here in the weather center this afternoon. Got to be really mindful of what's going on here. Got to be really mindful, I know. As we look here, our FTP values, look at those, how they've really gone up, and that kind of indicates why we're getting the storm acting to get so more volatile here. So much more volatile. I mean, the instability is close to 5,000 joules per kilogram, and you're on the edge of the STP values here that are at 3, which, I mean, these are values here in connotation and conjunction, I said, say that we don't really ever get around here. So, not good news. Not good news at all here, folks. Got to keep watching this. The rotation a little bit weaker, but not by much here on that rotation tracker. So, again, let's go ahead and go back on over. They're going to go ahead and continue this thread now off toward the east. So, a new PDS tornado warning now for a considerable threat for portions of Baker, Calhoun, Dougherty, and Early counties. At 2:33, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Arlington, or 11 miles southwest of Morgan, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So, a really serious situation here right now. It seems like the debris is not showing up as well as it did. So maybe that was just a one-off, but it may not be with these type of parameters, these volatile parameters around here, folks. So it may not just be a one-off. As this warning here, you see El Model, Milford under the warning downstream here as well until 3:15. So again, a threat continuing here this afternoon. At 2:33, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Arlington, Georgia, or 11 miles southwest of Morgan, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Southwestern Darty, northwestern Baker, southeastern Calhoun, and east central Early counties. The tornado will be near Leary around 2:55. So, other locations impacted with this tornado warning include Commissary Hill, Ivy's Mill, Milford, Bermuda, Almodale, over toward Crestview in Georgia, and Douglasville here in toward South Georgia. And just to repeat, Weather Service say a large and extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. Protect life. Take cover now. Move to a basement or interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows, and if you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. So again, a new PDS warning here downstream now, because this is a particularly dangerous situation here in our area. A particularly dangerous situation here in our area right now. So gotta take those tornado precautions. Again, we're seeing winds over 100 miles an hour still. That's better than what we were getting a few moments ago to 150. And the debris signature not quite as just horrible looking as it was, but it still shows the debris that was lofted here just a little while ago. So again, nasty, nasty stuff here in South Georgia, mainly in the rural areas, but still can't let your guard down here as you're in the more populated areas either. We still get tornado warning southwest of Albany as well. Let me go ahead and say, guys, that area here, I'm trying to find this man. You see some, and you see some stronger wind. They could cause some wind damage here, gust to 60 maybe within this. I'm not sure if they'll extend this as a tornado warning, but they might at least, they're talking about the one still going toward Albany, they might at least extend it as a severe thunderstorm warning, though. I know we had a severe thunderstorm warning up here toward Dawson earlier on. They dropped that, so that's some good news. But it's really about two different areas of spin right now. The one that's been just one of the worst we've seen in a long time around here. But then the other one that we're watching here as well, moving toward Albany here over the next little bit. So we'll keep watching both of them, obviously. It seems like there's still some debris maybe being lofted here, but the gate's down to about 100 to 110 right now, which is still substantial, no doubt. But it's not at that 150 level. Still can't let your guard down, though. Still take shelter into your room, away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible here as we're looking toward this area. Again, a dangerous situation here right now as we're looking northeast of Damascus here, northwest of Milford. Again, just continuing to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're going to go ahead and keep switching between some of our different modes here on the radar. And let me go ahead and remind you guys right now, we'll go back to the broad view. Go back to the broad view here, that we still have that tornado watch in play until 7 o'clock tonight for our counties of Southwest and South Central Georgia here, going from about Valdosta there and Fitzgerald off toward the west there. So again, a nasty situation for sure. A nasty situation for sure here this afternoon. So again, continuing to give you guys the latest here. See how strong this shear got after it got past Blakely. We're really thankful this didn't maximize over Blakely, because that would be really bad news. Over Blakely, I got some pretty big hail, but that was an indication the storm was strengthening, getting hail that size there. Because let's go back on the hail tracker. Okay, it did kind of pick up there right after it got past Blakely. We were kind of focusing on the spin there, so I wasn't focusing on the hail quite as much, but it's still on about 2-inch hail. But then it was becoming more about that spin right after that, and that's why we had to jump on that instead. But so that hail did kind of start to pick up there right on the east side of Blakely here, and you can kind of, that's when we're getting that maximum there in terms of the overall organization process, it would seem. So not good news, but good news in terms of Blakely not getting hit by a significant tornado, but still, we have had something try to touch down closer to where there, because they had a tornado warning and some weaker rotation, but it really didn't pick up and that overall strength until we were getting a little bit further downstream. So again, still can't let our guard down. This could always strengthen back up one. It's still pretty strong. It's just kind of on the boundary here, the warning, so it's a little harder to see. And you still see maybe some debris being lofted, but it's not 100% definitive here. at this point. Let me check some power outages in Early County. And maybe more power outages from the storm accident in Blakely than even, I mean, just a tornado here, because those areas are pretty rural as we look further on out. I mean, only 3 customers in the dark right now, according to PowerOutage.us, because we're so rural, and some of those aren't going to be tracked anyway. Maybe some farmland, something like that, being impacted out there. But again, continuing to give you guys the latest here this afternoon. We have these tornado warnings here on the board. We're going to keep track of it. We have other storms to the west. Some of these structures here are cause for concern. Others not as much. This one here go north of our area, but it looks like it's still in some greens and ridge trying to come together. But some of these others don't have that yet. Hopefully we'll get lucky here and catch a break. But you just never know. We're going to have more rounds later on. But right now we're kind of at the peak of the day here in terms of maybe some of the worst of the tornado threats. So maybe these will kind of weaken on out as they get into more populated areas here. That'd be good news. But that was something that was really wreaking havoc, or had the potential to wreak havoc back toward the west. I mean, there's a chance that all this debris being lost was more about those rural areas than any type of structures there, or a multitude of structures. That'd be good news. But if that hit any mobile homes at the strength it was there earlier on, if people rent them, that's not good. But again, continue to give you guys the latest right now. It does look like it's weakening some, which would be some good news here. Be some good news. I know we have seen extreme instability events in the past. I know it may not be a very good example here, because I mean, it comes to mind, and I hesitate saying it because this was one of the most just egregious and craziest tornado events we've ever had. But the Gerald event in Texas back in the 90s, we had extreme instability, and storm accident was moving really slow and going in an odd direction. There were a lot of weird things about that day. Not just this is going to be a day like that, but I mean, that would take even more just craziness here to have anything rival in that. But it's just awkward. Some of this stuff here happening in June. It's just a very, very big anomaly in terms of an event for our area here. And that was a big anomaly there, because you never really get tornadoes like that with an F5 down there toward that part of Texas. You don't get tornadoes that strong down there, and it went really slow. We're not going to have anything maybe like that, but just talking about how that was an anomaly. This is an anomaly on a different level, maybe 1 notch down or 2 notches down from that. But still, I mean, having large tornadoes on the ground here is serious. And if this were to strengthen here, recycle into a more populated area, then we could have problems on our hands. So again, we'll just have to keep watching things, keep tracking them. Seems like this is kind of faded some now, which would be some good news. It really seems like it's not near as well defined. I mean, either one of these, they both don't look as well defined as they did earlier, but we're kind of in a bad spot on the radar. So that could be kind of an issue for us here. I know we're going to keep checking some things here in the Weather Center, trying to effort the latest information to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here this afternoon. I know, trying to get you guys the very latest, because it's so important here to do so in the Weather Center. So again, the spins definitely don't look as impressive right now. That'd be, well, as I say that, it looks like it's trying to pick back up. Let's go to live mode. It looks like it's trying to reorganize a little around Milford. That's why I wanted you guys to be taking heat around Milford. There's still enough spin there. You gotta still be in that tornado safe spot around Milford, because this could turn to drop back down if it's not on the ground right now here around Milford. And you see right west of Albany here. West of Albany, we have this threat there as well. So again, a nasty situation for sure. Continuing to effort the latest information here in the Weather Center. I'm just trying to make sure you guys know exactly what's going on here. So if you're hearing me type, I'm just trying to get some stuff on our other computer source here, because we want you guys to know what's happening with this very odd situation that we're dealing with here. Something we rarely see across our area in the month of June. Really never see anything like this in the month of June here toward our counties, but we're dealing with it today in 2023. So again, a nasty, nasty situation here as we're continuing to make sure you guys have the very latest here. Now, still efforting some stuff, so just stick with me here. We just want to make sure you guys have everything you can to stay safe this afternoon. So I'm going to go ahead and continue here to watch things. Looking around Milford, you can see some greens and reds here. Greens and red on the Doppler. And that indicates some type of threat here in play. So, those aren't near as tight as they were. That's why I'm not as into it. Maybe in terms of just making you guys getting that tornado safe spot. But you still gotta be in there. I mean, it's still in your best interest. But okay, they're gonna go ahead and give us some different updates here. It looks like that one warning went away here at 2:45. That one tornado warning there toward the north went away. But the other tornado warning still continues here for the cell moving into Baker and Calhoun. The rotation has weakened a bit, but maybe cyclone, and they're monitoring for another increase in intensity. So what that tells me here in the Weather Center this afternoon is that if this were to tighten back up, obviously they keep the tornado warning going. But if they really see it continue to weaken, maybe here as we get a little bit later in the timeline, they'll be able to drop this warning maybe a little early. But I mean, the way the storm has that history of producing something so significant earlier on, I mean, that's something you got to bear in mind, and you don't want to drop it here lightly. So again, you just have to keep watching to the nose. Sometimes we have the strongest tornadoes maximized over metros or whatnot. Thankfully, so far, where it maximized, where it was something that was just almost off the charts for what we get around here, it maximized over a more rural type of area. Doesn't mean some homes weren't hit, though. It looks like something's popping up around Albany. Let me check this. A different storm here, obviously. We're trying to go between some of our modes, loops, and whatnot. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a weaker rotation popping up west of Albany now, so that may be cause for some type of warning to be issued for Albany here, at least with those winds. I mean, that might at least get us a severe thunderstorm warning for Albany here because of that population density, as I talk about population and issues that can arise. So, again, zooming back out, trying to do an examination. We're going through a bunch of different modes here. Some upscale growth here, some here as well, west of Albany. So, gotta have to keep watching this here, west of Albany. I know that's kind of in a weird spot. Let me look at this. So, yeah, that's kind of a weird spot where that's kind of trying to rotate. I mean, that's going to be your inflow there, but we'll watch it. That back there looked like it wanted to. It looks like it wants to do something, so we got to keep our eyes on it because that's where the tornado could be right back here, and then that could head toward Albany here over the next little bit. So I just don't want to be caught off guard here in northern Doherty or southern Lee counties. Keep an eye on it. Let's get back down here. Continuing to watch things this afternoon. Again, the PDS warning is still in effect technically, but right now it's probably not a large tornado type of situation that we're dealing with in progress. Maybe some type of quick spin up trying to reemerge around Milford. You just never know here. You just never know in this type of scenario here. Again, tornado warning, the one that we do have right now continues for portions of Baker, Calhoun, Doherty, and Early, but this tornado warning or any warning at this point does not include Albany, which is good, but that could change that other storm that we're watching that's moving in from the west there toward Albany proper and towards some of the more populated areas. So that little hook on the back side has me a little concerned. And they're going to go here with an update on this tornado warning and drop early now. But continue it for Baker, Calhoun, and Doherty. They're still going to say confirmed tornado for now, and it's not saying we can actually see that for sure. But they're going to still go with the confirmed tornado on this here at this point. As we're looking at 247, a confirmed tornado located near Leary or 10 miles south of Morgan. He's moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So again, a nasty situation there around Milford. You can see here, we're seeing winds about 60 miles an hour so up here in toward this area at least. So even if we're not getting a tornado for sure here on the ground, still some nastier weather. Trying to check the latest here. Trying to give you guys all these updates that you need to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just typing some different things out here in the Weather Center. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. Give you guys the very latest. Again, looking here, looking at these scans. That spin looks like it's trying to get back reorganized again a little bit. That wouldn't be good, obviously. You just never know. They kind of wax and wane sometimes here. I'm just trying to see what we're getting in here right now into the Weather Center. So I'm typing some different things out here at this point. As we look at all these different scans here. We're still trying to do all these different evaluations. Make sure you guys know what's going on here. I know you can hear our system's working pretty hard back there in the weather center behind me. But again, got a little bit of spin here north of Milford. Seeing gate to get about 60 miles an hour right now. And that says winds closer to 70, so I might be trying to reorganize just a bit here northeast or on the northern side of Milford. Let's look back up here toward Albany. Again, looking toward Albany right now. That looks like it's still showing some stronger wind. Maybe winds of 60 miles an hour coming into town, even if there's not a tornado or anything like that. Could be some stronger gusts. I'm a little surprised they don't have at least an advisory on that. I know they're so busy with these warnings, they might just be going kind of boom or bust here. Either warning or no warning, but there's at least a pretty nasty storm moving toward Albany right now. But I have to keep watching things here in that regard as we're looking toward Dougherty County. So again, a nasty situation here around Albany in terms of at least stronger weather. A lot of lightning whenever thunder pours. You want to go indoors. But as we look back down toward the south and west here around Milford, again, just gotta make sure this doesn't recycle on us here and become stronger. If it were to hold together, you can kind of see the areas that may be headed toward here eventually in a couple hours, maybe toward Tipton. But hopefully it's not still together by that point. But hopefully it's kind of able to be diminished somehow. But again, continuing to watch things here. That latest scan looks a little more like some stronger wind, but could still be maybe a tornado trying to emerge out of it. There could be something there. Let's see. That looks like it could be a little bit of something. I mean, they're still calling it technically radar confirmed. We don't have like that little debris ball feature that we were trying to get earlier on here. Nothing really apparent anyway, which is good. We still got to keep watching. Got to keep tracking. Got to take those tornado precautions here as we're looking northeast of Milford right now. Again, this is moving out of Baker County into Dougherty County here over the next little bit. I would seem, based on some of our different tracks here that we're doing. This is Baker County, Georgia, just so you guys know where we're at here. When we're talking, you see Calhoun County clipped to the north with the warning, but it seems like eventually it'd move into Dougherty. But right now, more about Baker and Georgia, not Baker in Florida, but Baker in Georgia here. Again, continuing to look at things, continuing to give you guys the latest. Still have some pretty strong spin here in our shear rate product. It kind of, I shifted around a little bit, but to see what I'm talking about, how it was so blue earlier. I know we had that for a little bit to the north, but it really had matured there, was producing a significant tornado east of Blakely, but then kind of weakened back down and then kind of spun back up a little bit. So I know some different things that we're seeing right now. In terms of the tornado damage survey, if we don't get the tornado to have hit just really, really big buildings or just even structures in general, it might be a little bit harder to give a rating here for what the winds actually were down toward the surface. So hopefully it didn't, but it just may kind of, it might not keep the rating here as high as it would be otherwise. It may be a little bit lower because the tornado rating scale here, I'll go ahead and pop that up real quick. That tornado rating scale here is based upon the damage actually observed there. So that's what that kind of talks about. So just so you guys know what we're talking about in that regard. Something else that's kind of interesting that popped up here, I see, is that the Storm Prediction Center has issued a particularly dangerous situation now. Severe thunderstorm watch. We don't see that too often. That's out toward parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, and Arkansas. We can have widespread damage and gusts to 90 miles an hour, scattered large hail, and isolated very large hail to 3 inches, and a few tornadoes likely. That's that odd pinkish looking color there, not the light pink, but the different kind of pink there. Just so you guys know, a different kind of pink there. It's kind of a just a more I mean, more pink than I guess you would see even purple or something like that at this point. So again, okay, we're being told now here. Let's see what the spotters have. And I'm not sure. Let's see, where are they? Elmo Dale. Okay, there's some reporting coming in. I want to see where that is before I go with that. We're getting a report in. Somebody said there's a tornado on the ground on them around Elmo Dale. I don't see their icon on here. That's why I'm kind of a little bit. Let me make sure. Okay, I think it's starting to pick up though. Let's see. So let me make sure I'm not missing something. But I know it's in Spider Network, but for whatever reason, it's not popping up on our map right now. But somebody is saying here in the chat on the Spider Network they have a tornado over on top of them pretty much. 3 miles north of Elmo Dale. So it does seem like it's tightening up some. So let's go over here and see if we have a debris signature or something like that. Let me go ahead and see what we might have. I don't see a debris signature yet, but it may take a scan or two to get that to re-emerge. But it does seem like that's strengthening some. It's an odd signature in some ways. I mean, we have to keep watching it, keep tracking it here. Let's see where we're at with this. I mean, there may be some buildings out here, so gotta be in shelter, gotta be in the interior away from windows because it may be starting to recycle a little. I mean, the gate to gate now looks like it's closer to 100 miles an hour now in this, so I gotta be in shelter here as you're looking north of Elmo Dale in Baker County, Georgia. A possible tornado in toward this area right now. Again, don't want to mess around with it here around Elmo Dale and really points north of there. It's not hidden right in town if there's a tornado, but a few miles to the north here, it would seem as well we could have a tornado trying to touch down. So again, just looking at things here on our Doppler scans, you see all the rain out ahead. That's unusual to some degree. I mean, it didn't always. Be a situation when it's not always a situation. What I'm trying to say, where you have scenario here where you have the heaviest rain out ahead and then you have a little break and you have a tornado. But that's pretty much what we're dealing with here in this setup. It can happen, but sometimes we're more significant tornadoes. A lot of times you have stuff on the leading edge. This is the opposite of that. It's on the back edge here, so it might kind of catch you by surprise. You think you're to the worst of the storm and then you get hit by a tornado. So again, it's something to keep in mind. Also, actually, if you're in Elmo Dale, I mean, don't do this really unless you're don't get out and about. But if you're like in Elmo Dale, you may be able to look out your window if you're just right in town and to the northeast because of the way the structure is. You might actually be able to see it, but I wouldn't recommend that here. And your safety is top of mind. But just thinking about it from like a storm chaser's perspective. You have the lightning, so you got to remember whenever thunder roars go indoors. But what I'm saying is that you have that backside look from the south and west, you could actually maybe be able to see the spin there and maybe see the funnel cloud possibly touching the ground if that is happening at this point in time, as indicated by a spotter. They're saying that they think the spotter information is accurate, that there's a tornado on the ground here. So very well could be on the ground here. At this point, you would be able to see it. You would be able to see it from Elmo Dale, more than likely. So again, looking here right now at our debris tracker. It's not the most well defined, which is good, but seeing from gate to gate, the latest scan here, about 95 miles an hour. So again, that can keep shifting around on us here, though. Just have to keep watching this, keep tracking. It's a tricky storm. And around Albany, there's no warnings in play, but there's something there. I mean, I would still be kind of careful here. This is a really highly populated area here. If you just happen to hear a freight train noise, I mean, I would still kind of be on the side of caution there, even if there's no formal warning in that area. I would try to not be out and about right now in north side of Albany, south side of Lee County right now, if I could help it, because there seems to be at least a little bit of wind enhancement here. We're not in the greatest spot at all on the radar, but let me check our Robins. It may not be able to give us a good view of this or not, but we're going to go ahead and try to shift here over. I just want to see, make sure I don't have something around Albany here. I want to just kind of, because I have a hook on it. I mean, yikes. I don't know. I mean, I kind of get nervous with this because we could be focusing on a storm that is maybe more significant in terms of strength, but it may be, okay, they're going to issue a tornado warning for Albany. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is tightening up, folks. Yeah, we need to get folks in shelter in Albany. Possible tornado developing over Albany now. We need to get folks in shelter. We could have a tornado developing over Albany now. This is developing right over town. I know we're being told here in chat that there may be a tornado on a live stream right now to the south, but not with this storm, which we need to focus on right now because this could be a tornado right over Albany trying to develop. We need to get folks in shelter in Albany. A tornado could be developing right now, right over town, right over the most populated areas here where people are shopping. It could be developing right on top of them here. We need you in shelter on Albany. We need you in shelter on Albany right now. So the statement from the Weather Service at 2:59, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Albany there, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So again, a possible tornado here, and this tornado warning goes until 3:45 for portions of Dougherty, Turner, Lee, and Worth counties. So a tornado warning now. Could have a tornado developing over Albany here in South Georgia. In South Georgia, we could be seeing a tornado emerge on us here. And it looks like the Robbins radar would be the closest one at this point. I'm checking some different things here in the Weather Center, so bear with me. That storm, that looks really dangerous on our other view here. I'm hoping this is not as accurate here as it may be. I mean, we're kind of high up, but this shows some really strong spin right over Albany or right over town. I mean, this could be right there near State Road 91, US 19B here, folks. It could be having a tornado develop right over Albany here. This is nasty stuff. I think that's displaced a little bit because we're higher up, but it's got to be in shelter, folks. A dangerous situation there around Albany. Again, you do not want to mess around with this. We're just trying to effort the latest information right now. You need to be in shelter. If you're in Albany, a tornado warning for Albany right now. We have that spin on our Doppler radar. You do not want to be messing around here in the Albany metro area. Again, this tornado could be in progress here, and you can't be trying to just mess around. And I'm trying to go, each scan's kind of, I mean, this one's getting cut off. We really need a weather service radar out here. But this tornado could be right there northeast side of Albany right now. If you're, let's get in here in southeastern Lee County. You need to be in shelter. So if you're around Stocks, you need to take those tornado precautions right now in southeastern Lee County. I know it's kind of hard to see it right now, but we could have a tornado here that's trying to develop right over Albany. So again, a dangerous situation here in the Weather Center right now. Possible tornado here right now as it's moving in from Dougherty County into Lee County right now, it would appear. So again, if you're around areas near State Road 91 in southeastern Lee County, a tornado could be there in your area. Again, this is around Albany. Again, in south central and southwestern Georgia, we have this threat. And right now we have a possible tornado here right there around, again, maybe State Road 91, Georgia 91 here. You need to take those tornado precautions here immediately. Again, trying to get you guys in shelter. There's a chance this circulation could be displaced just a little bit here, one way or the other. So it could be a little bit back toward an area here, maybe a little to the west. I'm not sure, but I would kind of think if it's displaced here, it'd probably be a little bit here, maybe a little bit off on our radar scans. But again, you got to be in shelter right now. Possible tornado here right around Albany and right around Lee County. Around Lee County in Georgia now. We could have a tornado here in toward this area. I'm going to punch up in our tilts a little, see if we can get anything better. We're really in a bad spot on the radar right now. But let me go ahead and go over here. Again, we need to get folks into shelter right now. We have a tornado warning in play. A tornado warning in play. This is the Moody radar. It has the tornado a little bit further over. It looks like this storm here now, they're going to call this a damaging tornado near Newton. A damaging tornado near Newton down there. I know we're switching a bunch of radars here right now to get you guys into safe spots. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Let's pop those up real quick while I'm continuing to switch radars here. Again, a dangerous situation a dangerous situation. Tornado warning means seek shelter inside a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So, again, a dangerous situation right now. Need to be taking shelter here. Again, nasty, nasty stuff. Just a thunderstorm warning, by the way. Down toward the south now. I'm being told for parts of Brooklyn near and Lowndes with a tornado possible tag. So, really quickly here, let's go on over to the Geo-Earth computers that just came up here. So we'll watch that threat down there. You can see that threat. It's a thunderstorm for Valdosta. Talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Valdosta, I-75 exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Rimerton, Naylor, Greenwood, I-75 exit 22, Stockton, and Kinderloo. So, again, a severe thunderstorm warning down to Valdosta. We're not going to spend much time on it, but we have this here. It seems like we may have a tornado on the ground again, based on some indications. Looks like we're getting something around Valdosta. Let's check that. I'm getting that tornado vortex signature now around Valdosta here. So let me go ahead and double check and make sure we're not getting a spin there right over that metropolitan area. You can see here, we're going to kind of make sure we have our storm motion on here good. I want to tilt up a little. Yeah, there may be something there. To the right of the radar, there may be something right there about to cross over US 41 around Valdosta. I don't know, though. That's weird because it's not showing nights. I don't know. That's weird because on here it's showing it way back to the west. I know we're almost too close. I'm going to guess that this is your area here and it's not really showing up then. Okay, that's better news. I think that's more just the inflow. I think that's more the inflow. I'm tilting around because sometimes it's either been too close or too far from the radars today. They're odd type of cells that sometimes they don't show up as good either. The way they are with the rainfall and the like, with the supercell structure, when they're not in the right spot. But again, I mean, wish we had more radars here and we could switch between angles here a little bit better. But again, you can see here we're watching things. Northeastern Baker County in Georgia, northeastern Baker County in Georgia is where we could have this tornado in progress. It looks like there could be a debris signature here. So you need to be in shelter right now. This tornado could be around Baconton about 320, Putney around 330, maybe the south side of Albany 335, and the Marine Corps Logistics Base around 340. So again, a nasty situation there. Let's get back to the north, though. This is where we have that spin again. It's a mangled mess here in terms of the radar scan, to be quite honest. I mean, I think there could be something in there, but that could even be a little debris. I mean, that could just be inflow as well, though. But again, let me go ahead and continue to watch things, continue to track things. Let's go to the Robbins radar here. We're going to try to do our best here to keep you guys safe and informed this afternoon. We're going to keep looking at things. And there's that spin off of Robbins. It's showing up a little to the south. But if you're anywhere in this box from Leesburg here down through northern Dougherty County, still take shelter because I'm not 100% sure where a tornado could be at because the radar displacement is just so significant here. It could be in a few mile stretch here, really. And that's why you got to be taking those tornado precautions and keep your room away from windows, putting that football helmet on, putting that bicycle helmet on here right now. This is probably in southeast Lee County, but again, there's a lot of displacement going on here. A lot of displacement on our Doppler technology. We have, again, a situation here as we look down toward the south of Albany here. Again, you have the spin west of Baconton. We just have to keep our eyes on that. We have that warning for Valdosta there. And yeah, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. We had some rotation, but I think it was in a different spot. It was more of the inflow showing that in the actual circulation. Let's go here, though. You can see some spin northeast of Albany. You can see some spin north of Camilla here as well. Northwest of Camilla, really, at this point in time. Again, I'm moving the radar around a lot, almost more than I would like. We just have so many things happening here. We're trying to stay on top of them the best we can. I know the Weather Service in Jacksonville is now saying that they're watching develop and intensifying supercell near Valdosta, and the isolated storm is in a very favorable environment with a low-level wind shear enhanced on the coast side of the outflow boundary in the storm's vicinity, and there's an increasing tornado threat. And if it deviates to the right, eastward areas of Clinton County from DuPont southward, so pay attention. They're very close attention for warnings. So just they got to be watching there from this storm. Odd situation there. This is in that tornado watch, but it could be moving out of it. They might have to issue a new one further over toward the east here. We'll just have to wait and see. And you can see here on Albany, we have this cell here. We just got to be mindful of that. Got to be mindful of that there for sure. Let's go ahead and switch on over right now. You can just see that green and red trying to come together. Don't know if we've had a tornado touchdown or not. We're just continuing to give you guys an update though. And the updates on this situation. This right here was apparently a confirmed tornado a little while ago. Let's go down. It was a large one earlier. We saw it very clear on radar, but let's go to the radar here. That's closer down here. This is for Doherty, Mitchell, and Baker. So let's go to the radar out of, okay, Tallahassee then. That's interesting. I haven't gone to that one as much today, but it's saying that's actually the closest view right now. So that could be kind of interesting for us here. I know all these are at a similar height, but some a little closer than others. That does look like debris there. And that does look like a pretty intense tornado, it would seem. That's in a weird spot, though. I mean, that's in a weird spot. It looks more like inflow, but let me take the time. So that's 7 after. That's 7 after. It's weird because, I mean, we're getting, okay, that's 10 after now. There could be a tornado in here, north of Newton, pretty good ways west of Baconton and DeWitt right now. Could have a tornado in here. Got to be taking those under precautions. This box will go away here soon because the threats moved out of that area pretty much back out here. But this is where that storm is now. And this is the other storm that we've been watching in a high population area here around Albany. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family this afternoon. Trying to make sure everybody's staying safe out there. Again, giving you guys all the heads up that we can here. We have the 2 areas of tornado warned accent. We have this thunderstorm warning toward Valdosta. We'll have to keep watching, see if we get spin up in terms of a tornado there. Hey Dale, you're looking pretty good right now, but the threat's not over. Tornado watch till 7 o'clock, and we'll have more rounds of danger here later on potentially. So keep an eye on things. Right now, you're okay. You're in the clear for now, but that might not last here as we look ahead in the timeline. As we go ahead and look here toward the north, you'll be able to kind of see things on the Doppler west of Putney. West of Putney there, you can see some greens and reds trying to come together west of DeWitt to be a little more precise. I mean, when you're looking broad, it kind of says it west of Putney, but when you get in tight, you see it a little bit better there. That could be an issue for Putney later in southern Doherty County, though. A little bit later on. I know the latest update just came in on this storm. They're saying at 3:11, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Turner City, or 10 miles northeast of Albany, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and read this out to you guys. So this include parts of Albany, still Terrell, Warwick, Coverdale, Stocks, Hobby, or maybe Hobby, okay, Panema, and Doles and Oakfield. Again, a possible tornado in that area right now. Let's go ahead and keep tracking it here. Again, moving across parts of Worth County here over the next little bit. So Doherty, Turner, Lee, and Worth until about 3:45. This possible tornado hadn't officially been confirmed, even though we thought it might be trying to touch down. This one's been confirmed many times, including apparently back out toward the area around Elmodale. It seemed like we were getting something here for a little bit with a debris signature, but just never know here in this type of setup. I know we're having to keep switching our storm motion a little. The track of this could take it between about Putney and DeWitt here over the next 15 minutes. Let's get back down to the south. This Valdosta storm's in a populated area. I know it's a thunderstorm warning right now, but this could get upgraded here. I know weather service Jackson, we're going to be watching this as it gets into their jurisdiction over the next little bit. If nothing else, could be producing some hail there around Valdosta right now in Lowndes County. They're continuing this with a tornado possible tag until 3:45 for areas of Lanier and Lowndes. They dropped Brooks County, but still a threat for portions of Lanier and Lowndes. So again, a nasty situation there. We still had this thread in play. 4 portions of this orange area. It's about to trim back on your screen, just so you know. It's about to trim back on your screen, but let's get back on over here. Okay, just trim back on this one. Let's stay in this one then. Still some rotation, it seems like, on rotation tracker. We'll keep looking at it, but latest statement at 3:14, a severe thunderstorm was located over Valdosta, moving east at about 25 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half dollar-sized hail. Valdosta, I-75 and exit 16, Moody Air Force Base, Remerton, Naylor, Greenwood, and Stockton here. So 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, half dollar-sized hail versus maybe the tornado, but that threat is not as big right now, but it could change and shift on us here pretty quickly. So we got to be aware of that. We got to be prepared for that to shift around on us here this afternoon as we go ahead and get back up toward the north and west here. You can see these spins on this mode don't look quite as tight, but of course we have some more action southwest of Eufaula here that's trying to come together now. And so, I mean, there's quite a few different spins out there, but that one southwest of Eufaula, something they're north of Baker Hill. We'll have to watch that here later on, possibly for more tornado warnings as that comes into toward Georgia here. This is a very unique pattern here, not a good one for a portion of our Georgia areas. So, got to keep watching, got to keep tracking here. Let me go ahead and keep looking. I know we have a storm, looks like in Quitman County now. I mean, they're all over the place rotating here, folks, so it's almost just hard to pick out one over another. Let me go ahead and check something here real quick. And again, we have a bunch of different spins here on the board. Let me go ahead and show you guys what we're talking about here right now. We have a little spin in Clay County, Georgia, spin here. It looks like in Randolph County. Luckily, a lot of these are almost too close together here to get tornado warnings, and that they're kind of sucking the energy enough, but got just a bunch of spins. I mean, you see some stuff in Quitman County there as well. See some stuff back in Alabama here. Spins are not quite as tight, thankfully, because there's more storms around them. I think it's one of the reasons. If we had just 1 or 2, then that'd be more significant. But I'll get enough storms to develop to kind of block out the worst from those coming into fruition right now. But again, I just continuing to watch things here this afternoon. You see the storm around Valdosta. There's some weak rotation with it, so we got to keep looking at it here. I know that's more the inflow. I think that rotation set up on the southeast side, but still, there is some rotation up here still. We got to monitor it. Ends up that well, and there may not be that much getting down there yet, but eventually it could try to strengthen as it gets into toward Clinton County here. So got to keep our eyes on that. Again, just trying to keep you guys safe, informed, and calm here this afternoon. We're going to go ahead and keep looking at things here in the Weather Center. I know we're in the Moody radar. Let's switch over. Let's see. Let's go back and do Tallahassee's radar. And then that's supposed to be the best one here for this. Let's get back over here. Again, this is a tornado warning for areas there of Doherty, Mitchell, and Baker until 3:45. A tornado-producing storm, at least at 3:03, was located near Newton there. And the latest scan here still showing some concern. Seeing some gate-to-gate here. Let's say about 80 miles an hour, 80, maybe 90, but it still has that little circulational shape here to it that gets there on that Doherty and Baker County, Georgia line. So we're going to have to keep watching it there, keep monitoring the situation. And then we have the other tornado warning up here. We had the other tornado warning there as we're looking southeast to Leesburg, southwest to Doles. You can see that spin there on the Doppler. I'm going between a bunch of modes. Some of them you're not as familiar with, but just doing some things here to help me as a meteorologist. You can see at least to some degree the upscale growth here. Some of those reds indicating some strengthening, but that was on a weird mode that we don't so much. But I know it can be kind of confusing. But a lot of lighting here whenever thunder roars go indoors. But obviously with a tornado warning, it's more than that. You got to be in the interior room away from windows right now. Look at those echo tops getting up there pretty high with this cell. And then this is maybe tightening up. Let's see. Let's go back to the storm motion on it. Yeah, it is. Okay, that's tightening back up there right on the Doherty and Baker County line. Now we're getting to get over 100 miles an hour. So again, that's moving toward the Witt here over the next little bit. That's moving over toward the Witt area and Putney here over the next little bit as we continue to highlight over the last bit. So again, got to be in shelter in 2 room away from windows. Let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips here right now. We'll go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips here. Give you guys a look whenever there's a tornado warning in your area. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet here. So some nasty stuff as we're looking toward this area. Again, you can see here around areas there off to the west of Putney and DeWitt. We have that tight spin here on our Doppler technology, so you can't be messing around around Putney and DeWitt here. The storm already has a history of producing multiple tornado touchdowns, so I don't want to be caught off guard. So right now we have 3 warnings in our area. A tornado warning with a tornado warning storm with a history of producing tornadoes. A base tornado warning in more populated areas there at points. Maybe moving away from some of the most populated areas, but still that one in the red, Darty Lee Turner ward. I'm sorry, trying to add some extra counties in there because we've had a lot to talk about. We've been on for 3.5 hours with tornado warnings the whole time after being on for like 5 hours yesterday and on a bunch on Monday as well. So it's been a busy period and things just keep getting more significant, it seems, at points. But again, and we have a lot more to go. But Darty Lee Turner and Worth until about 3:45 with that tornado warning in the red box. The purple box, Baker, Darty, and Mitchell until about 3:45. And then that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag is for areas of Lanier and Lowndes until about 3:45. So, about 24 minutes, if not a little earlier than that, Weather Service in Tallahassee will have some decisions to make whether they want to keep these warnings in play and extend them out, or if maybe the storms will be weaker by then. I kind of doubt it at this point because we've just kind of been in a very nasty setup. These STP values are just really impressive, and that's not good. I mean, these are 3.5 tornado parameter values now. With the instability here, there's a little bit of the atmosphere that's been worked over, but I mean, these are really high values down here. Things just mix together more than they should ever here this time of year. They've been mixing together more than they ever should today, as we're talking about all the different atmospheric parameters. Worth County deputy reported nickel-sized hail on Highway 300 there according to emergency management. That was there at Highway 300 and the intersection with Highway 32. So again, that's the storyline there. Again, looking back at things here this afternoon. Again, we're going to go ahead and keep checking our Doppler scans. I know something that's kind of interesting now, maybe not a direct correlation here necessarily at this point, but later in the year, the El Nino pattern expected to cause more severe weather events, less tropical cyclones. That means you won't still get hit by one, but my point being with that here is that these systems here, severe weather threats are maybe be a little bit more prominent as we look toward our region here later in the year, but there may be some type of correlation now. So that's just kind of interesting to think about. But we generally don't get stuff in June, even in El Nino like this, but just an odd pattern here. Tornado warning continuing for portions of Baker, Darty, and Mitchell until 3:45. Radar indicated tornado threat there, located near Baconton or near Putney, moving east at 40 miles an hour. I know the box still is purple, but they're calling this radar indicated right now anyway. So there's your path between DeWitt and Putney here. Over the next little bit, don't see a debris signature right now, which is good, but you can see 61 way. Okay, then that new scan 61 way, but only a little bit the other way now. So that's about 70 miles an hour worth of wind maybe coming toward US 19, but that can always go up or down on us. This other storm here is a little more disorganized as well around Doles. We still have some rotation with it. Let's go to storm motion on it. Switch that out. You can kind of see here some of the reds and greens coming together there, moving toward Doles. If you're in Doles, you need to take shelter just north of Doles. Take shelter there. It's possible tornado to be crossing over State Road 32 and then over State Road Georgia 313 here in short order. So again, a nasty situation here right now in South Georgia. Again, continuing to watch things, continuing to monitor them, trying to give you the very latest that we can here. Again, we have 3 local warnings. We got a warning now just west of the area for that south of Eufaula here. Okay, let's see. Does that have a tornado possible tag? It is not, but doesn't mean we won't get a tornado warning later on with the way these storms have been today. But East Central Barbara County in southeastern Alabama, severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45. That's near your follow, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So again, a nasty situation. You can just see our shear rates over the last hour. The product there, so in all those areas of shear. Let's go down to the south. Augusta, this warning continuing here. So the thunderstorm warning for areas of Lanier and Lowndes until 3:45 still. Take heed, $half size hail, a little over an inch, and then 60-mile-an-hour wind gust possibility there. Let's look at the hail track over the last little bit, and then going up toward the north here. Again, this is the one tornado warning. Putney, Baconton under this. Moving east at 40. Could be closer to the Marine Corps logistics base around 340. Let's go to the north here around Doles. You can see some spin there over the last little bit. It's a tornado warning. Doherty, Turner, Lee, and Worth till 3:45. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest on what's happening here in this type of setup. Trying to make sure you guys have the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. We've been on for a long time here, and it's about trying to keep everybody safe out there. In the Weather Center. I know we started out with that one warning coming out of Alabama to Georgia, and it's turned into something a lot more than that. We thought what would happen, we'd have a threat maybe like this here, or close to this, maybe not quite this significant, but close to this here today. We really were thinking we'd have something a lot more escalated than we generally have for this time of year. We were thinking we'd catch a little break in there for a bit, but unfortunately we didn't catch a break really. And we've had to stick with this stream here that was a little bit more targeted versus being a little more broad toward our South Georgia communities with this threat. Just haven't had time to change everything because we have to give you guys the latest information here. With it being a one-man band, give it to you in the here and now. But again, zooming back out now, south of Albany, we're watching things. Okay, they're continuing. Tornado warning now for areas of Turner and Worth. They're dropping Doherty and Lee from the warning to the north, but the warning to the south still includes some of Doherty. I want to also trade the model in here because that can change. I know last night we thought it might get morning and evening rounds. Instead, afternoon rounds have come together, and that's in your peak parameter space pretty much for problems here, your maximum problems. And that's why we had that strong tornado touchdown earlier on. Seemingly it was in a more rural area there, but still not what you want to see, obviously. Something that was so vivid in terms of that debris signature earlier on, where it was probably one of the worst signatures we've had in a long time around here in our viewing circle. But I mean, maybe a little bit worse than the Hosford one, even I would say. But looking here, it looks like we're just going to have waves and waves and waves and waves of storms. My goodness, the modeling it's not getting any better. It's getting worse, actually, the modeling in terms of, I mean, it's still having a severe threat here. It's sinking to the south. I mean, we may have to switch streams here at some point if the threat continues here to 10 or 11 o'clock, like it's showing on our source, and then we'll have a little break, and I might have another line here tomorrow morning come across, and that could linger. Oh boy, this could be a long event here, folks, like a tropical system. At this point, we already had our pre-stuff, and now I guess we're kind of in our little tropical system. It's not a tropical system, it's just in terms of the duration of having to do coverage here, rivaling what you would see with a tropical system, just providing us with a warning after warning. Hopefully, these will turn more into severe thunderstorm warnings, and they won't be as significant of ones where we can at least take a break if they're not in the more populated areas. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to count on that here based on what I just saw in HRRR model, and it doesn't look good. I'll just tell you that. Hopefully it's wrong. It's been wrong a lot lately, so hopefully it's wrong and the stuff isn't as long lasting as that was just sowing, because that's actually going to lead to a lot of flash flooding potential if we were to get the stuff to coalesce and move that slowly across portions of our area. So anyway, busy setup here, folks. Let's go back on over to weather Doppler. Again, tornado warnings here in play right now. We're talking about northern parts of Worth County here around Doles. Let's see if there's a better radar for this at this point. That's Turner and Worth. Let's see, Robin's a little bit closer then. You have to switch radar, just kind of like playing whack-a-mole here. You have to switch radars here in this type of setup. It's all about keeping you safe. That looks tighter. Let's see here. I mean, eventually it'll be in Wilcox County out of our area, hopefully. But okay, that latest scan has it right over Doles now. Don't see a debris signature, but it would have to be on the ground here for a moment. to be able to get that. That's not down to the weak echo region. That might be a sign we're about to get a tornado touchdown if it's not already doing so. Talking about Doles here. Talking about the community of Doles. Again, that's in Worth County with this one, and also going a little into Turner County. We'll be watching toward Ashburn here. The latest scan, they're a little weaker. But those couple scans that are right around Doles got pretty tight. Don't see anything that's really well defined for a debris signature. Not saying there isn't one, but the hook's still there. But let's track this on out again. So you can see we're going probably north of Ashburn toward Dakota. I-75, closer toward Rebecca, and then again, hopefully it goes more northerly than easterly with the worst of this. I'll back this up a little, and you can kind of see it. It looks like it still maybe wants to go a little bit south. I mean, so that could keep it in our area a little longer. But let's go down to the south here. We're going to go ahead and take that track off. I have to keep switching because the motion's just a little different here. The motion's just a little different around Putney. We're watching this one. Need to go to the different radar for this. So this is going to be your Tallahassee radar then. On this one right here. Again, tornado warning, Putney. You can kind of see here. That didn't look quite as tight as it was, but that could always change on us. You can see a lot of wind in here. 60 mile an hour worth of wind pretty much. As we get toward Valdosta here. Again, this is a thunderstorm warning. Let's go to their radar, Moody, and see what's happening. At least some strong winds. I don't see a lot of spin still, which is good. But that could always change on us here pretty rapidly. I mean, there's little shear markers showing up, but it doesn't really look like it's really well defined. I know we're close to the site. I just don't see a lot yet that really matches up here. But we'll keep watching. Hopefully things, as we get further down, I mean, history has shown us, no matter what the month is, I guess, at this point, history has shown us the stuff in southeast Georgia over the years, for whatever reason, hasn't been as this violent looking as what we've seen in like Southwest and South Central, but except that one storm there in 2018 in December, but right near the coast. So you never know what could happen. But boy, it feels like a January setup or December setup or March, April at this point. Does not feel like a June setup here, but instead it is, and we have the warmer temperatures with already the dangerous shear values. That causes problems, maybe bigger problems than we're used to around here. So again, that's why I've been on for so long. We've had all these spins, all these warnings, all these tornado warnings. I mean, just tornado warning after tornado warning. I'll have to look here when I get a chance. There's just a number of tornado warnings here in the month of June. You see by Tallahassee office. I mean, outside of a tropical system making landfall, I mean, we're probably already like setting the record for June here already. Maybe even counting them at this point. I mean, as many as we've had. We may be kind of, including some of the stuff in Alabama there earlier on, we may be getting close to like setting the record in terms of the most tornado warnings in the month of June. And we're doing that all in like one day. That's not a good thing. Not a good record to be setting, but I'll have to look back at that. But just, I mean, I was looking earlier and it didn't seem like we had much over EF2, F2 in history in this month in the Warder area. And that might have been, hopefully it didn't hit buildings, but if it did, it might have been able to prove damage up to EF3, I would say, based on that debris signature earlier on. But hopefully it didn't hit the buildings, so they're not able to rate it as high as otherwise they would be able to. And then that's more like an EF2 type situation, probably. Again, continuing to watch things here, continuing to track things. Again, Putney, Southern Dougherty County tornado warning. Weak rotation here, but the way things have gone today, you just never know. Gotta watch towards Sylvester here. I know you guys got hit hard recently in Worth County with some storms and might have another storm. Maybe this time a tornado producer headed your way if it holds together. Hopefully it doesn't, but things have held together a lot today. So toward Ashburn here, over the next little bit, you can see here we have the greens and reds coming together in the Doppler radar moving toward the interstate. Hopefully this isn't going to be enough to reissue, but it could. At least look like they might reissue some of these as like severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado possible tags, if nothing else. So let's go ahead and zoom back down toward the south. We're on the Moody radar right now, which may be hurting us a little bit. So this right here is showing some stronger wind at least. Be interesting to see if we get a reading out of the site there. Let me see. It might be a little to the north. Let's see. Okay, actually that one's south of the airport, but the Moody site's to the north. So I might not be able to get a good reading. I was hoping this would be closer to where the radar is, but a really good reading maybe on some of these winds. But let's do it like this, and it's showing winds about 55, close to the radar site, 55. I know my voice trying his best to stay in there, but considering what we could have in our future in terms of severe weather, we'll see how my voice goes. We have to be on whenever we have tornado warning storms moving through our 62 counties, no matter how my voice is doing or how my sleeping or eating schedule is. Whenever there's tornado warning in play, we have to be on the air right now to keep you guys safe and informed. We can take a couple-minute break. Sometimes I'll do that if I feel like we're really in a spot where we're able to, but right now, I mean, these storms, we already had the history of stuff, and we may take a break here to extend these out, just to kind of catch our breath again here, but since these all are said to expire in 10 minutes, I'm going to at least try to be optimistic. It may not work out, but be optimistic that somehow we get lucky. We don't have these warnings extended, but as I say that, I see that storm in Alabama coming into Georgia. If they just don't get extended, it might get a new warning out of this year. May even get a tornado warning toward Quitman County and start this all over again. So, again, that's kind of the pattern we're in now, sadly. But eventually things will clear out, but not over the next few days. On and off storms here and in heat when you don't have the storms. Not great. Let's go ahead and continue to watch things. Okay, they're going to go with a new tornado warning now. It's going to be out toward Ben Hill, Irwin, Turner, and Worth until 4:15. So it's going to be this area up here. We're talking about Ben Hill, Irwin, Turner, and Worth. We're talking about a threat here with this circulation around Doles. I think it's tight enough to go with a new tornado warning now. Eventually be up in toward Wilcox County. Okay, another new warning just came down from the Jacksonville office. There's your, oh yeah, it's tightening up now. They're going to go with Ashburn in here as well. I mean, eventually it would still be out of the area, but, so let's see, look at that here. Let's look at that. You can kind of see here. We're talking about winds at 70 miles an hour in there, maybe trying to get a tornado to the ground. So this is going to be a tornado warning until 4:15 for portions of Irwin, Turner, Ben Hill, and Worth. At 3:35, it's the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located near Ashburn, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Louisville, Worth, Amboy, Rebecca, Turner County Airport, Dakota, Sibley, Arp, Queensland, all under this tornado warning. Gotta get inside, away from windows, put that football helmet on, put that bicycle helmet on. I get a tornado warning in play at about 4:15. Let's get down to the south now. New severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable damage threat, though, for areas here of Clinton County, of Eccles County, until about 4 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm at 3:35 is located near Mayday, or about 10 miles southeast of Lakeland, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So, again, a nasty situation down here now. This is not too far away from Withers, it looks like here. And really just the Moody Air Force Base. Okay, another tornado warning now. Okay, new tornado warning for Doherty and Worth. So, let's see what we got here. So, new tornado warning for Doherty and Worth. So, let's go to the Tallahassee radar then. For this, it's going to be out toward the east. This is till 4:15 now. They think the circulation's tight enough toward Doherty and Worth. I'm going to go ahead and keep watching this here, keep tracking it. You can see moving towards Sylvester here over the next little bit, potentially, and this tornado warning may encompass them. We're about to see it on our map. It does include Sylvester. I just got a sneak peek of it on another source. And there you go. So there's a new tornado warning. Areas there around Sylvester into this until about 4:15. So we now have 3 new warnings here recently issued. The severe thunderstorm warning to 4, but the tornado warning until 4:15. So get even further along here in your daytime hours. Eventually, it's going to be the evening the way things are going with these tornado warnings here popping on up. Again, you see Ashburn there. It's the Ashburn area. Let's go ahead and see what we have here on the Robbins radar. Just bear with me here. Again, let's see what we have in terms of the track of this. I think it might still go north of Ashburn. You can kind of see it on here. Trying to give you the latest look as we switch radars. Gonna be crossing I-75 though here in short order. Always a chance we could get a tornado to cross the interstate, which would not be a good thing. That's never a good thing here, folks. And we have a tornado that could cross the interstate. So, again, continuing to watch things here. You can see the red and the greens coming together. Definitely seeing some wind enhancement in there. Maybe some debris, but that might just be the inflow here. Overall, again, nasty situation here. Still that moderate type day, which you don't get very often around here. Some very volatile weather for sure. Very volatile weather for sure. Let's go ahead and go back to other view now. See the tornado watch. You see our considerable thunderstorm warning going off to the east now. You see our red boxes here. We have 3 of those in the purple because that was confirmed earlier on, but really it's 2 circulations plus a third severe thunderstorm. But we have other storms to the west we'll have to watch. I mean, you see, look at that. Oh boy, if that stuff all comes in like the models are pretty much saying, this overall pattern is going to be really not good. I mean, we're going to have a flash flood threat that really starts to take off eventually. So, and this threat is not a good one. All this instability here. If you get this in a certain time of year, you might not be able to get all this instability here in this setup, and then you don't get all this severe weather, but instead you have this instability in this pattern, and that's a bad combination. A very unusual combination for our area. So, again, looking here right now, trying to give you guys the latest. I know this tornado warning goes all the way out to Fitzgerald pretty much. Clipping you guys there in south central Georgia now. Eventually, though, this one at least will be kind of getting out of our area. That'd be good news. It should kind of get out of our here, but as we look toward the south here, that one could linger a little longer. So, again, I just got to keep watching. Then around Sylvester here, I have to get folks in the shelter there around Sylvester. Let's get back on over toward our other viewpoint now. I get a possible tornado moving towards Sylvester here over the next little bit. I know as we look around Ashburn there, let's go ahead and look up that way. I'm going to put in some more information here, so bear with me. Bear with me. Trying to type some things out behind the scenes. It's a one-man band here. It's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family. Just trying to give you guys the very latest information to keep you guys safe here. That's what it's all about, because we want you guys to be able to get through all this and then enjoy the things when they're a lot better than what they are today. And going to be here in the short term, actually, with the bad weather situation that we're dealing with. But okay, so this is a pretty tight circulation here as we're looking northwest of Ashburn. You can see it here. You see our pink 63 one way, 35 the other way. Just got a new tornado warning now, but that's just outside of the area that I kind of thought it would be. This is for Crisp and Wilcox counties now until about 4:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at 3:40. It was located near Dakota or near Ashburn there, and it's moving off toward the east at 40 miles an hour. So, again, a nasty situation there. Again, you see that spin there. Going to be crossing over, not this, the I-75, US 41 as well here. So keep that in mind as we continue to watch things here this afternoon. Let's get back on over to another viewpoint of this. Again, you can see we have all these different polygons really. Again, it's about 3 storms, and let's see, we might have just got a different, okay, 4 storms now. I'm going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell until 4:30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, tornado possible. Tag out here. This includes Cuthbert. So we're talking about Cuthbert, Georgetown, Selman, Wire Bridge, Watson Crossroads, Ricks Place, Randolph County Airport, Hatcher, Morris, Martin's Crossroads, Benevolence, Overwood Cotton Hill, Wades, Days Crossroads. You even see Peterson Hill there and Coles under this. So again, a nasty situation out there with some weak rotation being noted on Doppler algorithms. We'll be watching that for Cuthbert. But you have these warnings here, tornado warnings. You have this thunderstorm warnings down here. So a lot going on still. All this instability, all this shear. These supercell composite values are just really extraordinary to be able to see those mixing with this type of instability. Almost something like you think about could happen, but you just hope it never does. And I don't know if I've ever seen it quite like this in terms of just this much energy around with this much shear. And I mean, the shear maybe not as high as some events, but the energy is about as high as you could ever see in a severe weather setup where you get some the instability is about as high as you can get in a severe weather setup where you get this much shear. So Because generally this time of year you get all that energy, but you don't get the shear. Today you're getting the shear, and that's not good. Let's go ahead and keep looking at things. I mean, I'll look at some other parameters here as well, and you see a little bit of storm relative helicity here on our screen, but you come between that, you kind of see that a little bit more in our other mode of that. But a lot of parameters come into play here today as I go ahead and see all these colder cloud tops here apparent in this setup. What a mess this is. A lot of times all this stuff would weaken the stuff to the north and west, but unfortunately this energy around it just doesn't get cut off really this time of year because of all this heat. I mean, stuff is like you're continuing to refuel that and refill that gas tank here, just pumping in more and more and more of this hotter air into the region, even if it's not right where the storms are. Maybe it'll kind of dampen things down some because they are in the 70s in some of these spots, but things are just not going to be able to weaken down as much as they generally would, because in a maybe a normal setup you'd have temperatures in the 70s and a different time of year, and then to be down in the 50s after storms, or 60s when they came through. I mean, you're in the 60s in some spots, but I'm talking about like lower 60s or something. Your dew points there, you started to have issues here, but instead we're having issues in the wrong way in terms of this. These storms never stopping here, pretty much just a crazy setup here. Let's go ahead and keep looking at things. Southeast to Albany, around areas getting closer towards Sylvester. Got to keep watching, got to keep tracking there. Around Ashburn now. I think about taking a break, but I'm seeing something around Ashburn here. It may get us north of them, but that circulation here, that circulation, that spin on the Doppler algorithms, again, we're talking about parts of our 62 counties here with this threat. Got to be inside, got to be away from windows here in this type of risk. So can't be messing around here. Maybe a little further up here, but nonetheless, a nasty situation. That's inflow, by the way, if you're wondering. All that blue earlier, that was co-located with the spin and with the debris ball, but this is just inflow here. Still could be helping to organize things, this overall setup. That could be a sign of that. But again, still continuing to watch things. Again, several warnings in play. There's storm warning out toward the west here. I know we're kind of high on this radar, but show it to you real quick there. Clay, Randolph, Equipment, and Terrell in southwestern Georgia until 4:30. You see our red boxes here off toward the east, and again, the tornado warning storm here, the tornado warning storm west and south of Sylvester. Again, some really nasty stuff that we're dealing with here. So, gotta be taking shelter here, folks. Cannot be letting your guard down. Again, unfortunately, as nasty as things have been in other parts of the country, we've really gotten the worst of it here today in southwestern Georgia. Within our viewing area in south central Georgia with just a slew of tornado warnings. Again, you never get tornado warnings to this magnitude in June unless it's a tropical system in this part of the country. This is like breaking all the rules here. This severe weather setup today. I mean, it really is. It's just extraordinary. Not in a good way. I mean, this is something you never ever really think about seeing here in the month of June. Okay, we're getting reports now. There's a tornado on the ground north of Ashburn. Tornado on the ground north of Ashburn here. So let's go ahead and go over to the Doppler. Train spotter says they're seeing a tornado as of 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago there. It was west of Highway 41 and north of Ashburn here. So Highway 41, let me back this up a little. We're going to say here, if it's just about a little bit there north of Ashburn, we're going to kind of put the tornado maybe up here. Okay, they just updated the box so I can change the motion a little bit here. Let's put the tornado kind of up here somewhere. Could be closer to here, but probably not right in downtown, which is some good news. They're still under the tornado warning, though, so you're still going to be taking shelter. Again, a tornado warning here in play. A nasty, nasty situation here, folks. Nasty stuff that we're talking about. Again, you cannot lay your guard down here in this area. A very robust setup. And now, again, we're getting reports of the tornado that's been spotted there just north of Ashburn. Got to be taking shelter here. Eventually, this storm will be leaving our area, but it'll take a little bit longer. A little bit longer here. The warning goes to about 4:15 in our area. The other warning in the north goes about 4:30. Again, this is a nasty storm here, folks. Okay, that's where they have the tornado. Okay, that's about where we had it on here, actually. So, right in there, that's where you have your tornado. And it's probably right in here, right about crossing the interstate, right about now, because the radar's about a minute or two behind. So the tornado is right about here, probably crossing over the interstate right now there, just north of Ashburn in Turner County. So again, looking at Sylvester now, this possible tornado could get close to Sylvester, not confirmed as of anything that we've seen here recently. But you see around Gordy, here, some stronger wind. We'll be watching that. Hopefully, this storm kind of weakens, but the worst of the wind right now is around Gordy and going to be going this south of Sylvester, it would seem. But you're under the tornado warning in Sylvester, so you got to take those tornado precautions to be on the safe side. So we have more warnings here on play off toward the north and west. A lot of lighting equipment and Randolph. We had those warnings earlier, tornado warnings toward you guys. We have thunderstorm warnings and playing some other areas right now, including here. That threat does continue here to at least about 4:30. Could get upgraded to a tornado warning though at points. Then we get down toward the south and east. We have the severe thunderstorm warning toward Clinch County at 3:44. A severe thunderstorm was located near DuPont or 12 miles southwest of Homerville, moving east about 30 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Homerville, Argyle, DuPont, and Mayday. Again, dangerous situation. Not a tornado situation there right now, but again, this is some nasty stuff here in toward this area. Got to be taking precautions here in terms of those winds around Withers. Again, eventually that could move to the east. You see a storm here around Folkestone that's getting a little bit stronger. Gonna have to watch it. I don't see a lot with it on our radar further away right now, but we'll keep watching it. Looks like we have a boundary down there too. Let's see what that's been doing. Bear with me. Looks like that's kind of helping to spark some stuff off down there. So again, let's just go ahead and continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. I'm still updating the latest information. Again, we got reports of a tornado on the ground there near I-75 around Ashburn there not too long ago. So not what you want to hear, obviously. Let's go ahead and jump back on over. At least it's not in town, but so updates here. The Weather Service Jackson, we're tracking 2 areas of concern. The first consists of the lone track supercells that have been tornadic over Worth and Turner counties in Georgia, tracking eastward toward Coffee and Jeff Davis. Uncertain about how much longer those storms are tracked as they are moving into a more stable environment left by prior convection, but they're going to continue to monitor these storms, but they're more concerned about a second area from Valdosta to Folkestone developing supercells just north there on the north side of outflow boundary where we have a max of low-level shear support and storm rotation. These storms are in a more unstable environment, so they'll be monitoring closely for possible tornado development in that area over the next few hours. I see they canceled out a tornado warning area that was for Doherty, but still keeping it for Worth. Possible tornado near Sylvester there in Worth County. So, again, got to be taking those tornado precautions there. Got to be taking those tornado precautions in toward that area as we continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. So, again, you see our warnings here in play. Severe thunderstorm warning up northwest there, and includes Cuthbert, but worse it's the west of them right now. You have this tornado warning around Sylvester. Got to take your tornado precautions around Sylvester. Again, we had a report of a confirmed tornado in progress there a little bit earlier on, north of Ashburn there. Just looking at that and hoping that's not a debris signature. I don't think it is. That's not matching up. Seeing a little bit of a ball shape. I don't think that's anything there to be worried about in terms of that right now. So we're getting new warnings. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Albany. Okay, this storm's a hail producer now. No tornado possible tag on this one, but hail to about $half size and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts moving toward Albany here through about 5 o'clock, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So got to be watching that here over the next little bit. We're also being told now that it's probably going to be a new watch issued further downstream toward the east here. Let's go ahead and pop up our other map then. You can see that blue circled area. I mean, you see the temperature's a little cooler out there, but an increasing threat for large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps a couple of tornadoes may prompt watch issuance there this afternoon. And in the wake of early convection here, some air mass recovery has occurred, and recent radar imagery shows an outflow boundary from prior thunderstorms is still continuing southward along that Florida-Georgia line. But filtered daytime heating to the north of this boundary has allowed surface temperatures to generally increase in the low to mid 80s downstream with multiple supercells ongoing across southwestern and the south central Georgia. Now, there's still some concerns about instability due to that large area of remnant stratiform precipitation with the mixed layer cape there quickly dropping off a northern extent across coastal Georgia and into South Carolina. So that's kind of the storyline there. But we do need to mention here that regardless, deep layer shear still appears strong enough for with the 35 to 45 plus knots to support supercells, and the current expectations are for the ongoing supercells to spread eastward over the next few hours while posing a threat for large hail and damaging winds. And enough low-level shear is also present to foster low-level updraft rotation and some risk for a couple of tornadoes. So convective trends will be monitored for a possible watch issuance as we look ahead in the timeline. I know we've been on for so long. We had this watch it several hours to go to the west, but we've just been talking so long we never were able to necessarily post it outside of it, post on the auto alert page. But let's look here toward the east at some more instability. Just a second, let me pop that in. Yeah, I see what they're saying. It's definitely lacking some, but I mean, in a wintertime setup, that would be plenty. With this type of shear in play, I mean, if it doesn't spread east, maybe we'll be in a better spot. But if it does, then probably going to have some problems still. So got to be aware, got to be watching, got to be tracking here as we continue to give you the latest updates. Okay, 3:56 right now. Let's take a quick break here. We'll be back at 4 with more details on this dangerous setup here across portions of our area. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the center at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock. We're still tracking tornado warnings here across the area. Just taking a really quick break here. But we've been on for over 4 hours, almost continuously here, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. And right now, the tornado warning is in effect. Radar indicated tornado warning for Worth County, but then a confirmed tornado based on a visual a little while ago from weather spotters at around 3:45. That was a tornado that was confirmed there as seen from northwest there of Aspern, moving off toward the east at 40 miles an hour, including areas of Irwin, Turner, and Ben Hill counties. So, again, a nasty situation, a nasty setup. Let's go ahead and go on over right now to our other mode. I'm going to go ahead and pop this on up. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I'm hoping that we'll get a lull here, at least maybe this stuff will transition into lower end severe thunderstorm acts, if not just strong storms. But that may not happen. I mean, we have the threat towards southeast Georgia, the Weather Service in Jacksonville has been talking about. So we'll just have to stay tuned here and monitor everything that we're tracking and seeing on the radar. But again, a nasty setup, getting some hail reports in, so that's kind of interesting. Again, maybe going along with the point that maybe things are not quite as dangerous as what we saw here a little earlier. But a report there from Randolph County of quarter-size hail and Quitman County quarter-size hail. So hopefully this is becoming a situation. I mean, I'm probably being too optimistic here after what we've already gone through over the last 4+ hours, but I mean, maybe we're trying to see a turn here. I think I've been really optimistic today compared to what's actually happening. Trying to be, because after a while it can get pretty treacherous having these storms impact your area. But okay, we're seeing stuff here in chat talking about the Blakely area earlier on. Hail of about 2 to 3 inches in diameter. Came through tennis ball size, which is very unusual for our neck of the woods. So our radar was trying to estimate some of that as we were getting past it, but we were focusing more on the spin, there at that point in time. So what that kind of was there is, I think it was really organized and really just, I mean, this may not really be happening with these other ones that are producing hail, but it was really getting that hail there, and then as that kind of was organizing the cell in general, then it dropped a significant tornado. Luckily, I mean, they got the hail in Blakely, but they didn't really get a tornado like that. It doesn't seem like that's. I mean, as bad as hail is, it can cause damage that size. I'm sure it probably has. I haven't looked at the photos that I'm hearing about here in chat, but I mean, just from experience, you would rather have hail damage than you would tornado damage. But you don't want either. But if you would have had the type of tornado that they had east of Blakely would have really had problems. So, again, we don't know the extent of the damage east, but it was just extraordinary what we saw on some of our different modes here in the weather center. So, again, trying to give you guys the very latest here. Checking for some of our details here right now. There's just so much happening. There's just so much going on here in this type of dangerous day that we're trying to get through. And we currently have 3 tornado warnings on the board, 2 of them in our area, 1 just north. Eventually this storm will be moving out of our area here. I want to get into better radar. So let's go up to Robbins for this storm here anyway. See where that tornado that was confirmed earlier is at now. Haven't really gotten any new updates on it, so I'm hoping that means that we're not seeing quite as bad of a situation here as we were seeing earlier on. Again, let me see what I'm gathering here right now. I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest. Let's just kind of look here. Again, around Rebecca, quite a bit weaker. Doesn't mean it's going to completely fall apart, but even if it did, it'd be moving kind of out of our area. I mean, you see Jacksonville, Georgia, that's out of our area. So this will be headed out of our area here within the next, let's say, at least within 30 minutes or so, but maybe more like 20. We'll see. You can kind of see it going into Wilcox there. It's kind of hard to make out with the lines. I was having trouble there at first. My eyes have been very busy the last few days, and they're going to be here as we look ahead with the storm threats continuing. But you see going into word Wilcox and Telfair eventually. So, okay, so let's review the risk here today. I know try to run my words together a little bit here as we've been on for a while, but it's a one-man band just trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. So your day one risk here is like 4 out of 5, which is just extraordinary in that red. Even the orange, something we don't get all that often here in summertime. And then as we look ahead to tomorrow, we have a 2 out of 5 risk, and that gets more toward Florida here. Still in Georgia some too, though. And then on your Friday, we have a marginal risk in play. So that could always get upgraded. Even tomorrow's risk could get upgraded a little bit. Both could get upgraded a notch. One to maybe enhance tomorrow and to slight on Friday. So we're not done here. This might be the peak, but we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. We still got maybe a wind event later tonight, which could be a problem. We'll see. So again, looking at things here, this is east of Southwestern here. This warning goes to 415. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and set that. It's moving out toward Tula and Ocilla here. They're seeing here in chat that 3 Worth County deputies are reporting rotation in the storm over the Pope Park area and the Post Office Highway 82 area in the city of Southwestern. So they're probably watching this as it's kind of leaving town here and they're watching from the back side. This spins, so that means we'll probably get another tornado warning here and something like that with this much enough spin here showing up on the Doppler radar. So again, I'm going to zoom back on out right now as we continue to give you guys the latest. You can see here, you can see the spin, you can see this hook here south of Rebecca, moving off toward the north and east here over the next bit. Going back here toward Albany, I'm going to go ahead and track. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Albany until 5 o'clock. Talking about hail there to about an inch in diameter, maybe a little bit bigger, like half-dollar size, and then 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So Doherty, Lee, Calhoun, Terrell, and this. So severe thunderstorm warning as well. Severe thunderstorm warning up toward Cuthbert. That one goes until about 4:30. And that warning on Valdosta got dropped, which is a little surprising based on some things we're seeing. But I know we got to watch these storms here. I know we're on Folkestone. There's some rotation, not a lot actually, which is good, but have to keep tracking things. And like I said, the parameters kind of cut off, but our STP values are starting to kind of edge down there, and that might mix enough with the instability to be problematic. With enough of the heat of the day, some of those areas there haven't got as hot. Let me look here. But yeah, you see right up near the border, we don't have as many sites still up into the 80s, which is enough to cause problems probably. So again, continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. You can see we have this area of spin northeast of Aspirin. We're just going to keep looking at it, watching this spin around Sylvester. This is more by itself, which seems that can be problematic here. Still effort in the latest, so bear with me here. I wish I could talk the whole time here without making a mistake, but unfortunately in this type of setup, we just have so many things going on here. We have to kind of look over to our monitors to give you guys the very latest, type some things out, because there's just a lot of nasty stuff happening here. So just trying to give you the very latest, though, as we have it in here to the Weather Center. Typing some more stuff out, so bear with me. Just give me a few more seconds here as we try to get you the latest. I know there's just a lot happening here, folks. So again, severe thunderstorm warning continuing here out toward Calhoun, Doherty, Lee, and Terrell now till 5 o'clock. Tornado possible tag hail to 1.5 inches in diameter, a possibility. So just got to be keeping our eyes on that. Got to be keeping our eyes on that here as we kind of look. Continue to check our different scans here. It just expired out, that Clinton Echoes officially, but I think that's been gone for a few minutes. So well, that's just coming across though. But check out this storm here that's moving toward Albany. That could have ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust eventually into toward that area. So it's moving east at 40 miles an hour. So about, let's see, about 30 minutes away from Albany here. 30 minutes away from Albany. That's what it would seem like right now, just so you guys know if you're planning some things around Albany. At least give you guys that heads up there. Give you guys a look at what could be headed in your direction. Going back up here northwest of Fitzgerald. You can see some of that spin there on Rebecca as well. There'll be some decisions made here next few moments as we're getting closer to 4:15. Okay, so seeing a deputy reporting the storm, but pulling there is rotating. So that's Highway 82 just past Walmart. So gotta be kind of careful there. Continuing to check here in the chat. Just want to make sure we're getting our bearings here good. So of course pulling is in parts there of Worth County. So this that area there, they're probably gonna have to extend this out then, unfortunately, with these reports coming on in. Seems like there's probably enough reporting out of there to tell us that there still could be a tornado threat. This could drop a tornado at any time. So, not what you want to hear, obviously. We're on the Moody's site, which says it's a little weaker, but that's on the scans, at least from a moment ago. It's going to have to catch up as I switch it on over. But, yeah, they're going to the new tornado warning now. This one's going to be for Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner, so not this area. It's going to be for this area here. I'm not 100% sure it's going to stay in the area that long, though. A little surprised they issued that one because it's not as tight, and it's also kind of right on the edge here. But the way they do that out, they think it might stay in the area the whole time. We'll see. Right, we're probably going to have to be on the air anyway for other storms. But again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track, continuing to give you guys the latest updates. Again, at 4:10, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 10 miles northwest of Fitzgerald, moving east at 40 miles an hour. We're watching these greens and reds come together here on the Doppler algorithms. Again, gotta be inside away from windows here. Louisville, as well as Rebecca, Bowens Mill, Red Bluff, Aston, Arp, Elbert Ward, Queensland as well. Okay, new warning is coming out for thunderstorm warning for areas of, it looks like, Ben Hill, Irwin, Tip, Turner, and Worth until 5:15. So instead of a tornado warning on this one we're actually getting some reports of some rotation in the clouds with, they're going to go with the severe thunderstorm warnings. That's interesting. A little surprising, honestly. I might have flipped those, but you just never know here in this type of setup. It's been going on for hours and hours, and there's a lot going on. I know we're on some different modes here. I may have accidentally not turned our other source on there, so let me do that. Let me go ahead and make sure we're able to say you guys what we're doing, because I think I flipped that weird way. But again, I've been on here trying to say some stuff. So again, see the spin here again. It doesn't seem all that tight, but we're getting the rotational reports, and I mean, with the history on this, you just never know. But this one here, honestly, it looks about the same on radar now. Last scan, I mean, about the same as well, but it's just the one had reports and the one to the north didn't, and it's about to leave the area. So it kind of makes things tricky here, but so we're going to end up having, it looks like here, and I maybe kind of, let me double check. So yeah, we're going to end up at 4:15 having one tornado warning left on the board in the area. So that's going to be the storyline there. That's the plan anyway. At this point, you just never know. But so we have more storms to the north and west, though, believe it or not, coming in. And some of those could be more potent severe thunderstorms if they're not tornado producing. Just so you guys know here. And speaking of just storms coming in from the north and west and maybe training here of storms, we just got a flash flood warning issued now for areas of Quitman. It's about to pop up in the green. It's going to be a green box here. Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell, there you go, till about 10:15. So, going to have flash flooding here. That's really starting to be caused by thunderstorms, producing heavy rain across the warned area. Cuthbert, Dawson, Georgetown, Selman, Sasser, over toward Brooksville in Georgia, Benevolence, White House, Goff's Mill, Martin's Crossroads, Fountain Bridge, Coles, Peterson Hill, Graves, Randolph County Airport. So rapid water rise is possible. I mean, it could be kind of gradual, but again, some of these storms here are destructive, severe thunderstorms, and some of those are kind of aiming this way. So it's not a pattern. It's an unrelenting pattern, one that's not ending here for sure. So again, a lot of that stuff to the north and west training on in. Not going to have time for the ground to recover in terms of the moisture. Now, you might have a situation here where if you just get so much, even if the models say, and we have all the energy around, maybe it'll dampen things enough so we don't get as many convective severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings for a bit. But who knows at this point. So, again, right now we have this tornado warning right on the edge of the county warning area in our area. But we're just gonna keep on looking at things, keep on tracking things here in this type of setup. We go ahead and go on over to weather mode here. Again, you can see west of Queensland there. We had that spin on the Doppler. And this is a tornado warning now for areas of Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner until 5 o'clock at 4 Tennessee. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located there 10 miles northwest of Fitzgerald, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Fitzgerald around 425 will be impacted. We also have Louisville, Rebecca, Bowens Mill, Red Bluff, Aston, Ark, over toward Queensland. So again, some nasty conditions here, but unrelenting as we've talked about here in this overall pattern. We just have a lot more action coming on in here later on. So I know there's maybe baseball says here on Selma, Alabama right now. So that could be a nasty, nasty situation for those folks. Don't want to be messing around, obviously, with stuff that's volatile here in this type of setup. Not much in North Florida still. Our North Florida viewers, we're in North Florida. There is a storm in northern Duval County trying to get going. Maybe a little hail. See Nassau County, some lightning, but nothing overwhelming right now. That's the storyline there. So it looks like we just got some updates here. So the latest coming on in now. Wilcox County, they trimmed that one back a good bit, it looks like. But then they've issued one for Telfair and Wilcox until 5. So maybe it's trying to stay a little bit southerly, which is not what we want for our covered area. Though eventually it should still get out of here. Might be in the Jacksonville Weather Service office area, but it should eventually get out of our viewing circle anyway. It seemingly wants to go more easterly. That still looks northerly to me, but it might take it until it gets into this red box up here to get out of our area. So, and then that would be up there, that's in Telfair, which would be part of the Atlanta market or Weather Service office area. And then if it Northern Coffee is included, or even Hazelhurst, that's part of Jacksonville, but Northern Coffee is our area that we cover. Hazelhurst is not. So just so you know in terms of how we're doing the coverage. But again, we have the tornado warning situation. Again, just hours upon hours here of tornado coverage, which is very unusual for the month of June outside of a tropical system, a landfalling tropical system. I mean, and it's a situation when we started out, we thought we'd get a break here a little bit, and we never did. So that's why we kind of pigeonholed our stream title there, and especially the description about where the tornado warning situation was originating first off. But we've had just so many warnings since then, so many different storms impacting us, being problematic. So again, let's go ahead and look here northwest of Fitzgerald. You can see here some of that spin on that. Again, the possible tornado up there. Around Chula, we have some stronger winds moving into toward that area right now. You see toward Albany here. Albany, going to have a pretty nasty storm over the next little bit in Dougherty County. Around Albany there, you're going to be getting impacted here by a pretty vigorous storm over in the next little bit. You see the greens and reds starting to come together now. So that's a little further away on the radar. So let me check a different one. But if that's a sign of what's happening on those views, we might get a tornado warning as this tracks toward Albany. We'll see. Don't want it, but that's not a great sign. So, okay, we just got a new tornado watch. We're getting a bunch of little spins all of a sudden here off of Tallahassee. I'll have to check that. But let's see where our new tornado watch is. I just put one out until 10 o'clock tonight now. Off toward the east here. Off toward the east until 10 o'clock. A new tornado watch about to jump up on the screen here. So that's, again, 2Z. Another way to talk about it includes parts of Tallahassee and Jacksonville's warning areas here. So you're about to see it pop up live on the air here. You see that fill on in toward the east some. May go all the way to the coast. I'm not 100% sure, but there have been discussions here, and I'll see the box where they were thinking about things. So again, we'll be watching, we'll be tracking here, and there you go. They've gone ahead now, and they see that it includes Nassau County in northern Florida. But till 10 o'clock, extreme northeast Florida, southeast Georgia, a couple tornadoes possible, scattered damage and wind gusts to 70 miles an hour likely, scattered large hail events to about 1.5 inches in diameter. So nasty, nasty stuff there. Again, some serious potential here still to the west as well. We've had the stronger tornado threat out there. The SCP values drop off some toward the east here, but still we do have that tornado risk continuing here, as we've talked about, as we've continued to highlight here over the last little bit. Yeah, then you're going to have to issue a tornado warning around Leary. That looks like it's really getting tight. I know we're off to Tallahassee, and that's supposed to be the closest one. And yeah, that's not what we want to see. So let's go ahead and go back over here. Let's go back over here. That's a hook. And yeah, that's going to probably need a tornado warning here pretty quickly. Not what we want to see at all. But you see that hook there. It's really starting to wrap up now. Feel like that's going to get us a new tornado warning here soon. Looking to the north, I don't see it as much. Let's check our other radar just in case it's not showing it as much. Because that wouldn't probably be the, I mean, I know our system's telling us one thing at points, but it may really be this one that's still the closer radar. I mean, just my experience up there would tell me that. But even then, we're still getting a pretty good little spin. Let's see here. Not quite as defined, but that's still trying to come together. Still trying to come together for sure there with some shear just northeast, on the northeast side of Leary. You can see that there, northeast side of Leary. You can see south side of Albany being impacted acre here over the next little bit by this storm, and they're going to go with a tornado warning now. Yeah, for this storm. Okay. Baker, Calhoun, Daugherty, Mitchell until 5 at 4:21. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Leary, or 7 miles east of Morgan, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So, again, a dangerous situation now again for Albany. It's going to be more and more towards South Albany in some of the areas. I mean, we're not too far away from areas that were hit by that tornado in 2017 here. If this continues on the same track, hopefully not anything like that one, but hopefully it doesn't come to the ground. But again, tornado warning just being issued here. So the track takes it there again towards some of those areas around maybe the airport. We'll see. So here's another look at this here as that box now comes up. You can see that red box. I know it's only 73 degrees in Albany, which normally when you have that much of a cooling effect here on the setup, maybe you would get luckier, but instead, I mean, 73 is still warm enough with this type of shear in play to produce tornado threat. I mean, if it was just about pop-up storms, then that'd be good enough. But 73 in this setup is not good. I mean, it's still too warm, and it's causing this problem here. This tornado problem now, and a threat for Albany here over the next little bit. Again, this is not a threat for Leesburg on this one, which I guess is some good news for you guys up there. But speaking of Lee County, we just got a flash flood warning issued now in toward that area. So let me go ahead and show you guys that. That's about to pop up, a flash flood warning at 10:15 now for Lee County around Leesburg here. Around Leesburg in southwest Georgia, because that rain is coming on down. Gotta remember to turn around, don't drown in this type of situation as that rain just continues to fall there. You saw it popping right when I switched, but there's another look at it. All that lightning in there. No other convective warning for Leesburg downtown, but the thunderstorm warning does kind of encompass the south side. The tornado threat there to the south here. Again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to look at them. See that rotation around Leary there. Just a never-ending type of threat, it seems like, here as we're looking at things in the weather center. Again, on and on and on here with this threat. Just continuing to evolve on us. Continuing to have to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your families. So back we go now. Back we go on over toward our other view. We get a new tornado warning for parts of Albany now. Again, we're at 4:24 on this Wednesday. We've been with you here for almost 5 hours now with tornado warnings pretty much the whole time, which is very unusual for our area and almost just exceptional outside of a tropical system for June. Even with a tropical system, you started to have a lull after this much time with tornado warnings generally, but not today, folks. And this is a day that we're going to have to watch a threat of tornadoes to at least 10 o'clock here based on that new tornado watch being issued out toward the east here. So not great, but let's go ahead and keep looking at things. Looking like I'm going to be tightening up a little right near Seabird 62, Georgia 62. Again, got to be really careful there and toward that area. Interior room away from windows as you're looking out there in that part of the area. Again, it's a tornado warning at 5 o'clock now for Daugherty, Mitchell, Baker, and Calhoun counties. We could have ping pong ball size hail associated with this as well. So, again, that could be problematic. That could definitely be problematic here. We're going to go ahead and keep looking, keep watching things. Again, you see all that trending of rain there off toward, there's on Dawson here. I mean, the last hour you see an inch or two, but 12 hours you saw it 2-3 inches, and we're going to get more and more and more probably in there. See all the rain we had up toward Auburn earlier on there, and areas there around Phoenix City, Columbus. I mean, that's 12 hours, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in towards some of those different areas. So, again, continuing to watch things, continuing to monitor them here in the Weather Center, trying to give you guys the very latest. Give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm going to go ahead and go back on over to this storm, this possible tornado headed toward Albany. But I am seeing a storm now that's closer toward Tipton. Is that one starting to intensify with the rotation? Off the one radar it was off of Fort Rutgers view. And it looks like it is off of the other two. They might have to issue a tornado warning here for Tula pretty soon near I-75. Could be having a tornado trying to develop there. Let's see you guys that. Possible tornado trying to develop around Tula. That view here is, I think the radar, let's check. Yeah, that's 2 minutes behind. So it's right over Tula now. Got to be watching that. Got to be in shelter though up in the tornado warning up toward Ben Hill County. You see a little bit tighter north of Fitzgerald now. Not really tight, but a little tighter there. I mean, we'll continue to watch it, continue to track it there. You see that hook on the storm. Let's get back toward the west down toward parts of Dougherty County. Again, a tornado warning in effect. That looks like it's really tight there, but we're watching a few of the scans catch up here, so bear with it. You see the thunderstorm warning for parts of Lee, Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell now at 5:15. Let's zoom out of that then real quick, and we'll show you guys that once it pops up. Again, Lee, Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell until about 5:15. A new severe thunderstorm warning popping on up here. I mean, if you look at our map, and it's going to be like this one here too, but everything's just kind of crossing each other now at this point. I mean, there's just so much confluence here. It's just crazy, folks. Okay, we're being told earlier in Dougherty County around Redstone, where that we had that tornado warning storm earlier on there. That's a baseball-sized hail reported on Calvary Road. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously. Not what you want to hear. But in this rotation here, a couple different areas. Let's see here. Okay, we got multiple areas here trying to develop on us now. It just contains scan by scan, but this area right here east of Leary, having to watch that here for sure. We're just trying to give you guys the latest. Trying to give you guys the very latest here. You see those greens and reds. There's greens and pinks here at this point, trying to come together. That's just south there of State Road 62. You see the greens and reds here. Greens and pinks here trying to come together north of Albany. Also, no tornado warning up here. Thunderstorm warning though. But that could get us a tornado warning here pretty quick if that starts to tighten up. It's a little broad in some ways, but you're seeing it kind of become a little clearer as the radar tries to maybe get a better vantage point, able to get a better vantage point on it. But we'll have to watch and track. Again, let's see what else is going on. I know one thing I've noticed, and I'll double check this before I see it, but yeah, and the power outage numbers are getting up there some in Georgia, but they're not as high as they were yesterday so far, even though we had no tornado warnings yesterday. We just had so many areas of wind coming through. We could have that later, though, believe it or not, with more rounds. But I see Quitman County 264, Customer in the dark, Early County 279, Clay 108, Calhoun 128, Baker 78, Cook 142, Turner 338. Ware County, some of that might still be from yesterday, but over 1,000 toward the east there. So, okay, they just canceled a tornado warning area for Irwin and Turner, but keeping it for Ben Hill now. So, now let's look at this one. This is going to be for Ben Hill then. Ben Hill County. Let me give you a coverage map because I haven't shown this in a while. We're in North Florida, in Bradford County, but we cover 62 counties here, 62 counties. We haven't had much around where we're at today specifically, but we had so many tornado warnings in Georgia, and it's our policy whenever there's a tornado warning storm moving through here, over 62 counties here, that we're on to give you the latest with a stream here. We've done that for every tornado warning storm moving through since late 2019, and right now, that area of Ben Hill County, you see it just north of Irwin, just northwest of Coffee there. For perspective, and the other tornado warning in our area right now is for parts of Baker, Georgia, Calhoun in Georgia, Dougherty, and Mitchell as well. So kind of see where those are toward Albany. So again, just giving you guys an idea of the coverage map. But back over here right now toward Queensland. And then it looks like, is that another, that's interesting there. It looks like we're starting to get the greens and reds on that view here. We're off to Robbins. Interesting how things keep wanting to go a little bit more easterly on that view then. Have to switch around, but the latest scan here takes it a little bit longer still to get out of our area, so gotta be aware of that. Gotta be aware of that. This unbelievable amount of warnings as we're looking out here to the west. I mean, Leesburg proper is only under a flash flood warning, but they're getting hit by a really nasty storm. Just to the south, there's a thunderstorm warning in play. And then you see a tornado warning around Albany here. Tornado warning around Albany. That's for Albany and due south of there. We have some rotation south of Dawson. This is just a big mess. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see for sure. I know. It's something you really don't get around here this time of year. We're being told of some updates here in the chat right now. So let's go ahead and read them off. We'll go ahead and read them off here at this point. Let me go ahead and go on over toward our broad perspective. The tornado watch will affect all the counties in southeast Georgia of Jacksonville jurisdiction, along with Nassau and northeast Florida. Clusters of supercells are expected to move eastward into southeast Georgia through the evening, with the potential for tornado formation with strong storms in addition to destructive wind gusts and large hail. So, again, a very, very busy situation, a very nasty pattern here that just doesn't want to relent. Sometimes you can track a boundary and say, okay, at least we'll be getting this out of our area here in the next couple of hours or something like that. But in this pattern, it's not the case. Not the case here. I mean, we're way, way away from that, folks. I mean, like days away here from getting the all clear. I mean, with this setup, I mean, the tornado threat will go down some ultimately, but we're still going to be in this messy pattern where I think as we keep getting this rain to fall over these areas, these same areas, we're going to have that flash flooding threat increase. Not good, but let's get back on over to the Doppler radar, giving you guys the latest here. You see all that lightning whenever thunder roars go indoors, but if you're under a tornado warning, you got to do more than that. So let's go ahead and pop up those tips here again. For those of you that may be just joining us here in the coverage, whenever a tornado warning's in place, seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, something along those lines. But even those under a tornado watch, need to just stay tuned, remain alert. Multiple ways to receive those warnings. So, again, back to the Doppler radar we go right now. Again, there's 2 tornado warnings in our area. One just outside. But these are 2 different storms we're talking about that have the warnings on them for tornado possibilities. So we gotta treat those seriously here. Let me go and go to the broad perspective. Again, you can see our yellow boxes. These are tornado watches here that go. One of these going until about 10 o'clock tonight to the east and one to the west there, expiring at 7. May have to reissue at this point. I mean, some of these may cross over. I haven't double checked. Let me see here. Because I know I saw Tallahassee it included some areas. So they may cross over. Let me double check here on a different source because it's not going to self it easy here. I can't individually click these out here. Let me see if it kind of intersects a little bit. Well, not really. I must include some counties in there for Tallahassee, but let me double check. I don't actually see them, but I thought I saw it come from Tallahassee's as well. So there may be a county in there I'm not seeing right off because I've been on for so long, but maybe one of the Georgia counties somewhere in there. But anyway, so nonetheless, a nasty setup continues. Okay, they're continuing the tornado warning here for portions of Baker, Doherty, and Mitchell until 5. At 4:34, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located there 11 miles east of Leary or 11 miles southwest of Albany, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. They did clear out Calhoun, but again, continuing for portions of Baker, Doherty, and Mitchell. So there's your rotation, pretty tight there. Let's go on over toward our other view. Let's go to our other view right now to continue to give you guys the very latest. I know we're kind of in a bad spot. I'm supposed to be the best reader right now. So let's go to Fort Rucker, that EOX view. bear with me. I know I went to Tallahassee and it was getting blocked out, so this is probably a better view here, Roy. Let's get it up to date. It's going to be a couple scans behind when I first loaded in, so got to get the storm motion right, too. Okay, that's your newest scan. That's concerning then. You see some blues here. That's an odd spot, but and that could be helping us a little because that's more inside the hook. It's not co-located with the axle. If it's back here, something like that, I'd be really concerned. Still gotta be taking shelter, but this right now wind's about 100, but it's not really matching up, so it may not be really coming to the ground like maybe you would think it would. So that would be some good news, but we'll see. Guys, still take shelter. Tornado warning through about 5 o'clock here in toward this area. Tornado warning at 4:34. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 11 miles east of Leary or 11 miles southwest of Albany. I know we were talking about that. We went east at 40. We're talking about East Albany around 4:50 being impacted. Putney, Albany, and Turner City in there about 4:55, give or take, where you're at. More South Albany, again, as we've talked about here, downtown and south. And then a Marine Corps logistics. Let's try that again. The Marine Corps logistics base. We've been talking over 5 hours, but the Marine Corps logistics base around 5 o'clock here. Acre, Radium Springs, Lockett Crossing, Walker, South Albany, Williamsburg, Southwest Georgia Regional Airport, Ducker there under that. So, again, that's your storyline right now. Again, looking at our mapping here. I mean, it cuts off some of the most populated areas, but it does get some of them. You can see that look like a stadium in there in Albany under this, and threat from about there to the south. So, again, that's your storyline right now. Zooming back out. This looks pretty tight, but we're further away, so could be deceiving. Might not be, but let's go to our radar then. Ben Hill County, so that'll be Robbins radar. That's the closest tilt here per se. Let's just put this in right storm motion. So this is a spin right here. Seems like it's just wanting to go south on us. I'm gonna back this up because it seems like it's really kind of moved around. Maybe it was just the angle we were looking at on the radar, kind of deceiving us a little, but never just spin. This looks really tight off of Robbins here, northeast of Tifton. I might get us a warning here pretty soon if that's in line. With the storm motion, that might get us a tornado warning there out of Irwin, and then as it moves out of Tifton and the Coffee, maybe even Jacksonville would have to issue a tornado warning. We'll see. Jacksonville Weather Service office. We'll have to wait and see there. I mean, let me check Irwin thunderstorm warning. Which radar will be best for that one? Probably Moody. Let's see. That's my guess. It's about to tell me, but okay, this switched. Yeah, that switched to Moody. They have all these up at the Weather Service, kind of bouncing back between as well, trying to get the best view on what to do with these warnings. Okay, that has a tornado vortex signature on that scan. Let's see if that continues. But coming up US 319 there, moving toward Ocilla maybe. That may get us a tornado warning for Ocilla then over the next little bit in Irwin County. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. We're being told of some damage now. We hadn't really got much in the way of damage reports from the tornadoes, but we're being told from about 2 hours ago now. In Early County, damage was reported in the Quell Country Road area, about 1 mile northeast of Nicholsville. So, again, that's kind of your storyline there. Kind of the storyline there right now. Again, giving you guys the very latest. You can see here, looking at all our different areas, all our different thunderstorm tornado warnings. Trying to give you guys the best assessment we can here of the situation. Again, let me go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Try to give you guys the very latest. Again, you see the tornado watch is 1 west to 7, east until 10 here. Tornadoes possible and close to the watch areas. Looking at instability, you see it cut off some, but when I say cut off, that might be overdoing it. Just taper off a bit. And then you can see our STP values and our supercell composite still high. I mean, temperature's still warm. STP is definitely higher to the west and around Dothan. I mean, they're just extraordinary over there, and not in a good way. But again, got to keep watching things, keep tracking. We still have that threat of some stronger tornadoes in this area, as evidenced by the SPC outlook. New update on the tornado warning for parts of Baker, Doherty, and Mitchell until 5 at 4:39. A severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado is located 8 miles southwest of Albany, moving east at about 40 miles an hour here. So still watching that spin. Got to take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows here. If you're in this area, don't want to mess around here. As we're getting these updates on the polygons to come on out. I know we're trying to give you the best angle here on the Doppler. So I thought a considerable wind damage continues toward Dougherty County through about 5 o'clock as well. So, or excuse me, considerable hail damage. I beg your pardon. It's for 2-inch hail. Considerable hail damage. So, nasty hail structure with this. In fact, let's cut a hail tracker then, because we've been focusing on some different things. But that's about 1.5 inches or so on hail trackers. I could be getting close to the airport, maybe near or just south of the airport there. Looks to be where the core of that will be over the next little bit. Gotta be mindful of that. Let's get back on over here. And let's definitely show some type of spin, but it's not in the perfect spot. Because I don't think that it's not matching up with the radar. If that was matching up with the radar, it matches up with debris and rotation, but the debris here is actually, that's not debris, it's inflow into this. I'm pretty confident. But back here we have the tornado, and that's not happening right now, thankfully. Not coming together perfectly like that. We just have to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center as you continue to watch me live on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on Twitch here. That's all the different platforms that we have available. I'll put them up on the screen so you can make notes about them, or maybe hit that subscribe button there on YouTube there at Cloud Weather. You can also find that by searching there in that search bar, meteorologist Casey Cloud. So just something to kind of pass along to you guys if you are at home. Let me go ahead and continue to watch the Doppler though. Continue to watch this scan here that shows some of this spin. You can see a little bit of spin southeast of Cuthbert. Maybe not enough there right now. That's not that organized. It's just showing that rotation, but and there's some rotation it shows here too. But again, not the most organized here. But again, we have the tornado warning here, including South Albany. Again, that spin doesn't look like it's matching up perfectly, but we'll keep our eyes on it. You can see over toward the east here. Tornado warning, parts of Ben Hill County. You can see northeast of Fitzgerald still. That spin just doesn't want to give up. The latest scans coming on in, but may end up clipping Northern Coffee. They might just a tornado warning out of the Jacksonville office for Northern Coffee County over the next little bit. And okay, I saw this here about right now. I'm around Irwin County now. They're going with a tornado warning now for Irwin County until about 5:30. So again, there's that spin there. So moving, be moving closer toward Osceola. That could be another storm that gets a tornado warning for another part of Coffee County here over the next little bit. So again, gotta keep watching things. Gotta keep tracking things here in the Weather Center. Dangerous situation. That red box about to pop up there as we continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and see you guys. This here on our Doppler. Get a tornado warning. That's really getting tight there southwest of Osceola as we were talking about. So the statement on that here is a severe thunderstorm at 442 capable of producing a tornado was located near Mystic, or 7 miles southwest of Osceola, moving east at 40. We'll make that 35 miles an hour. It'll be near Osceola around 4:55. So make sure you're taking those tornado precautions here in this area. Possible tornado in Irwin County, Georgia. Again, your STP value is still up there. Your instability coming together as well. And this is called causing problems. Big problems. As you see here, over 2 inches here. Southwest of Albany now. Over 2 inches in diameter. That's headed more for the airport, it seemed, on that last scan there. So, south side of Albany and the airport, there could get some pretty big hail. So now they're telling us here in the chat that they're going to be setting up a new tornado warning here for Coffee County shortly. A strong supercell to be entering in there from out of the east. So tornado warning going to be issued here. If not, maybe multiple tornado warnings issued for Coffee County here shortly. Okay, tornado warning now just issued for Coffee County. So at 4:44 here, and you'll see it pop up. It might be about the first one we've had at Jacksonville's office today. But at 4:44, it's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Jacksonville, Georgia. But so it's gonna be the one to the north here. They're issuing on, or 14 miles north of Broxton. I'm going east at about 55 miles an hour. That's the one that just doesn't want to get out of our hair. Still trying to stay in our area. Switching direction here from northeast to east-northeast to more easterly at points, it seems. Just at least seeing that here overall. I mean, may not see it as well on a rotation tracker like that, but you kind of can. I mean, it was going northeast there on Aspirin there, and then went easterly, and it almost seemed like it's diving a little east-southeast, actually. But we'll wait and see here and continue to watch things. But, I mean, at least as it gets further east, it'll be in the county where Hazelhurst is, and that's not in our area. But, again, we'll just continue to track things and give you guys the very latest. So, again, there's that spin there, though, northeast of Tifton. We have that other spin there, southwest of Albany. Let me go ahead and go on over right now to the storm here around Dougherty County. Let me go ahead and go over here. Bear with me. This looks like it's tightening up. Looks like it's tightening up, moving toward Putney now. Folks need to be in shelter around Putney, but is this co-located? Yeah, maybe trying to wrap up in there somehow, but I don't think it really has enough, which is weird because it looks like it might eventually, though, as it gets toward Putney. So you don't want to mess around Putney because if this were to wrap up, it could be a little bit more potent than some of the other tornadoes that we've had here or the tornado threats that we've had here today. So keep that in mind around Putney. Moving off toward the east here, south of Ocilla, you got this tornado warning here in play. Definitely watching the threat there. Keep watching it with you. Continuing to give you guys the latest. Just an unbelievable setup here for the month of June. That's what we're covering right now in the Weather Center. That's why we're on so long, to keep you guys safe. Keep you guys safe and informed here. Again, this threat moving toward Putney over the next little bit. Again, getting into your room away from windows. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on to protect yourself. It'd be best if you weren't in mobile homes in these setups, but I mean, if you don't have enough time, it's one thing. I mean, but it's best if you're not in a mobile home here, if you can help it in these setups. I mean, you also have to worry about if you want to like go out into a ditch or something. It takes that. You have to worry about flash flooding here too. So it's a give and take here, and I almost don't really want to recommend something like that here. That's some of the old precautionary information that you could go over, but you know, we have that flash flooding threat developing in the north and west, so that's something to think about here as well. Let's go ahead and go off toward the east a little bit. I know, you know, some areas of the country recommend basements, but we really don't have those around here, so that's something to keep in mind too. But obviously, you know, we have those sturdy buildings, talking about site-built structures here more than just mobile homes, and those can be helpful in these type of situations. So just keep that in mind here as we continue along. Look at all these storms in Alabama, though. Don't even have the chat up because we're focusing on our stuff. I'm talking about our chat we have up, but not the one toward the north and west here. And we just have more and more storms just piling in. This could be a really bad flash flooding situation ultimately because you're just going to keep getting more and more of this rain to pile on in here and add insult to injury here. Maybe some of the areas hit by damaging wind events and maybe get more of those, but even hit by tornadoes and then get more rain on top of that. So that's not what you want to see here. This rain's just, I mean, piling in. Look at how long this trail goes. I mean, we're talking about all the way north of Meridian. I mean, this is around Philadelphia, Mississippi, south of Starksville. I mean, you would have some more further west, but we're just talking about this train here of warnings. I mean, this is something like, I mean, it's probably happened before, but I'm not recalling it, especially in the month of June, ever before. Anything like this here. This is a historic event, folks, that we're seeing for the month of June for our area. That we're going to be talking about for years and years to come. Talking about this day and this week in June in 2023 as we just got a new flash flood warning now. A new flash flood warning. It's just, we don't get this pattern in June. We generally, I mean, we get your afternoon storms that can be pretty feisty, but not a pattern quite like this. And you can get your tropical systems that can be problematic. We remember Alberto there going back in the summer months there in 1994. And it's heading to that level, but still, that was a tropical system. Outside of that, I mean, you don't really have events to reach this level of intensity in terms of the overall impact. But we're seeing it right now. So flash flood warning for Dougherty County now until 10:45. Rapid water rises likely occurring there, in addition to a tornado and a wind threat right over areas near the airport there in Albany. Getting some gusty winds there, maybe 20, 30 miles an hour at the airport right now, but those could go up. But again, we don't just have a severe thunderstorm warning, don't just have a tornado warning, we have a flash flood warning in play there as well. So it's problematic. Yeah, may have a tornado headed toward Putney right now. It's detected for storm motion. That's probably better, but maybe getting a debris signature on that. It's hard to say for sure, but again, it's a weird spot. I mean, you look at storm relative and you look at CC, you think you're getting it, but then this looks like you're not. It's like inflow. So nonetheless, though, rapid water rise possibly around Albany here over the next little bit. So let's pull up those precautions for flash flooding. I would take the other warnings off, but tornado thunderstorm warning is too important right now. But I try to clean it up so you can see the flash flood warning better. We have multiple now across the area. But I'm going to pull up the precautions and I'm going to read it off to you so you know what to do. I know what's going on, Roy. So remember, move to higher ground if you need to. But right now we have a tornado warning in place. So that kind of contrasts things. I mean, when you think about it, just turn around, don't drown. And remember, just 6 inches of flowing water could knock you down. So again, nasty, nasty stuff here. Looking at this flash flood warning in Plato about 10:45 at 4:49, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash floodings ongoing are expected to begin shortly. Albany, Putney, East Albany, Turner City, Marine Corps Logistics Base, Walker, Southwest Georgia Regional Airport, Lockett Crossing, South Albany, Radium Springs, Williamsburg, over toward Ducker and Akery. So again, a nasty situation. Yes, a pecan or pecan city, depending on the pronunciation of what you want to call it around here. So, again, nasty stuff. Wind, tornado threat, hail threat, flooding threat, all coming into play. South Albany right now. So, not good. Let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Toward Ocilla, we have the tornado warning over there now. We have the tornado warning over there toward Ocilla in Irwin County. Yeah, the tornado warnings out here. Coffee County, Ben Hill County. The Ben Hill County one probably go away pretty soon as that moves more toward Coffee. Another storm moving toward Coffee that could get a tornado warning further to the south as well. Let's get over here now. We get over here. You can kind of see we have in our area. It looks like 4 red boxes. There's one more, and it's just outside of the area of Telfair County. But 4 of those red boxes are in our area. 4 different tornado warnings. Got to be in the interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Maybe getting that bathroom, something like that. Just try to make sure you're trying to protect yourself and have that football helmet, bicycle helmet on as well to get prepared for that flying debris that may occur if a tornado were to hit your home. Again, tornado warning for Daugherty, Mitchell, Baker until about 5 o'clock. Possible tornado 8 miles southwest of Albany, moving east at 40. Another tornado warning. Parts of Irwin County to 5:30. That storm moving east at 35. Possible tornado near Mystic or 7 miles southwest of Ocilla. The checked just a little while ago. It's moved a little since then, but we have the tornado warning for areas of Irwin, Turner, Tipton, Ben Hill to 5:15. But the worst is moving more into Coffee with that one. So let's go to severe thunderstorm warnings and the flash flood warnings. I mean, it's a considerable wind threat, even though we don't get a tornado around Albany. Or, excuse me, I think considerable hail threat. I keep mixing that up because we're talking about a tornado, which is a considerable wind threat, and then we're talking about a hail threat on top of that. So, okay, we're now being told there's a 95% chance of another watch coming down for some of the Tallahassee areas. So, okay, that's what that red box is for there, I believe. Or actually, I think they're going to issue another one here. They're going to issue another one here over the next little bit. I mean, another mezzo. Let's see where the mezzo goes here. No, there's another one here. Okay, I'm just trying to get it all straight. Trying to get it all straight here. Unusual for them so close together, but there's a 95% chance of a new watch coming down here with this threat in play. Some nasty, nasty conditions here, folks. Tornado warning continues for areas of Irwin County until 5:30 at 4:54. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Ocilla, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So let's get in here and look at this real quick then. Around Ocilla, that's in parts of Irwin County. So let's go ahead and go over there right now and give you guys a vantage point on that. Try to give you guys a look here what's going on around Ocilla. So Again, moving up that way. Let's go ahead and go on over here. And run that on our screen. So there you go. There's your threat area there that we're tracking. Just typing in some more stuff here to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Now you can see the greens and reds look a little more diffuse here, but you just never know in this setup. Things have been going up and down here as things continue. So that other measure scale we're discussing here. So they're saying watch likely. Okay, that's a different area. Okay, I see what they're saying now. And they're probably going to issue over to the north, but okay, so here's what they did. That blue area out here is another meso. We have temperature near 100 degrees around Andalusia there, and they're going to have a new threat coming into that area. But okay, so the north though, they're probably going to have another watch as well. But I mean, with these type of parameters in play, when it goes to 7 up to at least do a local extension, as we just got a couple new things in, a new tornado warning toward Albany. Let's go ahead and go back on over here then. Go back on over here. Possible tornado located over Putney there. Moving east at 40 miles an hour until about 5:45. The warning, hail of an inch and a half possible, and hail has been reported at the Albany airport now. So getting that coming on into the weather center. Again, looking at things, there's a new warning. Looks like that circulation's still pretty tight. Again, it was having trouble being aligned there with the radar scans, which could be kind of helping us out, but eventually it may still get aligned. So that's why they're so concerned. Eastern Doherty, Southwestern Turner, Northeastern Mitchell, and Worth counties until 5:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Putney, moving east at 40 miles an hour. This dangerous storm will be near Sylvester, another threat for them, around 5:20, and then pulling around 5:25. We also have Bridgeboro, Minton, Scooterville, Radium Springs, Sylvester Airport, Anderson City, South Albany, Tempe, Southwest Georgia Regional Airport, and Parkerville under this threat here. So gotta be in the interior room away from windows. Toward this area. Gotta be making sure you take those tornado precautions. You don't want to mess around in this type of situation. Again, 600, that's interior room there, that's 30 building. Within that, that's your best method. Again, going back over to the east, we have that tornado warning for Ocilla. That one goes until about 5:30. So the threat just not ending here, folks. I mean, extraordinary. Extraordinary. Let's go back on over. Let's go back on our other computer source. Again, we have, let's see, count them up here. Looks like we have 5 tornado warnings in our area now. Unless one of these is to the north. Let me double check. No, those are all, they dropped the one in the north, so they're all in our area now. All 5 tornado warnings in the country. Portions of Doherty, Mitchell, Turner, and Worth until 5:45, Orwin till 5:30, Caulfield 5:15, another area of Baker, Doherty, and Mitchell to 5, and then Ben Hill until 5. So, gonna get a couple to drop off here in just a moment, but we'll still have 3 probably going here from that 5 o'clock hour onward to some degree. And we got more wind, and we got more storms. Look at all that lightning back there from Eufaula and the northwest of there. Just more action coming on into our area, just straining in. With these parameters, the storms just aren't dampening the setup enough because it's just so warm for this time of year. The instability is just extraordinary toward the south. We're just getting more and more of it to pile on in here, folks, and that's not good. I mean, it's not stopping. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised here by the time I get done with this event. I'm talking about through the week here. I mean, some of this could happen a little bit more short term, but through the week here, some areas are going to end up with 10 inches of rain, I would say. Just looking at some of the models before and now seeing what's happening now. Unless this really starts slipping to the south here, if we get this band to go across, and if it goes across Albany, if we get that much rain in Albany, that'd be a problem. That'd be a problem here. I know we're not getting all the words out sometimes because it's been on for so long, but that would be a problem here, folks. And you just got to remember, turn around, don't drown. So again, let's go ahead and see here now the tornado warning. Doherty, Mitchell, Turner, and Worth until 5:45. Southeast side of Albany is where this circulation will be the tightest. Maybe just south of there even. Let's see here. Yeah, maybe this, toward Putney even. We were kind of tracking things. Trying to give you guys the latest. Trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just saw a couple boxes, one of them on this side. Pop one off on this part of the screen per se. As you might see, another one is gone, but still 3 going. So 3 tornado warnings. Plus all the other warnings we have. So busy pattern, busy situation like we've never really seen in June before outside of a tropical system. Again, continuing along here with the coverage, you can see there's your rotation around Putney. You see areas around Gordy, maybe Bridgeboro, Sylvester there, all under that level of concern. It seemed like it dipped south some. Earlier we were seeing stuff kind of go more north. Now it seems like it's going a little bit south of east. So that's kind of your storyline there. You see this right here. Storm Monticello, the storm in northern Coffee County, all tornado warned. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family. You see the threat continuing here. See that threat continuing on. Get a possible tornado here. Make sure you take those tornado precautions. Just don't want to mess around. Don't want to mess around here for sure. As we continue to look at all these red boxes, you see as I go to other mode, the tornado watch is in play. So 7 till 10 below, we get another watch toward the west here. Won't be a tornado watch. It may go to a thunderstorm watch. So another warning pop up. Okay, this is going to be now a destructive severe storm warning for Coffee County and the Douglas area. So this will go off on phones. We generally don't get this in our part of the area. Instead of a tornado warning toward the east, they're going to issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Ambrose, Douglas, Broxton, Western, and Nichols, because we could have winds up to 80 miles an hour and ping pong ball size hail moving on in toward that area over the next little bit. So 80-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong ball size hail possibility around Douglas here in south central to southeast Georgia. So again, just don't want to be messing around with this. Then if you're going to be getting wind and hail to that significance there around Douglas, you do not want to be messing around with this storm. So again, that's what we're talking about around Douglas right now. Let me go ahead and check some more information. I think that's our first destructive severe storm warning of the day. Maybe the first we've had since we had some there, or some of that action there toward like our southeastern counties a while back. But looking here at our latest information, our latest power outage numbers here: 738 customers in the dark in Dougherty County, 339 in Turner, 129 in Cook, 279 in Early. Just giving you guys an example of some of those folks without electricity. Again, they're going with a severe thunderstorm warning versus a tornado warning toward the east here. A little bit of good news, but still got to keep tracking things. Got to keep watching. I know they're still going the tornado warning for that other area toward the north here. That other area toward the north. North Central Coffee County and southeastern Georgia until 5:15 at 4:44. We were tracking this, but they just gave us a new update. At 5:02, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is near the community of Snipesville, or 8 miles north of Broxton, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So mainly rural areas of North Central Coffee County, but still take those tornado precautions. Obviously, if you're in that area, the warning still does include Pridgeon here as of last check. And there's your new box. Again, just keeping you guys up to date on what's going on. See this storm out here? Again, it's capable of producing ping pong ball size hail and gusts to 80 miles an hour around Douglas. That's stuff we don't really talk about around here very often. So you gotta be cognizant of that. You gotta be aware of that here, folks. You do not want to mess around with a storm that's capable of producing winds that high, hail that big, because then that hail could be a wind driven here, really. I mean, 1.5 size hail could be wind driven. 80-mile-an-hour winds could kind of increase the impact from that hail. So, again, a really dangerous step here in the Peach State. Let's go ahead and go back on over here southeast of Albany. You can see here, getting all this stuff coming together. Such an anomaly this event is, as we keep talking about. This is really not what you expect here at all for this time of year. But it's coming to play. All these tornado warnings in the month of June. Not tropical system, anything like that. So, 3 tornado warnings in our area still. Let's go ahead and see where our significant tornado threat continues to lie. It's in this little brownest, goldest area here. And then you have, that's where we get strong tornadoes, but in the wind threat, 45% in the red. Significant, obviously. So, gotta be mindful. Gotta be cognizant. Gotta be taking shelter when you're into these warnings. Look at all these cold cloud tops, and even cold, maybe almost as cold of cloud tops off into toward Alabama coming on in toward the picture. I mean, these here are pretty cold near Albany. These off here not that much less in terms of the overall strength. The colder the cloud tops, the stronger the accent is in general. But again, just continuing to watch things here. The flash flooding is going to be a problem, I would think, around Albany here. Some of these areas get really flooded pretty easily. And all this rain coming on in. It's going to be a problem here as it continues to shift on into the picture. So, again, looking at things here on our Doppler scans. Looking at things here on the Doppler scans. We're trying to do everything we can to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here on this Wednesday. So, again, a lot going on. Bear with me. Trying to give you the latest. Trying to do the best we can here. Let me see if there are any questions for any of the viewers out there. I don't see anything right now, but again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. I'm going for over 5 hours here today, and gonna have more coverage to go. This pattern just unrelenting. We go ahead and go on over here to other mode. You can see parts of Worth County there. That spin trying to come in there now. Just continuing to watch things. Watch these areas of spin. Maybe a little rotation just north of Sylvester, I should say, as well. But watch that. We're going to storm here around Cuthbert and Selman. It's pretty significant as well. You know, this stuff coming in out of Alabama more where it came from, really, unfortunately. Or at least more from that area coming on in. Trying to give you the latest. Been talking for a long time here, folks. We're at 5:07 right now, so we still got 3 tornado warnings on the board. Nothing's confirmed on the ground right now, but still significant stuff. Still a significant threat here across portions of our area. Luckily, our Florida counties haven't really got into the axe, and the only watch right now in play for parts of Florida includes areas of Nassau County. So eventually stuff will slip down tomorrow, the next day here, more so. But right now, that's kind of your storyline as we're looking at things from that standpoint. So again, just trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on here. Checking more of my sources. Again, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here. We just have a lot of stuff really developing. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to change that description there. Haven't had time on YouTube, on Facebook there. I know on Twitter, a little harder to change. I don't know if you can change that on the fly, but it's just a one-man band. So I know we're talking about stuff here further over in Georgia than we were earlier, but in 5 hours, really, we haven't gotten that far in terms of the storm still being in Georgia this far up. It's just, I mean, the tornado threats should kind of relax some, but we have other threats that will be in play here for days. I mean, really, hail, wind, that flash flooding potential. I know dime-sized hail reported in South County Line Road, the Acre area, Doherty, Worth line. So that is coming in now. That's kind of the latest headline, but there's a lot of headlines, really. The biggest, the tornado warnings in play. We now have 2. They're expiring the one out for copy. It's going to still go to 5:15, but they're expiring that one out here. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville. So we have the destructive storm though moving toward Douglas. I mean, the temperature's only 73 degrees there, and yet we could have winds to 80, and we could have ping pong ball size hail moving toward Douglas here over the next little bit. So you got to be cognizant of that. Got to be cognizant of that there. Looking back toward the west here, you have all this light, and you have more storms and more storms. And yeah, continues in the Mississippi, coming this way. And probably not going to weaken out like it generally would in a different time of year, a different season. We're in meteorological summer. It may weaken some, but the instability here is still there. We're on the edges of just too high of levels. I mean, some of these are lower up here, which could help, but it could just push it to the south. I mean, a little bit, which could help with our training, but we'll see. Not talking about the turn into the rain, but again, trying to figure out here exactly what's happening. Southeast Georgia stayed pretty calm so far. I mean, Douglas kind of in there though, and they're getting that threat coming their way. We're talking about the destructive storm there. We're just getting a new warning now for areas of Calhoun, Clay, Quitman, and Randolph. We were starting there 5 hours ago, and we're still talking about those areas again. Henry and Alabama as well. A severe thunderstorm there. No tornado possible tag, at least. It's just a base warning here, actually. Which, I mean, never been so glad to see a base severe thunderstorm warning before. And that it's not a tornado warning or a more escalated one with a tornado possible tag. But 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and inside hail, still dangerous, still problematic, no doubt, toward these areas here. As you see, Fort Gaines, again, 5 hours later, and Morgan being impacted here with this threat. So that's some of the communities. I mean, it goes all the way up. I mean, it's hard to tell because everything just really is covering each other at this point, these warnings. But we're talking about Abbeville, Fort Gaines, Morgan, as well as Georgetown, Cuthbert, Edison, Selman, Belleville, Bluffton, Shorterville, Wire Bridge, Parksville, Carnegie, Watson Crossroads, Scottsboro Crossroads, Rick's Place, over toward Thomas Mill Creek, Hatcher, and Morris. So, again, that's kind of the storyline there right now. Again, trying to give you guys the latest here. Typing in some different things here in the Weather Center. You can hear our computers working because they've been on for a long time with these threats, and they're continuing to give you the latest information. I am too, to protect you, your friends, and your family. We look back at Louisiana even, and we have destructive severe thunderstorm warning acts in play there toward the Auckland Miss. And then in Texas, we have a severe thunderstorm watch in play. It just doesn't end. It's in this pattern. Things just keep coming in, and causing problems here, folks. And right now, we still have 2 tornado warnings in our area. 2 red boxes here in our area here. 1 to 5:45 for parts of Doherty, Turner, Mitchell, and Worth. We're talking about a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado in that area. And we're talking about Southwestern maybe being impacted the next little bit. And we're also being told that tornado warning here still for parts of Irwin County till 5:30. We're now also being informed that there's been hail reported at the Albany Marine Corps Logistics Base that was as big at one point as teacup size, so 3 inches in diameter, folks. 3-inch hail recorded there. At least 2 inches in some of those stones, but some of them actually reached 3 inches there. That's not good, and that's problematic. I mean, indicative of how significant the storm is. Again, 3-inch hail. Some of those stones falling on the Albany Marine Corps Logistics Base. So, not good. Not good at all. Problematic, obviously. Causing some damage in addition to whatever else we're getting with wind and maybe tornadoes here and there. We've had some earlier on. Don't know if we have them now, but still that threat does continue. The flash flooding continues as well. Some of those roads really starting to maybe have water rise on them here. So just a problematic situation. Got to remember to turn around. Don't drown here with all this moisture coming on in, pumping on in toward the pictures. So that's definitely problematic, folks. I mean, to have all this moisture just coming on in here, folks. See new thunderstorm warning for stuff back out toward the west now. I know we just have all these different hazards coming into play here. All these different problems coming into play. So it makes things really tough when you have hail, you have wind, you have flooding, you have tornado threats all in one spot. Or all in one little region here. Not great. Let's get back on over. I know we underestimated the hail a little there, but let's get back on over. If they drop the tornado warning back there, at least have to go with some type of higher than thunderstorm warning, if not destructive, because of what we're seeing with that hail and wind and some of this action here around hail, based on the reports. But again, a lot of warnings coming on out here. A lot of them. A very busy day continues. Very busy period. It started out on Monday, and it's probably going to go here through the end of the week to some degree, maybe even into the weekend. And today's only Wednesday. So at least the tornado threat's peeking out today, but we're continuing to give you guys the latest. Just look at all that train there. I mean, you look all the way out. I mean, even with the watch toward Texas, but this stuff's just unrelenting here, folks. Not what you want to see. You can see around Coffee County here and Douglas area. We have some problems there in terms of the hail And then the wind, ping pong ball size hail gust to 80, moving on in there, hurricane force gust, moving in the vicinity of Douglas here. So at least that one tornado warning for Irwin will probably go away soon if Jackson was just going with the the highest end super thunderstorm warning. But as we look toward coffee, again, tornado warning out here. Super thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Portions of Doherty, Turner, Mitchell, and Worth counties. They're about 545. I'm looking at some of the rotation tracks here and try and get an idea of what's going on. See some of that rotation here. Let's go over to it. So we have that shear marker southeast of Gordy. One little hook there. This could be headed toward Ty Tipton over the next little bit. Might get a tornado warning out there as the timeline does continue to advance on us. So again, a very vigorous setup, very just nasty situation here that we're continuing to deal with hours and hours later. We're just trying to make the best of it here in terms of giving you the latest information, but obviously we know you're being impacted if you're in some of these different areas. Not what you want to see, obviously. Disrupting your day, disrupting your overall situation that you're trying to enjoy maybe, and it's not fun at that rush hour commute at this point. Headed home and you're still dealing with this threat. So again, it's just a nasty picture here that we got to make sure we give you guys the latest on. So south of Southwestern, you can see some of these greens and reds coming together. I'm just going to go ahead and keep looking at some different things here. As we're talking to you, I'm typing some things out so I can get some more updates on things. I know some power outages coming on in toward the picture here. A really unprecedented event here for the month of June towards some of these areas. So we're keeping you guys up to date. Still tornado warnings in effect, so it's harder to kind of even take breaks for very long here when we have tornado warnings like this in play. We've taken a few, but we haven't taken many. But we have this threat here that continues for portions of our area. Tornado watch toward the west continues to at least 7, may get an extension, probably get a new one toward the east until 10. So a unique setup. You see all the instability, you see all the tornado parameters. Look at all these high values here still around Blakely, and the instability is off the charts. So I mean, if we got some stuff to develop in there, then it could really take off into something extraordinary like what we already saw there in that vicinity there toward our viewing circle. It was more rural areas. We had to just get that really significant tornado to evolve on radar. But okay, they're canceling the tornado warning for Irwin now because that's moving out here of the jurisdiction covered there by the Tallahassee office, moving into Jacksonville, which went with still something you can't take lightly. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for areas there around Douglas. So again, that's the storyline for those folks. And then you still have one tornado warning on the board with hail that could be over 2 inches just south of Sylvester. I mean, that's really nasty hail. We already had hail at the Marine Corps Logistics Base to upwards of 3 inches in diameter. So that's significant here for sure. Very significant stuff. Let's go ahead and go back on over here. You can see south of Sylvester, tracking the spin, moving toward Tipton next little bit. Trying to give you guys the very latest. You can see Douglas there, Coffee County. Severe thunderstorm warning in play. These areas of storms here, moving out toward the east ultimately. Not helpful for those folks. Probably get more flash flood warnings. Of course, this could be a new tornado threat for Tipton here over the next little bit if things kind of hold together toward Tipton and Ty. Again, just not what you want to see here. We'll go back. A lot of lightning whenever thunder roars go indoors, but this is more serious than that. Got to be in the interior room away from windows when you have these type of tornado warnings in play. Again, seeing everything that we're dealing with here in the Weather Center and trying to give you guys the latest. I know at some point here, and it'll depend on different things. But if we get the board to clear up some tornado warnings, and I'm talking about all tornado warnings in our area, unless the severe thunderstorm warnings are just extraordinary over a higher population area, we're going to take a break. We'll probably just leave the radar up and then have the warnings pop up and maybe pop in here and there. And unless tornado warnings arise again, just because this is something that we really have to make sure we focus our priority on the tornado warnings that get issued, and maybe even more substantial rounds later. I mean, that come on through. I mean, maybe not with the tornado threat, but with the wind and the flooding, and I could get those power outages up there. So just if we lose that last tornado warning, we've said that before, by the way, pretty much, losing that last tornado warning, it didn't really happen for very long. One time it happened, but that was about it. I mean, you just, we'll kind of ramp down coverage a little more than we generally would for a thunderstorm / flood situation, just to be prepared for the tornado threats, but leave the radar up without sound. But with the tornado warnings, we have to stay on here. That is really important. We've been on for over 5.5 hours now with tornado warnings pretty much continuously, which is, I mean, that's going to be having to get up there in terms of some of our higher end events that we've covered here since we've been doing this over the last few years. But again, tornado warning continuing south of Sylvester here. South of Sylvester, moving toward the Tipton area. They may issue a new tornado warning on this. It's very well possible as they're looking toward Tipton here over the next little bit. I very well could see a new tornado warning being issued here toward the Tipton area as we look ahead later on in toward the timeline here. So keep that in mind. Hopefully it's just like a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. It's about the best we could hope for. I mean, you wish it was nothing, but at least a severe thunderstorm warning will be coming, if not a tornado warning, you would think. Probably get some more flash flood warnings here as well. So got to keep that in mind here. Got to keep that in mind in this type of setup. So again, let's just go ahead and go back. I want to do a loop actually, since if you're just getting home from work or something like that, and you maybe are even from Florida, you don't know what's happened over the last 5.5 hours in Georgia. And what's going to happen. We have more storms coming into the picture here. But we've had tornadoes. We had a large tornado on the ground there, seemingly missing the more populated areas there as we were looking east of Blakely. But nonetheless, I mean, we've had just tornado warning after tornado warning since before the lunch hour. We only had, I think, one little period there, folks. One little period where we didn't have a tornado warning within our coverage area over the last 5.5 hours, about 10 minutes, I think, in there. Over 5.5 hours, we didn't have a tornado warning, which that might be a record for our area, our Georgia area, since I've been covering things. I mean, we've had the event in 2017, don't get me wrong, but in terms of since I've been on the air covering things here with our policy, since like 2019, I'm not sure we've had a stretch that long where we've had tornado warnings almost the entire 5.5 hours or so, a little over 5.5 at this point. But let's go ahead and loop this. This is our radar view over the last several hours, last 4 hours. It's going to go back and I'll have it loop around a few times. You can see all the red boxes, the purple meaning confirmed tornado threats, the orange more elevated, severe thunderstorm warnings, the orange and black like what we have right now around Douglas. We have just the extraordinary wind potential there of hurricane force gusts moving toward the Douglas area. Gotta be treating that like a tornado situation around Douglas. Let's make sure we emphasize that. It might kind of get lost in all this with the tornado warnings, having to focus on those that we've been having to deal with. This is our worst severe thunderstorm warning of the day here toward the Douglas area. So gotta keep that in mind. And now being told of a report of golf ball size hail there south of Irwinville from around 5:20 or so. Around 5:20 or so. So just so you guys know, that's kind of the storyline there in toward that area. I mean, these storms are still wicked out there, and you still got to take them very seriously. And you have just more of those warnings coming in from Alabama that's piling in here, folks, into the Peach State and into toward our South Georgia counties. So, not what you want to see, obviously. Not what you want to see. Okay, let's go ahead and kind of, I saw a warning go away here. I want to see, oh, wow, that's surprising, actually. They kind of had expired the warning for coffee, so going in their minds all the way from 80-mile-an-hour producers to what they think after 5:30 at least might not be a severe storm. It's surprising, and it's a little bit of good news. Probably the best news we've had all day, so I'm sure the way things have gone, things will switch back and we'll get it to ramp up again. But anyway, so the instability is lacking a little bit up there, but it's still a lot for this type of pattern with this much wind shear around. You see these hail producers here. South Albany now, we could have a hail producer of 2 inches again. I don't know if we've made a good enough point on that one. Right near the airport, another area of 2-inch hail going right near the Marine Corps Logistics Base again here. Another hail producer coming in to about 2 inches or so in diameter. And then we have this storm here that could be over 2 inches, a tornado warning storm. Yeah, I mean, rotation back to the west is picking up a little, and that other storm, maybe at this point they might be keeping the warning going for both of them because we have that spin back there towards South Albany. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on that. Let's go ahead and come back on over here. You can see we're on the Moody's site. Let me switch back over. Let's see which one is saying. Okay, it's saying Moody's the best here for this, so we'll stick with it then. I think Tallahassee may actually help us more, but it's the overall stretch here. It thinks Moody does the best job. I know this is showing some spin south of Sylvester. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to keep a tornado warning. I hope it's not. But, so you can get out of those tornado safe spots, but you're still almost 1 foot in, 1 foot out because these storms have so much hail, wind potential with them, and the tornado threat could reemerge with a little advance warning. So, again, I just got to keep that in mind here. Again, looking toward southern part of Dougherty County here. Moving toward the Putney area over the next little bit. Moving toward the Putney area here over the next little bit. Maybe some weak rotation, but then we have that hail threat. It looks like hail threat's kind of becoming more about areas of southeast Albany. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like we had a little bit trying to come in. That was from that report was from 5, but in this next storm coming right over the same area now, it looks like on this mode, I mean, it's kind of displaced a little between radars, which not great, but okay, it definitely seems like the hail threat is piling up now here as they haven't trimmed back this warning, so it's possible we could get another tornado on this back side, even though the warning only mentioned the one storm that we were watching around Putney then, and we got another storm back there, so kind of tricky stuff here in the overall situation. You really don't want to come out of the tornado safe spots here around South Albany yet because of another storm coming on in within that tornado warning. So, got the hail there again to about 2 inches right near the southwest door of the airport, right around the Albany southwest door of the airport. Hail to about 2 inches in diameter here. That can definitely be problematic here, and that can cause some more damage. We already had, I mean, right here, the same area within a few moments. I mean, less than 30 minutes ago, we just had 3-inch hail reported there toward the Marine Corps Logistics Base. And this right here is 2-inch hail coming over almost the same area. So maybe a little bit over 2 inches, and it's possible. Our other scan here, it's going to be weird. I mean, it almost looks like it wasn't estimated as high, so it's possible this guy must be higher than what we just had. So not good. Not great. Not great situation here. Let's just go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Again, this is a swarm of warnings here, folks. Coming in. Again, we have it where it goes almost continuously out to Mississippi, and then we have more stuff in Louisiana that's going to dive down, and there might be a break in here somewhere, but maybe stuff really piles up, then it would kind of weaken a little more than what we're anticipating, but then that could cause the flooding threat to go up even further. We could have PDS flash flood warnings, or maybe even flash flood emergencies. We've had that before in the month of June with storms like Debbie in 2012 here. I know some of our Florida counties, I know about that. I mean, that could be type of rains into where some of those spots here to add up toward maybe 10 inches before we get done with this here, and toward some of our Georgia zones. So, again, dangerous stuff. You see that spin there, right? Moving toward Putney again. They just got done. Okay, but they're going to say here, they're going to go ahead and just say they don't think there's a tornado threat with that one, just a thunderstorm threat. So they're going to go and cancel out the tornado warning for Dougherty, Mitchell, and Turner. I still maybe would stand by a safe spot a little bit longer there with that vigorous storm over you guys, but they think the tornado threat is still more confined to this one moving toward Tipton now. And it may be, let's see if it's maybe trying to intensify a little bit on at least the reflectivity mode of the Doppler radar. Over the reflectivity mode, you can see that little C-safe there, whatever you want to call it. And that could be headed there. Maybe hopefully it'll be headed away from Tipton proper, but that could be an issue for Southwestern Tipton County if they were to extend that, at least to extend it probably as a thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning. Also, Irwin County golf ball size hail, correcting the report from earlier there on Irwinville. But this storm here is still very nasty around Putney there, southeast Albany. A nasty, nasty storm there for sure. Just got to keep watching things, got to keep tracking things there in toward that area. Even if there's not a tornado with it, it's producing hail maybe over 2 inches in diameter. New flash flood warning now This feels like a tropical system with all these flash little warnings popping on now for Worth County until 11:30. At 5:29, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash floodings ongoing are expected to begin shortly. Sylvester, Marine Corps Logistics Base, Terrell, over toward Sumner, Warwick, Isabella there. Even over toward the Sylvester Airport, Singler, Gordy, Red Rock there, Tempe. You get the idea. Parkerville, Crestwood, Acre, Dole, Powelltown. Some of those communities under that flash flood warning for that rapid water rise as the rain and the flooding just continues to occur in these areas and become more magnified as the storms just train on over the same spot. So again, let's see here what we got. We got a TVS now, tornado vortex signature setting on up here. It doesn't look as well defined as it could, but let's show it to you guys at home there, moving toward areas there in southwestern Tipp County. Again, you can see that little structure there. It's not the worst we've seen by any stretch all day or anything like that, but it's still showing some rotation enough for now to keep the tornado warning. Maybe by 5:45 we'll be luckier, but just wait and see. Just wait and see here, folks. Let me get back on over to the other view. You can see here we have all these warnings coming in from Alabama, and we'll be issued in Georgia. You'll see them pop up on the map. If we don't have tornado warnings, I'll take a break here to catch my breath, and you'll see them pop up. If we have tornado warnings, we've got to stick with it. But this is kind of the deal right now. So, again, trying to give you guys the latest here on what's going on and what's going on here in this type of setup. Under TVS here, still, that's called a tornado vortex signature. Still there, maybe a little weaker that last scan. But moving toward areas there in southwestern Tipp County over the next little bit. So that's something to watch there in toward that area. So continuing to watch it, continue to track it. We're live on the air with you guys this afternoon, now into the evening. We started out in the morning with this stream and we're now getting in the evening hours, folks. That kind of tells you just how long things have been going here in the weather centers. And we're not done by any means. You saw more storms coming at us from the north and west. We just hope they don't have the tornado warnings with them. We have to be in that tornado safe spot there. Because that's obviously a problematic situation. So, again. Okay, new tornado warning now to 6:15. Okay, so. Let's see what this is. It's going to be for parts of Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, over toward Tipton, Worth counties now. So at 5:31, they're tracking the north south of Tipton. This does include parts of Adel now. So our viewers around Adel, this is now a tornado threat starting to get closer to you and may pass just north of Adel proper here. My early preliminary look at this kind of would suggest that, but still, we're talking about a tornado warning now for portions of Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Tipton, Worth until 6:15. At about 5:31, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles north of Norman Park or 11 miles southeast of Sylvester, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. So Norman Park, Lenox, Adel, and Sparks here under the threat through about 6:15. Also have Cool Spring there, Fender, Staunton, Scooterville, Barneyville. In this, you just got to be taking shelter here. Been trying to come back together a little. Getting a little tighter, that latest skin, that latest frame. Again, see the greens and reds here on the screen coming together. New tornado warning out at 6:15. So nasty, nasty conditions here for sure. You see all that hail there in southern and southeastern Dougherty County as well. And some rotation with that one too. This is going to be crossing over I-75 though. In short order here. Again, a possible tornado. Moving into towards southern Tipp County here over the next little bit. So let's go ahead, continue to watch things, continue to give you the latest. I know right behind that it's going to be a hail producer there. That's in Dougherty coming into Worth and areas downstream of that. But I know it looks like a new severe thunderstorm watch is coming out here. Going to include parts of the western Florida panhandle. So we'll see that here on the screen in just seconds. You'll be able to kind of figure out what's going on with that. Should come out here at 5:35 here, which is 4:35 Central. I don't think I include our area, but I just wanted to kind of show that to you here if we could. Again, though, we have a new tornado warning, though, in our area, as we talked about. Parts of Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Tip, and Worth in those 615. There's your new spit thunders and watch the word to south there. Such a robust pattern for sure. So we're at 5:35 now. I know we have to be on for these tornado warnings, but I'm going to catch my breath real quick here. We'll be right back at 5:40 with more, unless we have to jump back in sooner. So I'm going to catch my breath for just a few minutes. Keep it tuned to cloud weather here. We'll keep you guys up to date. Take shelter in the red boxes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist this is Casey Cloud back here with us at 5:40. You saw a new red box pop up on your screen in the last few moments. Tornado warning now for parts of Colquitt, Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth until 6:15 as well now. And then you have the one where we've been tracking that rotation there, southwest of Tipton. That warning continues till 6:15. The most recent one that was issued for parts of Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Tipton, and Worth. So not what you want to see here, not what you want to see. You got so many things happening right now. I'm going to go ahead and check on our other screen here. Just trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. So just to kind of recap, 2 tornado warnings right now that are pretty new in nature. That third for Worth is going to go away here in a second. But the 2 newest tornado warnings again. This one right here, just recently issued, includes parts of Doherty, Colquitt, Mitchell, and Worth. So I'm make sure I clarify that. Parts of Doherty, Mitchell, Colquitt, and Worth. And then this one here for areas of Cook, Berrien, Colquitt, Tipton, Worth. So one storm here, one storm here. They both have potential for tornadic production out of them. So again, this one looks a little maybe more intense here, but it depends on what mode you're in storm motion. So we're just going to keep watching things here in the Weather Center. I know $50 size hail recently reported there out of the Williamsburg area in Doherty County. So that's pretty significant there, but not as significant as that 3-inch hail that we got earlier on. So again, about 3 inches in size of the hail earlier on toward Marine Corps Logistics Base. Some a little bit smaller, like 2 inches, but that's still damaging here in nature. And obviously it can be problematic. Of course, we have a slew of thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings here back to the north and west. We're just at this point, I mean, just have so much going on here. Obviously, the tornado warnings still take priority because we've been on since before the lunch hour, and we probably only have about a 10-minute period where we didn't have a tornado warning within our area since before 12 o'clock. It's almost 6 o'clock, folks. So crazy, crazy stuff to be dealing with here. Again, we have these areas of spin on our Doppler radar. That's problematic. If this stuff would just go a little more easterly, it'd probably be better off because it'd probably have a little bit more trouble kind of maintaining itself. But it's trying to, with this pattern, it's trying to get a little more easterly, but not just that. It's getting more southerly is what I'm trying to say. It's getting more southerly instead of easterly here as well now. And that's able to get it down in that instability here in a more unstable air mass. So again, a nasty situation here for sure. A nasty situation where we have some of these values over 5,000 joules per kilogram. We never see this with a tornado threat around because it's normally one or the other. We either have the energy or we have the shear. And this time we have both, which you really never ever see in some. You don't ever get this much shear. We already have the energy built in, and you get this energy every day. But that's where you have the pop-up storm. But instead you have the shear here mixing in with the instability. So again, that's problematic. So again, the tornado watches continue 1 till 7, 1 till 10 as we're looking toward the east here. You can see this storm southeast of Tipton. I'm about to zoom back in on it here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and do that now. You can see here southeast of Tipton. We're watching that rotation. Got to take those tornado precautions there. Again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Cook, Berrien, Colquitt, Tipton, Worth through about 6:15. This one here, a tornado warning for portions of Doherty, Mitchell, Colquitt, and Worth through about 6:15 as well. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning to the north for maybe some gusty winds, and that potentially there around Lee and Terrell counties till about 6:45. So nasty conditions out there. Still ongoing. We have the flash flooding threats up there. I know to take this off, you can see the flash flood warnings in play, continuing for several more hours. Quitman, Randolph, as well as Terrell, Lee, Doherty, and Worth. So a lot of problems around our area in southern Georgia. It's not been a problem at all, the weather in North Florida today. It's been okay to get out and about. Not as much in the afternoon storms even because this stuff's been contained to the north. But it's been a problem to the north here, obviously, and that's why we've been on for just hour after hour after hour. So again, we have the 3 tornado warnings. The one's about to go away for Worth itself, only Worth, but we're still going to have areas of Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Tipton, Worth under 1, and the other for Colquitt, Doherty, Mitchell, and Worth. So not great news here in this scenario. You see all these temperatures to the south. We're just not, obviously, seeing the storms down here. We have the forcing mechanism toward the north here. And you have all these tornado parameters. Again, we had a significant tornado touchdown earlier east of Blakely there in Early County. The only good thing about that is it was over more rural areas. If I would have touched down right over Blakely where they had big hail before that really started getting going, it seems, at least initially, that we'd have had a big problem. We could have been talking about a situation where there'd be just devastating damage there in a populated area, but it could have still been devastating damage east of town. We really haven't had a chance. I haven't had a chance to check things behind the scenes because I haven't had too much of a break here. I've been on for so long. It's just a one-man band, but trying to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed here on this Wednesday. It's still Wednesday, even after hour of coverage. It's all about keeping you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. So let's go ahead and go back on over here. You see some areas of rotation. This one south of Tipton stands out a little bit more. Sometimes you'd have a situation where the stuff wasn't surface based too, different time of year, but the energy is not going to let that happen. This stuff, I mean, with the energy around, really not good. So again, let's go ahead and zoom back on out. You have all this lightning here in play. Again, this is something, it's not like it happens every year, every decade, even a threat like this time of year. It's something I can't ever recall really seeing in the past here. In the month of June is what I'm talking about, the month of June, for our area outside of a tropical system. I mean, it's just extraordinary to get this many tornado warnings to pop up here. This confluence of parameters to come into play. So that's what we're dealing with right now. Never really had, this type of situation here. I mean, again, outside of a tropical setup in the month of June. You can get this stuff sometimes. We've had to have been in 2017 there in January, a couple actually, but the main one that most people remember, the later January one, is when we had all the tornadoes. I mean, but the way we've had these tornado warnings today, I mean, probably about the most amount in terms of tornado warnings we've had in that part of the region in one time frame since then. Maybe that 2019 event. It might be pretty similar in nature in the number of tornado warnings. We ended up having an EF3 later that night, Eastern Leon. It would take longer for the stuff to get down here than it did that day, though. That was a pretty long event. This could be even longer here, though. It will be longer in nature. I mean, quite a bit longer. That was a one-day thing. This could be several days. Excuse me, as I lose my voice a little. Several days here. As we still have the tornado warnings in play, you still got to take your precautions here. You just got to be getting in those interior rooms away from windows here. And south of Tipton, we have this rotation. I know at this point in the coverage, since we've been on for so long, it's not just about me really presenting the information in the best form. It's just about me somehow getting it out to you. That's how kind of, like, I guess you could call it desperate in some ways we are, because after a while, when you're on the air for this long, your presentation does go down a little bit in terms of the overall level of quality, but still, it's all about getting that information out to protect you, your friends, and your family. So that's what we're doing here when we have tornado warnings. We can't let up. El Dorado there, you can see that threat there. Possible tornado moving toward the interstate. I-75, don't want to be driving out there on the stretch just south of Tipton on I-75, but I do think if you're in Adel watching, the worst will probably pass just north of Adel by a few miles maybe. I mean, maybe even more than that with this one. Now, this one here could be something that's a little bit different. Let me do a track one. I know it's shifting the other track. This one could come close to Adel later. So this one here may be going more north of town. This one here could come more across Adel. Just so you guys know, if this is a thunderstorm warning, which is still serious when we have a situation when it comes across there, and we don't have any tornado warnings in play. It might take a break here a little bit more than we normally would because we're going for just hours and hours with tornado warnings. But still, just giving you guys that forewarning there on Adel that storm back toward the north and west will probably at least be severe once it rolls into your area in about 30 to 45 minutes. So just giving you guys that heads up there on Adel and Cook County based on our latest trajectory tracking. So our latest projections per se. Under the the flash flood warnings continue. So there's a flood watch all the way until Friday night. So it's just Wednesday. We're going to be continuing from now, which is 14th, all the way into the 16th at 8 o'clock Eastern. So they could always extend that too, which hopefully they don't have to. Again, continuing to watch things here. Look at all these warnings. It's a confluence of warnings. 80-mile-an-hour winds possible in eastern and southeastern Alabama. And you have these going all the way to the Alabama-Mississippi line. They're just never ending, folks. They're not stopping. And that's not good in terms of rainfall. It's not good in terms of the storm damage either. I mean, eventually, if areas get hit by storm after storm, they have maybe a little bit increased vulnerability to the winds and the like. But in the flooding here too, seems like it could be a problem for us. So keep that in mind. We already have the flash flood warnings and probably more than we generally would. But you can see we have a couple different areas that's been sun up here, but we have the third area back here. The third area, we could have another tornado threat. I mean, two that are warned right now. This one northwest of Moultrie. See a lot of wind around Bridgeboro there. Southwest of Sylvester, southwest of Tipton there. I mean, this is showing some really strong wind, even if it's not tornadic wind. Now showing winds closer to 90 on here. So even if this isn't a tornado, this is some really strong wind, folks. It's moving toward El Dorado there. Or El Dorado, depending on how you pronounce that locally there, along I-75. But that's kind of heading in your direction there right now, folks, and that's not what you want to see. So, trying to get our best mode on here to give you that look, and you can kind of see here the wind's coming together. I feel like I might get like a debris signature on something like that. I don't know if anything's evident right now, but that could always change on us here in short order. Let me go ahead and zoom back on out here. Zoom back on out. We're trying to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, let me just go ahead and continue to give you guys the looks. You can see here all that wind energy, if nothing else in here. More of that back out toward the west. And we're going to go ahead and go back on over here. Again, the tornado watch is in Plato 7 till 10. I mean, at least a severe thunderstorm watch probably gets extended to the west. Maybe we get lucky we don't get a tornado watch extended because this stuff becomes just so on top of each other per se. Then it'd be more about maybe wind, which is still not good and still dangerous, still volatile, but it wouldn't be as bad as tornadoes here necessarily piling on in on you. So there's something to keep an eye on, but still dangerous threat. We have the tornado watch to the east till 10. Again, the one to the west till 7. Let me go ahead and zoom back on out a little bit. You see storms even around Dallas firing up. Hail producer there possibly. We'll have to watch that. I mean, for them. And later on, all that stuff. I mean, it develops out there. We'll be watching the movement of it. But ping pong ball size hail possible way out there. But they haven't got anything like the number of tornado warnings anywhere else outside of our area that we have today in southwest, south central Georgia, which has just been remarkable. I mean, I probably could try to count them up here. I probably couldn't even count them here on the air. I probably need to do that during a break or something. I might try to. I might just try to count all the ones Tallahassee's issues. Some of these wouldn't be for our counties, but I mean, almost all of them's been Tallahassee today, so I might make it a little easier to count up, which is just not fun here. So, I mean, we started, it looks like 11:38. We had our first one there at Clay County, Georgia. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this may not be exactly right here, but we're trying the best we can doing this live on the air here. So 6 from Tallahassee, 7, 8, 9, looking at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, one from Jacksonville, we'll count it, that'll be 20, we left in our area, 21, 22, 23, goodness gracious, I think that makes about 23 tornado warnings in our area here today, which, I mean, a couple of those, remember I said Alabama, I didn't include, so maybe, let's say about 20 tornado warnings in our area, some of those clip Alabama and Georgia, so, but about 20 tornado warnings in our area, which, that's just a really nasty number. If we have a couple tornado warnings in one day, it's a big deal. We've had about 20, which rivals a tropical system type threat or just a threat of the year in the spring. And this might end up being, depending on the damage we see, we'll have to see exactly what kind of damage happened, but could end up being one of our biggest weather events of the entire year, especially for this part of our viewing area. More than likely it will be, but for that part of the area. But again, continuing to watch, continuing to track here. So we have the tornado warnings in play. We still have 2 of those polygons on the screen to 6:15. Let me go ahead and get on here and see this. It looks like it's trying to rotate a little bit further north on here, but it could just be the That's interesting. It seems like it wants to shift it more off due east now, but there'll be more in here. That definitely seems like it would. That one at least would miss areas there. I'm gonna go a little south, but let's just say Lennox. I feel like Adel will probably be okay from this one, but this one here, again, different story maybe. Let me go ahead and track this one. Again, that kind of gets you close to Adel. I mean, this stuff here, though, the hail, maybe you want to get your car to decide if you can on Adel, if you're watching from Adel, because that's 15, that's 30, but let's even track from the leading edge where it almost be too hard to go outside. I mean, that gets you there. That gets you about 30 minutes in toward Adel, but maybe you really want to have everything in even a little sooner than that with that lightning threat coming into place. Again, the latest update on the tornado warning, Axon now. Tornado warning continuing for parts of Colquitt and Worth, but it canceled Darty and Mitchell on one of these boxes, and then the other one here, we're still seeing the same areas, but then a flash flood warning, another one now to where Darty County issued until 9:30. I wonder if, this is not going to be a considerable one. I thought they would do this because this just keeps training and training over a lower line and more poor drainage type of areas here at points. So, a life-threatening flash flooding situation here now for Albany. Life-threatening flash flooding for Albany. Doppler indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area with between 1.5 and 2.5 inches of rain falling in the last 2 hours. An additional amount of 1 to 3 inches are possible. And flash flooding is already occurring. So life-threatening flooding now around Albany. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Albany, Putney, East Albany, Turner City, Marine Corps Logistics Base, Walker, Southwest Georgia Regional Airport, Lockett Crossing, South Albany, Radium Springs, Williamsburg, over toward Decker and Acre there. Again, this is a potentially life-threatening situation around Albany because of flash flooding there in Albany, Georgia. You do not want to mess around there. Again, this could be really serious where the roads start really filling up with water here. I mean, we still have a severe thunderstorm there, so you don't want to be out in the bed unless you have to. But if you have to move to higher ground, then that's something you have to try to do. I mean, water there, obviously, if it's coming to your home, you kind of are in a tough spot. Maybe try to get on a table or something there for a little bit to wait out the lightning, but you're not in a good spot, obviously, if you have lightning and heavy rain and flooding all at the same time. That sounds just disastrous to even think about. But again, remember the 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down, and obviously, if you're in a road or something, then if it knocks you down, then that could be fatal for you. But if you're in a home, I mean, you don't want to leave that home unless you absolutely have to because the water's just really racing in. But that's obviously a consideration in this type of situation with life-threatening flash flooding. Now around Albany, I'll take off the severe thunderstorm warning at least for a moment so you can see that considerable threat around Albany here. Just a really dangerous situation there in Darty County with so many levels of storms coming across. Again, the tornado warnings toward the south and east right now. You can see these spins here, the one south of Tipton, the one closer to Redoran at this point, I would say. Haven't had necessarily any debris signatures in a while, but still, I mean, nothing that's been definitive anyway. But still a nasty situation here. We still have spins showing up on a number of different modes. So, again, let's go ahead and take off the flash flooding safety information for now, I think. Just wanted to run those down with you guys, though. I'll run those down for you guys at home. Let me go ahead and continue along here. Continue along to give you guys the very latest. I know within the next couple hours, we're going to have to switch streams because we're going to be getting toward our 8-hour limit. That's for some of our different sources, which, I mean, they'll probably just switch it for all of them, but I know YouTube has longer than that. But nonetheless, still, that'll be something we have to consider. Hopefully, we'll get lucky and stuff will fade away right at the 8-hour limit, but that's not expected. That's not likely. So, probably still have to have a stream going whether we're talking or not here past that 8-hour benchmark. So let's go ahead and go on over here right now to our other modes. So, our analyst computer. You can see here we're tracking these areas of spin. Looking north of Doran there. You see these areas around Bridgeboro. You really see those greens and reds trying to come together in that vicinity. In this other area of spin here, right around I-75. You have this area of potential tornadic development around here, so make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. interior away from windows. It looks like Irwin County is maybe, let's check up here, maybe not as much because hopefully maybe things are not as able to get down to the surface there with the environment a little more stabilized there, not quite as much instability, but actually seeing a pretty good drop off in some of those spots, but those are way far, almost too far in our area there, but you can see that drop off, we're just seeing the yellow there toward Fitzgerald and the like, that we're not seeing the instability like we are down here in this corridor. So again, just a lot of stuff happening here. You have all these warnings here. Back outdoor to west. More and more stuff keeps coming into play here. Flash flooding, severe thunderstorm, and then the two red boxes here, obviously the most important right now. And those are your tornado warnings. Those are your tornado warnings here. The one for areas of Colquitt and Worth to about 6:15. The other one here for areas of Cook, Berry, and Colquitt, Tipton, Worth to about 6:15 as well. Again, you think the warnings are going to end. They don't end up ending because we just keep getting hours and hours and hours of these threats here that have been continuing with these areas of rotation. I mean, we've been tracking tornado warning almost continuously since before noon. There's a new update, though, on that one. Looks like we just got a new update in. So at 6 o'clock, it's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was not far from Tipton, but more on the south side or near Unionville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. The dangerous storm moving near Enigma around 6:10. The storm could also impact and be impacting areas around El Dorado, Fender, and Staunton. So that's kind of the storyline there. Let me go ahead and check some more things here in the Weather Center. I know I got to recheck this chat computer at this point. Kind of going offline on us here. Just continuing to give you the latest. I know getting some more information in here. Looks like some damage reports coming out. So trees and power lines at home there in areas in northern Colquitt County. Fire units en route to assess, and then that's kind of a storyline there. Let's go ahead and continue here to watch things. So these two radar indicated tornado warnings in play. These areas of spin. You have this area south of Tipton around El Dorado, North Atlantic. That's where the worst of that is right now. Toward the west here, you see around Doran. You see northwest of Moultrie here. Moving towards Sigsbee over the next little bit. That's kind of where we'll be tracking that. And then maybe a threat toward Moultrie as this holds together. Maybe a little north of Moultrie, though, and more toward Adele, as we outlined here. If that really holds together, hopefully it'll be more of a thunderstorm threat, severe thunderstorm threat, not a tornado threat. Be nice if it fell apart more than that. With that hail still over 2 inches, it's showing here on our Doppler algorithms. Again, some really nasty stuff here with these tornado warnings in play. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. I know we haven't been able to change the description on our different platforms because we've just been talking for so long, but we're talking about stuff further over in South Georgia, but still some of those areas like Clay County, 6 hours later, getting more storminess there in southwestern parts of the Peach State. So, again, that's kind of your storyline there. You have all this lightning here in play. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors. I just got to keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and keep looking at the Doppler here, switching to a different version of it for a moment. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. I see in that tornado vortex signature still in that line, northern Cook County line that it has with Tift, and then the line even with Berry in there. Prominent, you see there, parts of Worth County and Colquitt counties here. A threat of some nastier conditions over there. Just trying to give you guys the very latest you see around Bridgeboro and Doran. Could we get more tornado warning issued? It's possible. We've said that all day and we've had them issued. I mean, it's also possible they go into thunderstorm warnings for these areas, but I think we'd at least have something like that in play because of the overall threats here at large. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Thankfully, we haven't had any debris signatures like what we saw earlier east of Blakely and Early County. That was something we hadn't seen in a long time around here, really, except maybe Hosford. Pretty reminiscent of that, maybe a little bit worse, but I don't know if it hit as much population as that one did in the Panhandle because I don't think it really hit right in with town or anything from what I've seen so far. But we'll keep looking, we'll keep tracking things here. in the Weather Center. I'm just trying to get the latest information on in here as we get further and further on in the picture. So again, just trying to see, let's see what's going on here. There's all sorts of different things happening here in this type of setup. You can hear our computer still going, folks. We're still going. It's about giving you guys everything you need here to protect you, your friends, and your family. These red boxes are more concerning than what we generally have around here. We generally don't get tornado warnings to this level, maybe here and there, but not to have just consistent ones for hours upon hours upon hours here. It's just unrelenting here, really, across our areas. So that's what we're dealing with at this present time. We're just still efforting more details here on other sources, trying to check some things out, because it's all about giving you guys that latest information to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your families. Again, just hour upon hour with the coverage here. We'll go ahead and zoom back on out to our other view. There's a lot of lightning around still, just whenever thunder roars go indoors, but in some of these situations, the tornado warnings, it's more than that here. You can't be messing around. You can't be messing around with these dangerous conditions here, folks. These are some really treacherous weather situations that we're talking about towards some of our different backyards here and towards South Georgia. So something to keep in mind. Definitely can't be, in a situation here where you're just messing around here and then you're getting caught off guard. But again, you have the red boxes. Colquitt Worth's one of them. Berry and Colquitt cooking tipped is another. Those both go for another 8 minutes. We haven't had an extension yet, but the way things have gone here, I'll probably get one pretty soon. Maybe we'll get lucky, and severe thunderstorm warnings will be what we have instead, which will still be pretty dangerous, but not to the highest level of concern with tornado warnings that we have in play right now. So, again, as we're down with, let's go ahead and save our tornado safety graphic then. So tornado watch, when that happens, that means you need to remember that conditions are favorable for tornadic activity, and then close to the watch area have multiple ways to receive alerts whenever a tornado warning's in play. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So very important here to keep in mind these tips here, folks. We still have tornado warnings in progress. Colquitt and Worth, one of them, and the other polygon, Berry and Colquitt, cooked and tipped. Trying to run our county names together at this point, but we've been on for so long, so apologize about that. But of course, we're talking about Georgia. Florida counties have been pretty much safe here from the storms today. No warnings down in Florida today. Thunderstorm threat here will be, as we look toward later, you see NASA under the tornado watch till 10, but they're the only ones under a watch here in Florida right now, as we see where most of the action is. Again, we're in Bradford. We cover 62 counties, though, and the counties under tornado warnings right now are the ones we get towards southwest, south central Georgia. We're really talking more about south central at this point. Colquitt, Worth, as well as Berry and Cook and Tipped. So that's your storyline there. Let's get back on over to the Doppler. Again, trying to give you the latest views here. You can kind of see what we're dealing with. Northeast of Lenox. I'm going over to other source now. I'm going to go ahead and go to other source to give you guys more on this. You have that little Bowen feature there. Definitely some serious weather concerns. You need to be taking shelter here, Berrien County. The area, at least under the tornado warning. If we get an extension, we'll let you know. And as we get later on, if Jacksonville office will have to take over this in terms of the issue on that. It'll be a little longer before that might happen for this storm, though. As you see the storm track shift, but that's just me shifting a little too quick there on the map, but trying to shift these around to the right storm motion to give you the right storm relative velocity. So again, tracking these here carefully, giving you guys everything you need here to protect you, your friends, and your family. We'll go ahead and go back on over here now. You see, we do have a little break in here, which is interesting. Hadn't had that earlier on necessarily as prominent as that little gap. Maybe I get some areas to catch a break, but this stuff here that keeps pushing on through probably will still be wreaking havoc, and by the time it pushes through our next round, maybe in, unless we can get it to kind of fade out and we get lucky with that. But I mean, we will lose some of the instability after the sun goes down, but I mean, there's enough shear, enough instability to still have problems later on. So got to keep that in mind. Looking at some of our factors there, some of our different values. Let's go ahead and go back on over here to other view. Again, our tornado warnings in play. We'll see what they decide to do here in a moment. When we look at those, let's go back on over then. See all these storms are in Albany. Pretty nasty weather, Albany. Pretty nasty weather as we get up toward Lee County as well, and in Terrell County, Calhoun County. There's several warnings. We just got some new updates on the tornado warnings. So, okay, they're going to go with us. So the thunderstorm warning for Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, Lanier, and Tipton until 7:30 with a tornado possible tag. But that storm there near Lenox, or 10 miles northwest of Nashville, moving east at 30, they're going to have to go with a tornado warning, a new one until 7 o'clock now. So a new tornado warning now just coming out to 7 o'clock for more of the area. So now after that area is covered, we would have a situation where this would be moving into where Jacksonville's jurisdiction. They'll make a decision if they want to continue this or not on over. But in the other area, it looks like they're shifting more to a thunderstorm warning for Ada and Moultrie, but it's still we're talking about a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half dollar size hail. Still both big time threats here toward portions of the area. So get another tornado warning, folks. Just adding to that count here today. Unbelievable setup for June. Just extraordinary. As we look here east of I-75, again, a new tornado warning here in play. As we're looking here northwest of Nashville, you see that spin there on that Doppler. This here maybe not quite as evident for a tornado with the overall reflectivity, but apparently this one's still causing us a little more problems in terms of that. So that's why they reissue. That's still pretty textbook on that, even the velocity though not showing as well, but that's still pretty textbook there. So that's why they issue that new tornado warning for parts of Berrien County. So nothing confirmed with it, but still got to take shelter. You see, 30 minutes from now is when it'll probably be coming up on Coffee, or excuse me, I guess I should say Atkinson County, I guess at this point. Yeah, Atkinson County. I finally slipped it down one county with some of this stuff. But, so Atkinson County is what we're talking, but still pretty similar area, but to be precise, to correct that, Atkinson County might be where we have a tornado warning later on toward Pearson. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. Let's go ahead and zoom back on out. We're going to go ahead and keep you guys safe and informed here. Again, just a slew of warnings. I mean, you just continue to see them on our board. Again, around Albany, I mean, it's just, you can't even make out what we have. I know the most important right now for Albany probably is that PDS flash flood warning. And that one's going in effect here until about 9:30. Life-threatening flash flooding around Albany because of all this rain here in Dougherty County. And as you look down toward the south and east, we have these areas of spin, all these areas of rotation here. Tornado warnings in play down here, but just a mess, to be quite honest, here in the overall picture. I know we're getting nasty weather in Arkansas as well, south of Little Rock. See stuff in Texas, some more stuff in Mississippi, but different waves here. This definitely some nasty stuff, vigorous activity. I know maybe with this round back here we'll get a little bit luckier and it'll dive further south. I mean, we can hope, I guess. It says mainly east though with the movement, so that might not happen enough before it probably still be in our area before it dives enough away, but probably just be diving more toward the Florida counties maybe then, but that may be something to watch later on tonight. We do have this slight risk down toward Tallahassee, so something to watch there. Well, let's just keep watching, keep tracking here. That's just extraordinary event that we're dealing with as we look at the weather maps. I know. We're looking at things here in Berrien County. That's where we're going to have that one tornado warning outstanding here Right about now, I think you just saw them bounce off the other map. Yeah, so we're down to the one tornado warning there for parts of Berrien County. That hook there on that storm north of Nashville. Again, you got to get an interior room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in Berrien County, this threat on going about 7 o'clock now. You just don't want to be messing around here as we're looking at State Road 125, Georgia 125. The impact there in toward that area. We could get a tornado touchdown there. Don't really see anything well defined right now, but you just never know. As we look at some of our different tilts here on the Doppler, it's that C-safe. I mean, that is well defined. I'm just talking about in terms of actual evidence there with either the rotation or the debris signature. We're not really seeing it. I know it says a little bit of signature. I mean, I did tighten up a little there, but back behind actually a little bit, but that's not really exactly in the right spot then. But not the most well-defined, but they're keeping the warning threat going. Just never know. They're being informed now that areas in Randolph County have had some thunderstorm wind damage reported there, where tree limbs have fallen on State Road 50 at Peavy Road, all lanes closed. So again, that's the storyline there. Continuing to watch things. We're also being told of some more just extraordinary hail reporting out of Dougherty County. 3.75 inch hail now reported next to a measuring tape there. 1 mile west-southwest of Putney. That was at 540. So these hail producing storms a little bit more vigorous than what we're seeing on our Doppler scans. To get the hail that big in our area, 3.75, we rarely get a report like that. So just to kind of give you a comparison here, 3.75 inches, folks. We're talking about closer to softball size hail. We never get that hardly in our area. We got it earlier this year there in that stretch. I guess it was later in April, if I recall. But we're getting it again in this setup, which has more tornadic acts than it seems with it. So, and flooding and just everything. It's a hodgepodge of everything. But tornado threat has been what we've had to stay on for the last 7 hours or so. So again, keeping you guys safe and informed. Let's keep watching things. Let's keep tracking things. Trying to keep you guys up to date. I know I'm just checking some different things here right now. Seeing if there's any questions. I don't see any questions, but again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here on this Wednesday to give you guys the latest weather information. So I'm going to go ahead and see what else we might have. New Elm there, Colquitt County, some hail. That was only the penny size versus softball size, like what we had there toward Dougherty County around Putney. But again, you can see that little safe there, that little C-safe per se, that nasty little circulation. Still trying to still up. I mean, again, I call it nasty because of this, and that's I think why they keep the tornado warnings. They're keeping them in play, but this doesn't show it as well. I mean, it's showing it some. And it could be a brief touchdown here. I don't think this is like a long track situation like what we had earlier in Early County, but when we were east of Blakely. But again, still watching things, still tracking them here in the Weather Center. Again, the Jacksonville office will have a decision to make here pretty soon. So we'll be watching to see if Atkinson County gets under a tornado warning here later on in the timeline. So we're at 6:18 right now. We hate to take breaks when we have tornado warnings. I really like to stay on here without taking any, but we've been on for so long. I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll be back at 6:25, so not more than just about 5-6 minutes away from your next update here. We really haven't been taking breaks any longer than like about 5 or 6 minutes here today because we've just had to be on here when we have tornado warnings in play. Okay, we just got a new update, so let's wait. Okay, we're not taking a break yet. New tornado warning for parts of Atkinson County now. Parts of Atkinson County now to 6:45. So I was kind of thinking they might hold off a little longer on this, and that's why I was going to take the break. So we were back before they issued it, but they gone ahead and issued it here out toward the east now. You saw it pop up on the other map. It's going to pop up here soon. It's only the 6:45. I think they think this is going to be moving a little bit quicker here. So that's why they gone ahead and issued that, because Berrien's until 7, so kind of interesting. So 6:45 for Atkinson. as we track that off about 30 minutes away. I guess I just want to really warn people there in Atkinson County. So eventually this could be a threat for Ware County and Waycross, so keep that in mind as well. So that's your new tornado warning for this storm. We have some other acts north of Moultrie we're watching to see if we get tornado warnings on it. But this one here, no more dominant as of this moment. So that's why we're tracking it. So 6:20 right now at the time. Let's go ahead and take that break since we got that warning in for you guys. I'll be back about 6:25 with more weather information to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the listener at 6:25 on this Wednesday. Still the 2 tornado warnings continuing now across parts of south central to southeast Georgia. One for areas of Atkinson County about 6:45, and another for areas of Berrien until about 7. Another one toward Berrien, that one that goes longer technically is where the storm is now. So that's a little bit odd, but it's because it's going between two National Weather Service areas here. Just so you guys there at home know what's going on, what's happening here. We have that one area of spin that's still showing up. It's showing up pretty tight northern Nashville, northeast of Adel right now. And then we have just a slew of thunderstorm warnings off toward the west here with these yellow boxes within the yellow shaded area, which is a tornado watch. Then you have flash flood warnings in here. You have one that's more considerable threat toward Albany. Plus, we already had hail there earlier at almost 4 inches in diameter around Putney. 3.75 inches. So that's just extraordinary hail sizes that we're seeing really coming on out of that area and some of the different photos. And then not just that, but also you're seeing a situation where you're just getting all this rain. We had the wind threats to come in, knock some power out. We've had tornado threats around Albany. So, and one of the wildest days we've seen here, this part of the state and this part of the region in a while. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. Here towards southwest, south central Georgia. Again, tornado warnings here for this one storm, one for areas of Berrien, the other for Atkinson. Again, we're still getting some pretty strong rotation. It's not as strong as maybe some of the radars would show here for a tornado that's just definitely on the ground, but it's still a pretty nasty situation here. A pretty nasty situation as we're looking there north of areas in Nashville and Berrien County. So there's your track on this. Within 30 minutes, it'll be in Atkinson. And at that point, I mean, they'll be deciding whether to extend that because it only goes to 6:45. So, which is, again, kind of odd. I would have probably just went to 7. I thought the other one's a little long, the other one's a little short. So it's kind of tricky here in this type of situation. But I'm sure, exhausted at the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. And they got more people coming in. It's not like me here was just me. They do have other people that can come in and whatnot, but still, you don't generally have to issue this many warnings, and they've had to issue as many tornado warnings as you can ever imagine there at the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. Over 20 tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, but none for the Florida counties, ironically, so far. That could change later on, but again, an odd situation here for sure. I know we're now being told of some issues out of Randolph County, by the way, of flooding problems there. This is here off west of Dawson on Cuthbert. Several cars are now stuck on dirt roads because of flooding. This is a type of day where really, in the springtime, you don't send the kids to school on a day like this. In summer, so it's a little bit different type of messaging maybe, but still, Dawson there, Terrell County, you're starting to now see reports of water coming in over your roads there as well. So not what you want to hear, not what you want to hear about there around Dawson. I mean, this is some really dangerous stuff that we're talking about across the area. Now, Randolph County reports of trees and power lines down there. That's off toward the north and the west here. That's from the more recent winds coming on in, it would seem. So, we've had the storms earlier, just so many around you lose track of them at this point. But again, we're just trying to protect you, your friends, and your family. It's a copious amount of rain come down in Doherty. I want to see the exact rainfall there, what that might look like there around Albany on this mode, because at least we'll be able to kind of get a better look here at the rainfall rates and the velocities, but really the rainfall rates here. These are some very heavy downpours around Albany. That's just going to really add problems here. I mean, there's storm drain. I mean, you already have hail out there that big sizes like 3.75 inches, depending on where it's at. Exactly. I mean, it's going to take maybe a little longer to melt. And then you're going to have all this rain blocking the storm drains here. Will be the limbs as well. So it's just a horrible mess here. You just gotta be really cognizant and aware of what's going on here in this very long fused event. So let's get back over to the other view here. You see the tornado watch at 7 here. I don't think there's any local extension yet, but At least I think they'll at least convert it to a severe thunderstorm watch to the west if they don't convert it to a tornado watch or an extension, I should say, of the same one or a new one. A lot of options on the table here in a day like this, but reports here of numerous trees and power lines now down across Terrell County as well. So not what you want to hear in that area, indoor part of our viewing circle. So again, some nasty, nasty stuff. So that rotation standing out pretty well. Unfortunately, southwest of Willacoochee there, north of Nashville, in parts of the area. So again, just continuing to look at that. Just trying to let you guys know what's going on here. I'm typing up some different things here to get some different answers here potentially to what's going on. You can just again continue to see here what's happening within our Doppler algorithms. You can kind of see in Berrien County right now some rotation going on up. Again, that could be an issue for Atkinson over the next little bit. Now getting a report of trees down there in Lee County, Mossy Dale and New York Road in Lee County there, according to emergency management. So that is coming in. Again, trying to give you the latest updates here to protect you, your friends, and your family. So we're sitting at 6:32 right now. You can kind of see Berrien County here. Berrien County getting some nastier conditions around. We're just going to have to keep tracking things here for sure. Toward this area closer toward US 129 in case we get an extension of this warning, but still going for another half hour or so toward this area. Again, you can see that spin there on the Doppler. You see that in the rotation tracker here as well. And just having to continue to follow that here. I'm just going to go ahead and again try to find out some more things here. We're just trying to let you guys know what's going on. I see there's a tornado warning that just popped up in Texas, by the way. Interestingly enough, we haven't had many outside of our area today, or at least outside of our area, just limited just to west and the southeast Alabama, but Van Zandt County, Texas, now under a tornado warning. That's popping up in north central Texas. It's by the Fort Worth office. So interesting to hear that. But again, we've had literally more than, really, I want to say more than 2 dozen, but about 2 dozen tornado warnings here. I see by the National Weather Service in Tallahassee today. So again, some just vigorous activity. You can see from Putney there, hail again was measured there at about almost 4 inches, 3.75 inches in diameter. Falling a little while ago out of this really dangerous weather. Let's go ahead and continue to watch things. Continue to track them. There's even a destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued now in Arkansas. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning issued now in Arkansas. Large hail can even be deadly as we're looking toward that area. They're saying not what you want to hear. Probably could have met the requirements. Would have met the requirements there south of Albany, but I don't think it was ever on the radar at that point to go to that. Only destructive one we've had today was for Douglas, which we ended up having a warning kind of expire on out after that. No warning at all. It kind of faded to some degree, which is odd, but went more easterly there. But again, it's continuing to watch the Doppler, continuing to give you guys the latest updates. You see off toward the west here in parts of southern Alabama, we still have more warnings there. One can hope that this stuff kind of moves away from the hard-hit areas here, and that might happen, but instead, it might still enter into some of our areas closer toward the Big Bend at that point. So, again, I'm just trying to let you guys know what we're dealing with. We'll go ahead and go back on over here. Go back on over to other view. Again, you can kind of see here, still got some of this accent with some rotation there, northeast of Nashville. Got to be inside an interior room away from windows here. Don't see any debris signature or anything like that popping out right now, but I say that, of course, we're now getting reports that there may be a tornado on the ground in Berrien County on Highway 76 there, around Weber or Weber there. So let's go ahead and see what we're dealing with. I mean, I see 129 with some rotation But they're talking about Highway 76, so I don't really see it quite there yet, but they might be able to see it from the north even. They're on 76, so maybe a tornado in progress here somewhere in this area. Kind of get an idea of what we're talking about in this little hook here then. Let's go ahead and track this on out. I mean, there's a rotation area to the north as well, but that's still far of Highway 76, so that's not really in the right spot necessarily. So let's just say it's this then. There's your track, and you can see maybe eventually getting even past Atkinson County and then maybe a little Clinton Ware there later. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see there as we look later on in the timeline. We're just going to have to keep watching and keep tracking here. You can see what we're down with. Trying to give you the latest updates. Checking on some more things. Let me go ahead and check our power outage numbers right now. I'm going to go ahead and try to get a look at those. Georgia, about 13,056 customers in the dark. Not quite as many as yesterday, but it's because these have been the tornadoes here. Those threats are sometimes more isolated than the wind threats, but eventually it could catch up with all the wind threats. We're starting to get it on Alabama. They really have a slew of outages. 41,958 customers in the dark there in that state. So they've had less tornado warnings, but more thunderstorm winds causing problems, really destructive type of winds. That's to some degree are headed into southwest Georgia. So not a good combination. Again, giving you more updates here, giving you more details. So we get back to our other view. You can see here these red boxes, tornado warnings here in play. Trying to give you the latest. Let's take south to there, Atkinson and Berrien counties. Tornado threat there, maybe a tornado on the ground based on what we're hearing. Maybe a tornado on the ground, according to emergency management and a report they got in there around Highway 76. Okay, now being told a tornado watch that was in play until 7 o'clock. Now it may shift around a little in the boundaries. They're now replacing that. They're now replacing it with a tornado watch that goes until midnight. So tornado watch now going until midnight here as we're looking toward areas of southwest and south central Georgia here. So this threat continuing as we're looking out toward Albany here. So new tornado watch now until that midnight hour just coming on the board here. So you hate to hear it, but unfortunately we've been the bearer of a lot of nasty weather news here today, and more of it now as we have that tornado watch continuing until midnight. Let's see, it might actually extend down into Florida some at this point. Let me see if we got a look at that on something here on other stores. It'll pop up here pretty soon, but it might take about till 6:40. Okay, it does pop into Florida now, so that's the news here. It's going to cover everybody all the way down through the Big Bend. So Tallahassee, Crawfordville, Perry, you're all going to be under this tornado watch now to midnight. So it replaces the area to the north, but also indicates the threat all the way through Tallahassee now. I mean, we're talking about Apalachicola even under a threat here until that 12 o'clock hour. So, again, a couple of tornadoes possible. We could have isolated hail up to tennis balls and then gusts to 80 miles an hour likely. So, that's what we're being told by the Weather Service. They're now calling this a confirmed tornado because of that report we had in a few moments ago here in Berrien County, calling this a confirmed tornado here. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. Reports of a confirmed tornado there in Berrien County. We're going to go ahead and go back over to other view. And you'll see that turn purple there. I mean, the other box has been updated too because the tornado threat still continues. They didn't put it as confirmed on the one to the east, but it's talking about a tornado over areas around Willacoochee, generally moving east at 35 miles an hour. Not quite there yet, but you get the idea. The idea is out ahead, so that's the way the geography kind of work with it. Again, continuing to watch things here. You see our rain kind of moving on in there, further on over in Berrien County with this threat. Again, monitoring the situation. You see all these greens and reds are not as water finding, so sometimes give it maybe a really brief touchdown here. Let's check the breed tracker to see if we're getting anything that I mean, let's see. I don't really see much, but there could have been a little bit there. It's possible. Almost looks like it was down here on this area then. If you look at the retract, or maybe something really quickly down here. It's kind of interesting. It looks like it might have been something more to the south than what they're thinking, what I was thinking earlier on. But you just never know in this type of setup. You just never know. So let's go ahead and zoom out. Trying to give you guys more details, more updates, more information. More thunderstorm wind damage reports coming in. This from earlier out of Clay County, Georgia. Again, Clay County, Georgia. This is not from too long ago, 6:30, but tree limbs down. I mean, we had an event there earlier too, storms, but tree limbs down on State Road 37 eastbound at Powell Dairy Road. All lanes closed. So that's kind of what you're dealing with there. Again, the news, the new news is that we have a new tornado watch in play here now for Tallahassee and for Quincy and for Perry and for Crawfordville and Cross City until midnight. Even Apalachicola, all till midnight now. A tornado watch. So you got to have multiple ways to receive alerts down there all the way through the Big Bend. So at least midnight, but really this threat could go past that. We'll see. We're just going to have to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. I'm hoping we won't get as many tornado warnings as we get further to the south. I wouldn't think we would. We probably still get a few here and there, but probably more severe thunderstorm warnings here with a line formation. Could be some pretty vigorous severe thunderstorms though. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now. Just kind of keep on looking at things here. And they're probably going to extend that tornado warning for Atkinson because of the report they got in out of Berrien County. We're kind of required that here. Kind of required that because of the information we got out of there that would suggest that that threat's continuing further east here, or at least has the potential to continue further east and south here. So they might issue a new tornado warning to the east and to the south a little. It may go into Ware County a little, Clinton County possible as well. We'll see what they decide to do. Again, we're still keeping track of things. We're still monitoring them for you to protect everybody. Let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. Again, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. One does include areas there of Henry, Doherty, Clay, Randolph, Mitchell, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Worth until about 7:30. So that's still continuing out there. Abbeville, Fort Gaines, Newton, Morgan, Blakely, Putney, Headland, Sylvester, Camilla, Albany, Edison, Arlington, Baconton, Columbia, Tai, Leary, Marine Corps Logistics Base, Walker, and Douglasville. So just so you guys have that idea here of what's going on, you kind of get that understanding here of your threats. So again, just continuing to watch things here. And I'm checking some more details now here in the Weather Center. I want to go ahead and just get an idea here on what's going on in towards some of these different areas here. I know you can see here as you zoom in, you see areas like Willacoochee and that warning, and then this threat may go just south of them a little bit, but we'll wait and see, and we'll see the new warnings pop up here as they do get issued. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to effort some more details. This is a one-man band, so I apologize if can't completely just talk over the stream at all points as I'm gathering other details here. But I'm just going to go ahead and keep looking at things here in the Weather Center as we continue along here in this coverage. Again, I'm just trying to type some things out here. Just bear with me. Just bear with me as the timeline does continue here along. I know it's just it gets kind of tricky here sometimes in this setup, but we're just trying to keep everybody safe, everybody informed here about what's going on when we have these storms around and they're causing problems here across parts of the area. So again, I'm just trying to make sure you guys have the very latest here. And we're about to see some new updates here. I see the Atkinson went away for a moment, but I would supposedly kind of think here this setup would probably require us to have a new one. Let me see what they're saying in chat. I'll check that here. And just, okay, there you go. They just went with it. New warning for confirmed now. New warning for the confirmed threat there. That's kind of what we're dealing with. So just kind of so you know what we're tracking here. We're talking about an observed tornado with a tornado warning now for Atkinson until 7:15. Wind east at 35, generally east, maybe a little southerly, but generally east here with the movement. The storm's back out toward Alabama, which you would never see this hardly any other time of year, but we're getting winds to 80 possible around Troy, and that stuff's headed back into toward Georgia here. Over the next little bit, over into toward Georgia here. 80-mile-an-hour winds toward Pike County and Bullitt counties there. As just really nasty stuff, really dangerous stuff there off toward the west. I think, at points in the year you don't get as many tornado warnings for a while, and now I think today we're making up for it. I mean, this is just an extraordinary day in terms of the number of tornado warnings issued by the Tallahassee office for a non-tropical threat in the month of June. So, again, still watching things, still tracking them. Let's get back over. I know within about an hour we're going to have to switch streams here if we still have the threat, which we're still expecting some type of threat to exist here, because once we get to 8 hours, some of our streams won't be able to continue. This is how some of the different sites are set up. And then we could have inch and a half size hail in here as well as we're looking toward this area, Atkinson and Berrien. So again, got to be mindful of that here. Got to be mindful of that here as we're monitoring the situation. Again, you can see this banding. This is almost looking more like banding here. You see how it's all by itself. Look what happened. Look at that stuff in the south. I bet it's going to cause us to become more of a wind threat and less of a tornado threat here. Honestly, it looks like the tornado threat might have just kind of started to diminish here. I mean, you can see we had the TVS and we had the report. And now we have the stuff coming in from the south, kind of cutting this off a little. So that could be some positive news for us here for a tornado threat here from this area anyway. I know they're saying the area of rotation associated with the reported tornado has crossed into Atkinson, so that'll get Tallahassee out of a tornado warning situation for any of their counties for at least a little bit once they drop them. But we'll still have the county of Atkinson and our viewing circle to cover in the Jacksonville jurisdiction. As you see, these other areas all have tornado possible threats with them in general. Not all of them, maybe, but a lot of them. And then we have winds of 80 back here, coming back in toward the picture. Again, these could be hurricane force winds coming on in toward the picture here, folks. As we're looking back off here further west of Troy. Hopefully that weakens some, but those are winds that can really do a number in terms of power outages, just so you know. Not going to be much rest for the weary here, indeed. So, again, looking at this stuff here with the tornado warning in play. The tornado warnings, but really it's about one area. It seems like the rotation is kind of falling off, I would think, at this point, but it could still be a pretty prolific wind producer. As we're looking toward Pearson, still take a turn of precautions just in case because of the wind, and then we do have a history of this producing a tornado. We don't want you to just not take shelter, because I'm saying there may not be a tornado here. It's just this overall pattern would suggest here, folks, that once we had those storms coming from the south, it should be disrupting things, here and knocking this down to some degree. We've had stuff that didn't really work like that. It's quick earlier as we would have liked, but overall, that should be your headline with that. Let's go back on over to other view. I know we're maybe getting over 2 inch hail here south, a little further south this time, of Albany. This would be near areas north of Camilla, east of Baconton, moving toward Doran there. So just keep that in mind over the next little bit. And you still have the rain. It's not as heavy as it was in Albany, but it's still coming down around Doherty County there. So some nasty, nasty conditions in toward this part of the region today, though, and it's still unrelenting to some degree. So again, let me move back on over here now. Again, they've been on for over 7 hours now with tornado coverage for pretty much all of it. You can see here around Pearson, Atkinson County, tornado producing storm to Willacoochee. Just continuing to watch things here in the weather center. Let me go ahead and zoom on over now. Zoom on over here toward the Pearson area. Again, I think it's more about straight line because that rotation is going to be and should have been disrupted here, really. over the last few moments of them backing up and going forward. Even the winds don't look quite as strong now. This kind of comes together a little. Could be still pretty strong, but probably a brief tornado touchdown, but not more than that. Out of that over the last little bit. Again, still monitoring things though. Destructive storms coming out of Alabama here. That's always an issue, obviously. Getting stuff like that here into the picture. And that's going to be a real problem. I mean, these storms are still out there. I know east at 70. A little south, I think, too. But, I mean, that's going to be, they're going to be moving into our western counties within about an hour or so at that speed. Then, I mean, looking at the exact movement, maybe about an hour. But they probably get a warning ahead before that. But we'll just wait and see. We'll just wait and see here in this type of setup. So, again, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here. You can see we have the purple boxes because we had a confirmed tornado situation here. The rotation sort of weakened down some because of the overall storm mode changing from more isolated to more in a line. But again, the tornado threat still continuing according to the warnings that are in play right now. I'm going to check to see if there's anything new from the Weather Service. Don't see anything, but going to keep looking. We'll probably see at least first off the warning for areas of Berrien be canceled out here soon. A tornado warning, but the Atkinson one may go a little longer here. Okay, they're going to go with a new tornado warning for Atkinson now. I'm not quite 100% sure why, because is it a different area in Atkinson? I mean, I think they already have that covered. I mean, it's now radar indicated. Not 100% sure why they would do that, but nonetheless, okay, a new tornado warning for about the same metrics, a little bit less, but still a tornado warning in play here to now 7:15. So they could have probably just issued that as a continuance. I think they might have made a mistake there and issued that as a separate one, but that's what it looks like. I mean, must issue that as a separate one, but again, continuing to watch things here. I think that's what they meant to do, is issue that as separate, because same area, just a little bit less in the metrics. You can just do a continuance there. Anyhow, because it's like reading over the other one, because I'll say you see, I mean, if you take it off, it's the same area covered, so same time expiration too. So anyway, I know they've had a long day at the Weather Service offices, and it's going to get even longer. I'm going to have a day that's even longer, so sometimes things can happen, mistakes can happen, but nonetheless here, it doesn't really matter that much. Just going to get another beep on that weather radio, but and on your phone. But again, tornado warning threat here to about 7:15, continuing. Make sure you're inside, make sure you're away from windows here, just in case we still have a tornado down. You see, I know that threat of the wind, maybe 80 miles an hour out here back toward the west. Destructive storms, Bullock and Pike counties coming out, going into the picture. Let me go ahead and go back on over here to other Doppler. I'm going to get our modes aligned here. Bear with me. Okay, by the way, it just expired, Berrien. Still keeping Atkinson as Jacksonville, though. Let's see what we have on the next round of wind coming in. I'm going to go ahead and switch on over. So you can see here, looking at all this, Clay and early counties. Some of that wind, but more wind further even south as we get later in the timeline. I know honestly that these storms, these rounds and rounds of storms coming on in, I mean, it kind of, these make up for anything we've had where we've had underachieving events this year across this portion of the area, because sometimes you get lucky, you don't have to be on as long as you think you might have to be today. It's been a storyline where we thought we'd have to be on for maybe hours, and we've been on for maybe hours and hours and hours, but you get the idea. You can see here, this stuff tracking it on off. That's your next hour. I mean, some of these aren't under warning by one office, but the other office going 60 and quarter. So, I mean, that goes until 7:15 Central, which is 8:15 Eastern out there. So just so you know kind of how we're tracking this on off. Some of this stuff is going to be less than an hour away from our areas, but some other areas a little bit longer, like just tracks here in a southern row, like maybe toward Thomasville. It could be a couple of hours. Let's just kind of track that out a little bit more. That's 1 hour. That's 2 hours, so maybe like 2.5 hours toward Thomasville. And the like here. That's why we have a new tornado watch down at midnight. If you're just kind of tuning in, a new tornado watch down at midnight for portions of our area. So let's go ahead and show you guys that here. You can see that in the yellow through Tallahassee, through Cross City and Perry. That's kind of your storyline right now as we continue here to give you guys the very latest updates here in the Weather Center. I know, looking at Atkinson County, that purple box there on the screen, tornado warning. I know we very rarely ever have to go on this long for local stuff. We'll have national stuff where we can kind of use that a little more discretion, but when we have local tornado warnings, we really can't use any discretion here. We have to stick with it. So that's why we've gone so long for these today here in the Weather Center. Some of them have produced tornadoes. We've seen that with the debris signatures. Some of them haven't produced tornadoes, but that's just the nature of things sometimes in this setup. So again, got to be aware. Again, it's a setup we never really ever get in the month of June. I want to call it the month of December or March or January or April, but instead this is June. We're just not used to talking about stuff like this in June with all this wind shear mixing with the energy. We get thunderstorm warnings, but we don't get tornado warnings like this almost ever unless it's a tropical setup. Okay, we're being told here by the National Weather Service in Jacksonville that multiple funnels are possible with a thunderstorm crossing into Atkinson County, one near the Lanier-Atkinson County line, and then the other south of Willacoochee. One south of Willacoochee made it great and then be replaced by the one near Lanier, is what they're saying. So that's kind of their storyline there. So, looking at our different county borders here. So maybe some stuff down here, but again, it's not very discernible right now. Not very discernible as we're looking at things here in the Weather Center. So, I mean, that's the good news. It's not really sticking out like a sore thumb. So, if it did develop and get down to the surface, you're talking about an EF0, EF1 type situation. As we're getting more reports of damage there out of areas around Mitchell County, the Camilla area, tree down on a home. 175 North Butler Street. So more of those issues arise, and obviously some power outage numbers increasing as well. And again, sometimes you see this and you think, oh, we're almost done if it's moving away, but no, you have this, and then you have this back behind, and there's even more further on in the picture. I know that radar didn't even do it justice in terms of the intensity of the storms because they're stronger than what that's showing. But again, just multiple rounds here of storms, very dangerous weather. The most tornadic round might be the one we've just gone through, but still, entirely, it almost have to be, I hope, with this many hours of tornado warnings, but still could still have damage and whether it's almost as significant in some ways further later on in the timeline. So again, okay, we're now getting reports out of Adele. I know it doesn't look like maybe just something overwhelming on radar, but we're being told that hail up to golf ball size is now falling at the 911 center in Adele and Cook County. So again, reports of golf ball size hail at the maximum reported there at the 911 center in Adele and Cook County. So some pretty vigorous weather and even more maybe nastier hail coming on in. You see hail almost 3 inches toward Dolan right now, showing up on the Doppler radar. Almost 3-inch hail there in the Dolan area. So some really nasty conditions there around that part of the viewing circle. Just continuing to watch things here for sure. I'm going to go back on over now. Again, you can see our purple box of tornado warning, but then some hair on Adele. But even look at that, that's not showing 4 inches here. Hopefully it's not quite that high. I mean, they'll probably have to upgrade this warning at least a little bit because they only have it for $half size, which is 1.25 inches. So probably go at least like 2.5 when it's based on just the different metrics we have. I would say at this point, maybe even go a little higher, but that's really starting to get nasty there north of Moultrie with that hail there. And that could be something that heads toward Adele later that's even more significant than golf ball sized hail. This kind of shows you what's going on here in this setup, folks. Okay, I know they're upgrading one of the warnings in Alabama there to considerable 71-hour winds possible. Coffee and Dale counties out there, but let's see what we have here. I know. Just continuing to watch, continuing to monitor things. Getting back on over here to other views. Trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know sometimes for a while we don't get any sea breeze storms, and I guess this is our adverse consequence of that. We had like the biggest stretch without sea breeze storms in a long time in terms of severe warnings, and now I get like the worst stretch here of tornado warnings that you ever get into outside of a tropical threat or even almost with a tropical threat. I guess weather has to balance itself. That is really true sometimes. Weather just kind of balances itself one way or the other, and it's really trying to do that right now. But again, you can see this northwest of Moultrie, all that hail there on 6B. I mean, you really do not want to be outside in this type of hail or lightning either, or the wind. But this hail here could be damaging vehicles, mobile homes, and the like here. That wind-driven type of hail could really not be pretty once it gets done with some of those mobile homes out there as we're looking toward that area. So again, seeing the winds about 60 with this as well. We're also being told here a nickel-sized hail from Adel to the Berrien County line. That's kind of news that we're being informed of right now. So that's kind of your headline here. As they're going considerable now for Berrien, Colquitt, Cookland, Near, and Tipped until 7:30. With the hail maybe upward about 2 inches in size. That's what they're tracking there with a service in Tallahassee. So again, that's turned orange now because it's a little more considerable threat, more for the one back to the west. But Adel's still getting hit with a pretty good hailstorm now. But another hailstorm is back out toward your west here. That could be coming on in toward the pictures we look later on. So gotta keep that in mind here. In fact, we're seeing on Facebook now, looks like one of our viewers who has been watching us here for a while, I mean, just going back so many events, they're seeing golf ball size hail at their house in Adel as well. So I really kind of adding to the storyline here. Definitely some vigorous weather there right now as we're looking toward portions of the viewing area. Again, hailed about golf ball size being reported by multiple sources now around Adel. Just got a new warning at 8:30 that takes us all the way to the Florida-Georgia line. This one goes here for areas of Decatur, Cook, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Baker, Thomas, Brooks, Early, Seminole, and Colquitt. Again, for about 90 minutes or so at 7:02. Severe thunderstorms are looking along the line extending from near Blakely to, it looks like, areas there of about 7 miles east of Camilla, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, that's the storyline there right now. That's your storyline there right now with the tracks and stuff. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest as they're still continuing this tornado warning. The Jacksonville office is out of the east. There's technically two, but really that's for one area. So they're saying here that a 7-1 severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles southwest of Pearson, moving east at 15 miles an hour. And based on radar, it appeared a new second tornado may have formed in the southern part of the county. The northern funnel may be weakening, but we'll see. Honestly, I don't think either one of them would be as significant, but you never know. That rotation tracker shows a little bit different story there in toward that area. So again, a nasty situation here. Let's go back on over. You can see a little bit of that indentation here on that latest scan. They have to issue one for Clint's if they really thought that was coming together, though. So again, something to kind of keep in mind. But let's just go ahead and continue to monitor things here in the Weather Center. Again, you can see there right around US 221. That's moving more into Clint's stuff, so we'll see what they decide to do with it. Issue a new tornado warning, thunderstorm warning. A severe thunderstorm warning, what I'm talking about, are just maybe, I mean, I don't think they'd go. That's what weather advisory at this point, though. There's probably the two options on the table. I mean, I guess they could, but let's just go ahead and keep watching things, keep tracking. I know we talked about it earlier, but now Bainbridge, Donaldsonville, Thomasville, all under a warning now to 8:30 for this line moving in from the north, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour here. Some dangerous weather moving on in. Some of this may angle a little off to the east here at first, we'll see, but just piling on in here. All these severe thunderstorms. Not what you want to see, obviously. Let's get back on over here. Can you see all these warnings for 70, 80 mile an hour winds? They're going 70, the latest one out of Birmingham. For areas of Barber County. And we're just going to have to see the tracks of these as they come on in. some of this rain out ahead to the north of Albany might help kind of weaken some of that stuff there, but maybe more of this person south is evidenced by the tornado watch in play as we get further on down. So again, we'll just have to keep on tracking things, keep on watching things here in the weather center. You can kind of see here, again, looking at things on our Doppler scans. There's some rotation down here. It's not overwhelming though, so that'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's out of the warning really if they're wanting to do anything with that. I mean, not sure they need to, but they might want to go with a thunderstorm warning there. That's kind of what I would probably go with, thunderstorm warning, tornado possible on that. But unless we get like a debris signature or any more reports. But let's check that real quick. I mean, on that leading edge there, you don't see any debris, but you have some pretty strong winds, probably enough for at least a thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Again, that's where I would go. I mean, it's already in northern Clinch. So see what they decide to do here in the next few moments. This area didn't see as much. I don't see it all really, but this area does at least stand out a little bit here. Tracking that one out a bit. You can kind of see where we're at. I mean, it's really more down here actually. Bear with me, but I mean, I know it kind of when we're talking about things. You can see 50-mile-an-hour winds there, but really they're chasing to the south. And we're getting reports now from emergency management. There was some really bad stuff happening around Dolan, Georgia. I know, let's zoom out so you guys, the whole view, we're being told the city manager in Dolan is reporting softball-sized hail has damaged many windows there and items throughout the town. So again, that's there southeast of Albany a little bit. You can kind of see here, it just came through this storm that we were showing you the vigorous hail signature on, and apparently it's caused damage to softball size in terms of the magnitude of the hail there, breaking many windows in town. So not what you want to hear. So many windows being broken out by this dangerous event here in South Georgia. So again, continuing to watch here, continuing to give you the latest. Let me go ahead and go back on over here to other view. Bear with me here. I'm just trying to give you the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. You have the tornado warning out here. Have the tornado warning, you know, this is kind of on the edge of it, but we'll see what they decide to do here in the next few moments, if they want to extend or not. Let's check the parameters out there to see how those look, because they can play a role. The instability is definitely a lot lower, but it's still there to some degree. I mean, we're talking about, instead of thousands, we're talking about hundreds of joules per kilogram instead. And then you have SDP values there. Those are lower, but they're still enough. I mean, this is still enough. Certain times of year you get this, and these threats coming together. It's still a pretty nasty threat, and that's why there's tornado watch in play for that area until 10 o'clock as we get further out toward the east. Again, trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on here. Trying to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here in this type of situation. We're now being told a new severe thunderstorm warning coming for areas of Atkinson and Clinch counties here. Atkinson and Clinch till 7:45 with a tornado possible tag. So that may go ahead and just cover here these little spins, but maybe not enough for a tornado warning, and that would get us in a spot where we don't have a tornado warning for the first time in several hours across our area. And if that becomes the case, we'll just keep the radar stream going here, and we'll kind of come in as needed. We'll have to start a new stream down here pretty soon anyway, but just to kind of give you guys a heads up on where we may be headed with this as we look ahead in toward the timeline here. So again, we still have some pretty nasty weather. I mean, the town of Dolan being hit so hard by the hail there, breaking out many windows. By the way, there's a new tornado warning way up in Georgia here. How much instability is up there? I mean, not much at all. Under the tornado warning now, just southeast of Statesboro, maybe a spin there, moving toward Lincoln there. We'll look at Effingham counties. They're right on the edge of the tornado watch up that way. So, kind of interesting to see there. Definitely kind of interesting to see there. I'm trying to take off all our tornado watches. They actually, the way they did this here, I took them off for a second, and it looks like they're going more to the south with this. But that's where the spin looks greatest. So that's probably what they're going to do there. Hopefully just go with that area and maybe not as much toward Pearson, but we'll see. They might just do something else up there. You never know. You never know here in this type of setup. So let's go back down to the south. New severe thunderstorm morning with a tornado possible today to 7:45. Moving toward Cogdale over the next little bit, and eventually Waycross will be impacted. So when we're off here, if we don't have tornado warnings, we'll see it on your screen. I'll probably loop the radar, and we'll kind of just do it like that here for at least a little while here as we get our ducks in a row, unless we just have something, either a new tornado warning pops up, or we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. The highest level where it goes off on your phone. I'm not just talking about the orange, but the orange and blacks in the outline there. That would require me to cut back in, but we don't have that much time for a break because we have to start a new stream here in about 30 minutes or so. So got to keep that in mind as well. The tornado warning still goes for another few moments, so don't want to cut it short here quite yet. But again, we'll see if they give us the official information. They're dropping things, and that'll make us feel a little bit better. But let's see what we have here. I know that storm toward the north there. Tornado warning north of Savannah. Not in our viewing area, obviously, but that's the storm that they're tracking in the Savannah area. Savannah TV Market Book and Effingham issued by the office there in Charleston, South Carolina. That's kind of the storyline there. I know, again, reports of grapefruit-sized hail there earlier on toward Doran in Colquitt County, which is just extraordinary for our area. I mean, you never hear about grapefruit-sized hail there in toward Colquitt County there, or any part of our area for that matter. That happened about 6:57 with that storm. It's right around Moultrie. I know we've been talking about it, but right around Moultrie here. So you don't want to have your car out there if you can help it, but too late to be moving things and lighting around. But don't want to be outside yourself in this setup. It's come down a little bit. Definitely come down a little bit. I mean, the peak here is about 1.5 inches bigger or whatever it was. So instead of maybe 4 inches, still could be as high as 2.5 near Moultrie, even though our algorithm's a little lower than that right now. So keep that in mind. You're near and north of Moultrie, and then that could be headed toward Adel over the next little bit. So let's kind of get a track on that. Southeast at 40. So southeast at 40 here, that's still about 20 miles away. That's about a half hour away from Adel. So there'll be a warp storm coming for you guys around Adel here in the next 30 minutes or so. So you got to keep that in mind there around Adel. Another storm coming in toward your area could be even worse than the one you just had with the golf ball size hail. Could be closer to 2.5 inch size hail if that threat holds together that we had in the northwest. If it goes back to what it was, it could be grapefruit size. That's what was reported, believe it or not, near Doran, which is just extraordinary for our area. That's got to be almost a record here for our area. Almost, hail there that's at 4 inches in diameter. I mean, wow. So anyway, we're just continuing to watch things. Let's go ahead and go back on over here. We're trying to give you the latest updates to protect you, your friends, and your family. We're trying to make sure you guys know what's going on here. Know what's going on in this type of setup. So that tornado warning is set to go at 7:15. We're still going to have dangerous severe thunderstorms around. They're going to do severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Atkinson at 7:45. So pretty confident they're going to go ahead and let this tornado warning go here at 7:15. So let's go ahead and get our other mode set up here. I know they're going to go ahead and have a severe thunderstorm threat that goes to 80 for areas of Coffee Day on Henry, but that's outside of our area here at this point. So that's going to be a destructive warning for Coffee Day on Henry at the top of the hour. So some more dangerous weather coming in. We still got dangerous weather across the area. There's several warnings. Considerable flash flooding around Albany. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing hail and wind in our Georgia counties right now. We're not going to have a tornado warning here. It doesn't seem right now past 7:15. Still tornado watches in play, but no tornado warnings here at this present point in time. We're going to catch our breath here. So if we don't have anything we need to jump back in for on this stream here, over the next 30 minutes or so, we'll wrap it up. We won't come back unless we have to, but then we'll have a new stream started and be talking at the beginning of that one here as we look a little bit later on in the timeline, probably later here in that 7 o'clock hour or approaching 8 o'clock here at that point. So thanks for tuning in for now. Thanks for trusting me. We're going to have more warnings pop up. I'm only going to jump back into this stream because of the nature of our extended tornado coverage, just having to catch a breath here. We're only going to jump back in if we get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning for our area here over the next little bit. So going to leave the map up though. We're going to leave the radar up and we'll kind of get that in tune here. I'm going to get it up here where we can, let's see, do we want to loop that? Yeah, we'll loop it. Let's go over to the other mode for a second then, so I can do that. We'll get a loop together here so you guys kind of see what's been transpiring here over the last 4 hours, or let's make it 3 hours so we don't go back quite as far here. We see the 4 hours earlier. Let's do 3 since I know it might get a little confusing if we go a little bit too much here, but again, going to get that together here. Going to get that together here in the Weather Center as we continue along. Try to give you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your families. So, again, let me go ahead and see what we have here. I'm just trying to get everything together so you guys know exactly what's going on here in the Weather Center. So, I know, just trying to get all of our ducks in a row here, if you know what I mean, as we continue along with this coverage here. Continue to keep you, your friends, and your family safe and informed. Again, just trying to get this set on up here. I think we have it about where we need it now. So I will go ahead and take this here. If it goes through good one more time, I will go ahead and switch it on over to this mode here. And you're going to see what's going on here with these threats. So there you go. There's that map right now. We'll leave this running without audio, and then we'll jump back and we'll get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for parts of our area or a tornado warning. Otherwise, join you on the next stream once this one winds on down here in about half an hour when I have to go ahead and cut it off anyway. So thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me for now. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center.